we're spending on Netflix?
That's like 20 bucks a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like 50 bucks a month.
And you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome, from Briggs 206 to Mini to KA100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Drivers headed around the final turn for the Micro Swift's opening heat race. Ladies and gentlemen, ready to get things started. The first of three qualifying yesterday set the tone. Here they go, headed down that front stretch right now. On the inside, Alvaro Medeiros. On the outside, Brody Stoffel as they go by the head flag stand and head down to turn number one. Let's see if this first time by is going to be good. And it will not be. No green on attempt number one as we try to get the day underway with the micros. We will send them around again, and luckily it'll give us a little bit of time to chat about how they will perfectly stack up on the grid. Let's take a look at it. Heat number one, Alvaro Medeiros on the pole after qualifying there yesterday. Brody Stoffel on the outside. Oh, wait, hold on. Let's pull that down for a sec. Had a couple spinners back there. Who do we got? Samuel Chavery, I believe, maybe one of them on the Birol Art. I don't know on the other. Looks like both should continue, and they'll go slow enough on this pace lap that we can pull that grid back up and show you the lineup once more. So Alvaro Medeiros and Brody Stoffel will be row number one. It'll be Slate Harrell for Nitro Kart on the inside of row two alongside Velocity Racing's Lennox Lockhart. Row three, Marcelo Flores and Dutch Westbrook.
Jack Katowski and Hudson Howard go from row number four. The top 10 rounded out by Dominic Nagel and Bo Stowers. Leo Simoni and Franco Schiavo are on row number 6. Mason Brody and Jose Torres on row number 7. And what is going to be a 36-strong grid. Mateo Gomez, Tyler Blackwood, Miles Brownfield, Enzo Ramos, Sam Chaveri, Alex Gardino. The rest of the top 20, but Xander, down here in the second screen, we're looking at anyone that's out of position that we think could possibly be making good, strong inroads into the top 10.
Caden Cladera and Brody Brown are two that I have my eyes on. They have made some drives from the back of the field, but more than anything, it's a lot of new faces. Great sight to see. 36 deep. Mini Micro Swift, the youngest superstars on the U.S. Pro Kart Series structure, as they round that final turn and head down the front stretch. We'll try for attempt number two. That first time was a little bit fast. Let's see if Alvaro and Brody can keep the field at bay. Attempt number two, heat number one, race number one, Micro Swift. Green flag in the air, we're racing down to the first corner.
And already around the outside, that looked like the Kart Republic machine going around the outside there, and we've got a traffic jam there. The 22 CRG, that's Liani Schiavo. There is a Magic Kart, is that the red and white kart there? The 38 is Caden Cladera. And I think it is the number 94, the 77, also there, Liam Estalis for the Jay Howard driver development team. The rest of the runners are into the infield section now. The 92 goes a bit wide, Jack Katowski. He runs wide now. They're into the S's there. One of the Sony Kart drivers out of the race. Heading out down through the downhill section now, up to the top part of the circuit. Final corner down the hill, end of lap number 1. Brody Stoffel and Slate Harrell trying to push away. And like Xander said there, because they moved the barriers, those karts that all came to grief on the opening lap have all been cleared and moved using all the track and a lot more out of what is that, turn number 3 at the top of the hill there.
Yes.
Down this straight into turn number 4, one of the Bennecks on the outside line. Now we're into the little flip-flop section, the infield part of this Trackhouse Motorplex. Again, really good layout, great for spectating, great for the mechanics as well, and the parents to see all the drivers at any given time. But it's Stoffel, Harrell, Medeiros, Lennox Lockhart there in 4th place with the predominantly red crash helmet. And further back, there's the number 7 kart of Mason Brody for the Nash Motorsports team. But after that initial flurry, Xander, they've sort of settled down, running single file, lap 3 out of 12. It's quite a short lap, but 12 laps, that's a long time in Microswift.
Indeed, it's a good bit. It's a lot of time to kind of play things out. I mean, talking about, the heat races and how they are so much shorter, part of that, Henry, too, is why they've made the adjustment to give all classes the full 12 laps to try and give the drivers enough time. There was a race on the U.S. Pro Kart Series structure last year that stuck out to me, and it was Newcastle, a track that does race very similarly to Trackhouse Motorplex with the long straightaways that will naturally pack that field up. And Saturday was a bloodbath. 10-lap heats and 8-lap heats, and it was just treacherous. But 16, 14, even 18-lap mains on Sunday cleaned it right up, gave the drivers plenty of time. I suggested, well, if there was any way we could lengthen the heats, maybe we drop down to 2. And they said, you know what? No, we're going to get smart. We're going to find a way to give the racers still full 3 heat races. We're just going to make them a little bit longer. And so for 12 laps here, like you said, that's still a good amount of time. For a lot of club races, that's the length of their features.
Yeah.
So it's not like you've got to go right off the bat, but you definitely don't want to let the leaders get away. And unfortunately for our Micro Swifters, that has happened so far. About 1.25 seconds to our pole kid Alvaro Medeiros. Then there's this group back from himself and Lennox Lockhart. This is led by Marcelo Flores, Dutch Westbrook there. That's 6th and 7th on screen. Hudson Howard right ahead of them by a couple car lengths. He's 5th. And that white and blue Jay Howard Driver Development Kart Republic. So 4 laps down, 8 to go. A lot of time left, but they've got to get their act together to keep those leaders in sight.
Hudson having to do without his dad Jay. Dad Jay is at Barber Motorsports Park.
Yeah, they're racing
today.
right now.
They're racing right now, but Jay is going to be here tomorrow, he said, to see how Hudson is getting on. And Hudson, again, really, really developing as a driver. He's got a lot of good coaching in that team. The whole Jay Howard driver development squad, I would say, is improving massively. One of a number of teams that are just growing and growing and growing. There's a move a little bit further back, and the number 2 kart there getting elbowed a little bit wide. Marcelo Flores. Well, that was a move from Jack Katowski that didn't quite work, but Katowski, I think, had the wherewithal there to realise, do you know what? I'm not going to force the issue. I've got into the side of the number 2 kart, so I'm going to let the number 2 keep the position. Up at the front, Stoffel and Harrell work together. Now, Lockhart has taken 3rd place. He hasn't really been able to break away from Alvaro Medeiros, but there is now another 0.5 second back to Dutch Westbrook in 5th position. Can Lennox Lockhart, who of course came to prominence with a fantastic first National Series win earlier this year, the driver, family from the Bahamas, he is based now down in West Palm Beach, Florida, and I know that as someone that's got a big connection with karting in the Bahamas, Lennox has got a huge fan base down in Nassau. And for the first time ever, I think Bahamians are tuning in to US kart racing en masse because of Lennox's achievements as we go past the cross flag. So we're into the second half of this race now. But I have to say that despite what Lennox is doing in P3, the fact that you've got Slate Harrell and Brody Stoffel driving so smartly, they continue to pull away. Harrell hasn't made a single move off the rear bumper of our race leader yet, and that is working. As you can see, the number 95 there of Leo Simone picking up a position. Simone in the 95 kart there in this group. There's the 92 of Katowski. Then there's the Nash kart of number 7, Mason Brody. Behind Brody, you have got Simone there in 10th. We've lost Santana, we've lost Leo Stalas. Several drivers out on the first corner, but since then it's been very clear.
One around.
To the commentator.
Diesel Maxwell with the Mohawk into the wall. Full send there in turn 4. And here come the leaders.
I thought you said he's got his haircut is the style of a Mohawk. I didn't realize he actually had a Mohawk on his crash helmet. So, great style points. Execution for that one, not wonderful. He'll become another retiree. I think he'll be the 4th retirement. We've still got 32 karts running. Brody Brown in the number 17 Team Bennett kart. He was one of the drivers that was caught up at the start. You said, looking as one of the drivers that could make it into the top 10. But, of course, bad qualifying yesterday. That puts you into the danger zone at the first corner. And those drivers, they're using all that runoff and almost a bit more coming out of the final corner, down the hill across the start-finish line. It does give you a great run. Yellow flags waving going into
Probably
turn
still
3.
for Diesel down there, yeah.
Yes.
Oh, pass again. This time Flores to the inside. Move there with Lennox trying to go with him. But that's a typical situation here at Trackhouse. He's going to lose one spot out of it. If you can't get by someone by the end of turn 4, the track narrows down to one lane through that turn 5-6 chicane that has seen all kinds of different moves, attempts, and carnage as well, more times than not. If you try to go side by side through, so you have to bail out, get into line. Smart move by Lennox, but he'll learn from that and try to make something from it later on in this one. He falls now behind Dutch Westbrook. That'll update when they hit the line. And it's now Marcelo Flores. That group was making some headway, Henry. They were closing the gap. That has somewhat subsided now with 3 laps to go, and I think they've all come to terms with the fact this is just going to be an all-out fight for P3.
Yeah, this is a battle for the minor placings. And I've got to say, like so many sort of what I would call perimeter racetracks, where you've got, everything happens. You've got the vast bits around the outside, and then the infield section is very, very technical indeed. It means that, that run towards turn number 1, the run out of into turn 3, and then out of turn 3. There's the move. There is the number 7 kart of Brody. Again, dives to the inside, can't get the kart slowed down onto the apex, and Hudson Howard retakes the position. But, of course, you've got 2 very different elements. This is the very technical part, and then you come out of it here, the final run, out of the final corner, down the main straight. This is the fast bit, into what will be the final lap of the race.
Big move there, or attempt at one by Marcelo Flores. Didn't stick it. It'll be 2 laps to go, actually.
Oh, sorry. We're starting lap number 11.
Yeah, starting lap number 11. So 2 laps remain. Brody Stoffel, still your leader over Slate Harrell. These two have pulled away, and they've swapped once or twice. They have not since, but we've got contact, and 2x2 and around. It's Flores in front of everybody. Mason Brody's going to collect him, and I think he just backed into Ken, our Studio 52 photographer. He is okay. There's more carnage down in turn 8. Crashing down there, yellow flags waving. It's green by 9, and that's why we're racing back for the lead. So lots of action across the property. But we're headed to the white flag, and it's a mano-a-mano fight. Brody Stoffel for Jay Howard driver development. Apologies on the correction there. Out of the final turn, down the front straightaway, coming to turn 1 now. Slate Harrell behind him, trying to fight. This is at the back of the field. Lap traffic potentially looming there. Headed down to turn 4. Here come your leaders. Brody Stoffel down the inside. Slate Harrell around the outside. Let's see if he sends it through 4. He's going to have momentum, but he'll lose a little grip and slide back into line.
And that corner, that turn 4, has got some banking on it, which Slate Harrell tried to utilize. He's stayed in the shadow of Stofel throughout the race. Now we're into the final couple of corners. Again, he goes round the outside. High, wide, and handsome. Slate Harrell, a full Slim Shady, round the outside in the first heat race of the day. He waited and waited and waited, and the time was now, and he's going to take the win, Xander.
What a run. Slate Harrell, Heat 1 winner in micro. A fantastic finish to kick off the morning. Lennox Lockhart ends third over Dutch Westbrook fourth. Medeiros fifth. Leo Simone, hard charger there at the end. He climbs his way up 5 spots to get to sixth by the drop of the checkers. Great move up for Leo. Jose Torres picked up a couple. Tyler Blackwood a handful as well. But Slate Harrell, what a move in turn number 8. Local experience paying off for the North Carolina kid, for Ryan Perry Motorsport and Nitro Kart, as the final few cross the line for heat number 1 in Micro Swift. What a fight, what a battle for the field now as we bring the results up and onto screen.
Yeah, Slate Harrell led about 4 corners of that race, but they were the most important 4 corners of them all. The work that he did pushing Brody away meant that he could attack Brody throughout that last lap without fear of being caught from behind, because the chasing pack had still fallen nearly 3 seconds back. Lennox Lockhart comes home in P3 ahead of Dutch Westbrook. Alvaro Medeiros, Leo Simone, like I said, 10th with about 2 laps to go. Took advantage of that collision there, but also smart driving there from Simone. Jack Katowski, Hudson Howard, Dominic Nagel, Bo Stowers coming home in the top 10. Marcelo Flores, Jose Torres, Tyler Blackwood, Samuel Chaveri, and Enzo Ramos. The rest of your top 15. Now, we did have a couple of incidents there as you look back through the order. Max Katsukis, Dusty Strayer, there's a face of a happy driver. He's just pulled off. And there's Lennox Lockhart. Dutch Westbrook, well, he should be quite pleased with that effort. You know, he was there or thereabouts. If the top 2 hadn't got away at the start, then I don't think they would have got away at all. But yeah, luckily everyone is okay after that. And there we go. It's always good. A bit of a thumbs up there for Brody. Leo Simone looking at keeping his crash helmet on, just to have a think about it. Leo, you know, good driving in the last few laps. As you look at the rest of the finishers there in Micro Swift, they come in to Parc Ferme. It's always great to try and listen in to hear what they're having a conversation about.
Yeah, no doubt. Let's we'll send it down for Scale Lines Raw here right on Kart Chaser. And, of course, that's just our first race of the day. Lots of action ahead. KA Junior, the first of 2 heat races, will be coming up when we go back on. But Micro Swift having a little breakdown, a little cool off in the scales.
Here with Slate Harrell. First of all, Slate, I'm going to bring you over here, my man. What a race by you. What a move around the outside. Talk to me about that last lap.
Well, just trying to make the win happen, and I guess I made it around the outside. Sketchy, but still made it. Blocked on 11 and won. And
talk to me about that race as a whole. It seemed like you and Brody Stoffel worked really well together, just pushing and really no fighting until the last 2 laps.
Well, yeah, just tried to push him and until the last lap and fight for the win.
There you go. Congrats, Slate.
Thank you.
Great stuff from Slate Harrell and Caleb Vieska and Haley Donaldson down on pit lane, checking in with our Heat 1 winner in Micro Swift. We can see that karts are with drivers in them down on the grid, but there's still a little more cleanup going on the racetrack for the Micros, so there'll be more action to roll. We'll take this moment to step aside. A quick word from our partners. We'll be back. Kart Chasers coverage of the Carolina Grand Prix rolls on.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Junior.
Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here. Told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV Karts.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
KA Junior round in the final turn and getting ready to go green. This is heat number 1 for groups A versus B. So again, here A and B groups, that's first and second overall in qualifying from yesterday. John Antonino Jr. and new colors for Travis Pettit with Speed Concepts Racing, and they have 26 in total, 24 lined up behind those two on the front row. Let's try it on the first time. Heat 1, A and B is green down to the first corner, and there's a little contact as one of the BJRLN karts, Isaac Payne, gets shuffled to the wayside. Great save by the 877. He'll lose a ton of time though, and they're going to get up to full song down the backstretch without him.
It was a slow start. Antonino Pettit brought them to the line very, very slowly indeed, which meant they were very bunched up going through turn number 1, but with that extra slow speed, nobody came to grief. And now they can get underway. Pettit has already got the brake on Antonino. The rest of the field sort of slotting in behind. The driver that you spoke about being so impressive in the last round, Theo Salamau in third position, Max Weiland in fourth, and Max Cristea. The number 854 kart of Julian Rivera, the Ecuador, the Condor from Ecuador for Orsalon Racing is there also. The number 811 of Tristan Murphy moving up. A good clean lap there. 1 or 2 nose cones looking slightly disjointed. And our photographer, who took a bit of a tumble in the opening race, of the day. You can see him perched there on the outside of turn number 3, absolutely A-OK. So there was no harm done there. When, you know, hey, you haven't lived until you've taken a micro swift to the shins. Yellow flags waving, and I cannot see why that would be, and I can't see as we come to the infield section of the circuit.
They might have been, there was an impact down at turn 8 on the first lap. This
right.
camera here was quickly to jump over to it. I don't know who we lost. We'll find that out in a moment, but let's keep our updates on where the spotlight is. Max Christia on the move. P2 now with that move on John Antonino Jr. Max Weiland behind the pole sitter. And Travis Pettit already is trying to scoot away out in front, but I don't think he'll be able to do that. They just closed in, working together down the backstretch. Behind, Daytona winner Teo Salamao, Murphy, Rivera, Romero, Benja Fernandez, and Cole Medeiros, your current top 10. The driver that I believe we may have lost would have been the kids in 25th and 26th. So Edward Kennedy and Lucas Dreibel, and I don't know if Kennedy across the timing loop, so that may be something else, but it might have been Dreibel.
I certainly saw Edward Kennedy this morning. He was busy eating a donut when I saw him and went into the energy kart tent. So here's now it's turn 11. Is it 11 called?
11.
Yeah,
indeed,
so
that's
turn. 11. So we're coming down, and you can see that Pettit has been caught by Antonino Cristea Weiland through turns 1 and 2. Out to turn number 3 now, over the brow, down towards the banking at turn number 4. And downhill, it's almost like carousel, uphill out of turn 4. Now, single file through the left and right at turn 5, through turn 6 here. Out of turn number 7, now hard on the brakes for turn number 8. Change of second, Cristea takes second through turn number 8. There's turn 9, and out of turn 10 there, and then up the hill towards this long turn number 11. That is a lap here at Trackhouse Motorplex. And now, because of the fact that the leaders have been playing nice, they've got a 3-6-7 kart advance gap at the front, a 7-kart group at the front, with Pettit Cristea, based in Georgia, but family from Romania, is Max Cristea. Very, very impressive. His dad is always sort of saying, oh, he's surprised every time Max does really well. That's not because he doesn't have faith in his son, that's just because he's quite a humble guy, and he knows the level of competition they're up against. Well, Max is making his start. He's making a name for himself as a real star, I've got to say.
Yeah, I would agree, Henry. He has really been turning heads, and right now he's going to get a little bit of a gap thanks to this fighting for third.
Yep.
And now Travis Pettit realizing that as well. Max was like, hey, get back up in line. We're good. We can get away. At the halfway mark here in this first heat for groups A and B, a small window of opportunity if they can capitalize on it to break away from that 5-pack behind them led by Mad Max Weiland.
And yeah, because we saw drivers watching this race, and of course, these drivers, they would have seen the Microswift race, they would have seen Brody Stoffel and Slate Harrell work together, and the fact that that worked well, they were able to push away. So Cristea will be watching this. New third-place driver, Theo Salamao, is back into P3, ahead of Antonino, ahead of Murphy in the Ryan Perry Motorsports car, then Mad Max Weiland and the Condor from Ecuador, Julian Rivera, still at the back of this league group in the second of the sort of green, white and black Orsalon racing machines.
Yeah, check it out here. Look at that front. Oh, wow. Pass, actually take that back. Max Weiland going by Tristan Murphy. That was for P5. Swap that up and split the group out again for the 7-deep lead pack. I was going to say Cole Medeiros has obliterated his front bumper. You can take a look and see top corner of the screen there, that REM purple and white and chrome cosmic, probably with a pushback bumper deployed there with the caving in, but it doesn't look that loose, I'll be honest with you, Henry.
I mean, they do have a new
might have gotten away from it.
They do have a new graphics kit for the REM, the Racer's Edge Motorsports machines. But, well,
3 wide. Okay, Max.
Okay.
Boom.
Yeah. Someone lit a fire under him this morning. Now, you have to forgive me. last year the quest was for Max to get that first win. Did he get it at a national level? He's still on the quest.
So close.
So
close so many times for Max Weiland here. And he's had poles, he's had podiums, he's had great performances.
Heat wins.
Heat wins for sure. And we thought it might have happened at a couple weeks ago at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Didn't quite get it done there. He's got another chance here this weekend at a racetrack that's kind of Magic Kart USA hub number 2 with AJ Myers living just down the road and helping do a lot of R&D and training and development down here.
And I think there might have been a transponder issue because Edward Kennedy is there on the energy chassis up at the 13th position.
It looks like they're updating that as we speak right now. So, no transponder, but they are manually scoring Edward Kennedy, and he is now updated in the pylon to 12th. Kudos to the timing crew for being right on top of that as we've got a crazy moment with Edward Kennedy in frame in the 896. That was the 836 he was going at it with of Jose Alejandro Halfin. Both of them will lose out and fall back.
Halfin committed and then committed again, and I think it was the driver, Grayson Knoll, in car 860, possibly the black liveried machine. The Kart Republic out of Mooresville, North Carolina, who was able to capitalize and pick up 2 positions for the price of 1 simply by staying out of the way. There he goes across the line, I think with a black crash helmet. I think, let's have a little check who it is. Well, I think if it wasn't Grayson Older, that driver with the black car, but here we go. Game on at the front. Now it's Rivera trying to go around the outside at turn number 4. Not quite managed, but he sticks it. He passes Antonino, but again, goes back to what we're saying, smart driving from Antonino. Yeah, this is a heat race. We're on lap 10 out of 12, but we're not going to fight it just yet. A lot can happen.
He's trying to right now keep Tristan Murphy at bay, having gotten shuffled back to 5th. He was able to do that there as Max Weiland flipped the spots for the Maxes. Christie at a 3rd, Weiland a 2nd, and now your pole kid, Travis Pettit, is trying to march back forward. He gets past Murphy for 6th. 2 to go. Teo Salamau continues to lead the way, but watch the run that both the Maxes are going to get on him down the backstretch. Weiland might be close enough for a send. Salamau is going to leave that door open. No, he'll close it off, and so will his teammate in Julian Rivera back for 4th, feeling the pressure from Antonino. Here comes the rest of the top 10 as well.
Yeah, I was going to say, that league pack of 7 has now grown exponentially. You've got Benja Fernandez, you've got Colmadeiros, and you've got Max Weiland trying to send it. He's going to lose out. Who's going to emerge in the lead? Max Cristea.
Incredible. Max Cristea picking up the pieces from a heck of a send there from Max Weiland. And now, with the white flag waving, we've got 4 nose to tail. Down the front stretch, Salamau looking back, frustrated. Antonino side by side with Rivera. He'll hold him back for 3rd as he ran out of steam. But here comes Salamau. Teo's got to run. Let's see what he's able to do with it. Christie has got to get to the bottom fast. He does. Salamau follows, and he'll go to the middle. Antonino to the high side. No change through 4. Here comes Weiland lurking back in again.
Yep, Max Weiland. And there's a move. Wow! From Theo Salamau. We were saying that's a 1-line racetrack through turn number 5. Not so. If you're Theo Salamau, Cristea sets him up. Now Antonino makes his move. Antonino to P2. Cristea back to 3rd. Weiland still there in 4th.
It's not over yet, Henry. Antonino got a great launch out of 9. More contact further back. One driver sliding in the grass. Salamau low. Antonino. Cristea with a big-time crossover. He should steal 2nd back. Salamau wins the opening heat race in spectacular fashion. And who is going to drop down the board? That went dirt tracking it there. It was one of the Kart Republics. And I would have to guess that might have been Benja Fernandez going for a ride on that last lap. He started 7th, was hovering the top 10. He may have been the one into the dirt based on the lap times here, Henry. He clocked a 53.44, everybody else down on the 51. So great save by the Miami, Florida native.
Yeah, Kennedy back in 17th. Halfin dropped down to 20th. But just goes to show that, in the juniors, you cannot, if you break away, and you start battling with 3 to go, then the lead you built up in the first 8 or 9 laps comes down to nothing very, very quickly indeed. Antonino smart. He was still signaling to Julian Rivera going down to turn 4 on the last lap. No, let's work together, because he knew that there would still be position changes in the last corner. Unfortunately for him, it was the position that was changed at the last corner was him losing P2 to Max Cristea, but only by a tenth. And as the top 6 finishers separated by 0.6 of a second. Credit there to Talon Laney. Didn't mention Talon, the Brandon Jarza crack racing driver, finishing 8th. Marco Romero 9th. Travis Pettit dropping to 10th there at the end. Fernandez, Grayson Knoll, Emerson Lane, Grayson Walcott, Forrest Adams rounding out the top 15. That was only half of the Junior X. Goodness knows what it'd be like when they're all together. Some of the drivers that didn't make it home there. Well,
how about
Bowen
the drive
Green.
back up for Isaac Payne? We saw the 877 go wide at turn number 1 off the start. He recovers nicely, drives back up to 16th, gets ahead of Edward Kennedy, who was up and down the graphics all race long with some transponder issues. Provisionally 17th. Again, all results you're seeing unofficial. Jose Halfin, who he was going at it with, both drivers way down. And then heartbreaker for Bowen Green, the other driver we lost. That was on lap number 5 that Bowen went out on the Timmy Tech Comp Kart. Lucas Dreibel was our first lap incident in turn 8 that brought the yellows.
Yes, that was the Lucas. Is it Dreibel or Drybe?
Dreibel, it's an L at the end there,
Lucas Dreibel at the end there for the SLA Racing team. And, wow, I mean, we've got a lot of racing to go. It bodes very, very well because, of course, there are several classes here, but the mechanics are earning their dollars here today because, of course, you've got to turn that kart round after warm-up, after heat 1, after heat 2, after heat 3. It's a busy, busy day. You can see it reflective, the people that are here watching as well. Very, very impressive. It's going to be standing room only, and they're going to be at the right-hand side of your screen. They're going to be 2, 3, 4 deep by the time of the main event tomorrow. That is for sure.
And that's right, Henry. This is only still half of our KA Juniors. We've got Heat 1 for C and D with the engines fired down on the grid now. Let's see if we can't take you through the starting lineup quickly here because they'll be quick on their outlap as well when they take to the racetrack. Ashton Woon will be your pole sitter here for this group. It'll be Alexander Vanchev that will join him on the outside of row number 1 for Rollison Performance Group, continuing this banner run he's had to start the 2025 season in Junior. Isaac Malcutt, his new home with Mike Doty Racing. He was fast in Daytona. He'd love to deliver them some hardware here in North Carolina. He'll start from 3rd, and as well, it's a new home for the months of April and May and beyond for Nate Golseth. With Ryan Perry Motorsport, he rolls from the outside of row number 2.
Valentino Santillon and William Kim go from row number 3. Nate Dogg, Nathan Dupuis for Nash Motorsports. And Nico Katowski, the older of the two Katowski brothers, starts on the outside of row number 4. Edgar Rodriguez and the Stars and Stripes livery kart of Kalen Berghofer round out your top 10. And then one of the drivers that you talk about, whose family was so kind and generous with the STEM, the outreach program, Marco Samut, going from row number 6, P11 on the grid.
The Barron and Jarster Crack Racing driver will be joined by Midwest's own Brady Shad, as we've got one that's gone around. That's the 867.
887,
887.
Saraval.
He starts a little bit further back, 19th for him. Before that, Ruben Gutierrez, Darren Kidd, Lavin Jr., Nolan Carney, along with Meyer Lewis, Harry Cunningham, then Sarah Valley, Drew Jensen, your top 20, and here are your final 5 starters. Connor Corsi for Drive Your Line Kart Sport and Comp Kart, Leo De Silva, Alexander Savage, Thomas Anthony, Evan Patton, your 25 for Heat C and D. These are 3rd and 4th in qualifying on the front row, 7th and 8th overall in qualifying on row number 2. Again, all 3 drivers are all of the groups, all 3 heats are totaled up and everyone's blended together for that main event starting lineup.
Here we go then, 12 laps into turn number 11. Down the hill towards the start-finish line. Woon in the Speed Concepts kart on your left. Vanchev in the RPG kart on the right. Lights are out. We're off and racing into turn number 1. We flick back through turn 2. Oh, there are karts that have missed the chicane. One kart through the barrier. It's the 878 and the 826. Well, Vantilo Santion, he was starting from the, I think it was Santion and Nate Golseth who got it all wrong through turn number 1. Looking up there, now it's still Woon and Vonchev leading. Malkut is up to P3. Dupuis is 4th. So it was Golseth and Santion that went for a spin at turn number 1. The third kart that actually went through those blue and white barriers but carried on, minus their nose cone bracket, that is for certain. I couldn't quite see the number of, but here we go at the end of lap number 1. Alex Vanchev, the DHL sponsored race suit, the Rollerson Performance Group kart, is leading, but already Sandy was looking a little bit defensive going through turn number 1, as though he just doesn't want to give up that lead position for love nor money.
Well, again, he knows that in these races, right, it's a matter of staying in the hunt till the end. If at any point he starts to really begin to fall back, right now, that could be as far back as 8th or 9th. Then the pack splits up. Then he can't stay in touch with them. So smart move early. However, it does stack them up, and it will make them want to pass you. As Ashton Woon just tried, Vanchev said no right there. Slammed the door right in the young kid's face. But the rookie was so impressive in Daytona. He podiumed there. A former Mini Swift national champion in Ashton Woon, although he's under pressure again. Malkut now this time inside and through in turn 11. And Ashton's now going to try and cover the low side as here comes Nate Dogg, Nathan Dupuis lining up behind him there in 4th.
Well, now the entire US karting scene knows that Nate Dupuis can defend, but can he attack as well as he can defend? That's the question that he has to answer now. Behind him, there is the 814, Kalen Berghofer, losing a position in that very, very smart liveried sort of blue with the white stars on it. That is the AKT Racing Team kart, the driver out of Kennesaw, Georgia. And there is Dupuis. So Dupuis going on the attack, passing our pole sitter Ashton Woon for P3. But the top 2 are now pulling away. So Dupuis will have to get his head down. But of course, Woon coming back at him side by side, wheel to wheel through turn number 11. Dupuis is going to lose 1. He's going to lose 2 positions. He's going to have to be careful he doesn't lose any more because they were lining up on the inside. In fact, Dupuis has gone back 3 or 4 spots. Now, getting freight train to the back of the pack. And all the while, Vanchev and Malkut pull away ever so slightly. Behind Berghofer, you've got the number 865 Rollerson Performance Group kart of Brady Shard, the driver from Plymouth, Wisconsin. And there's a move from the number 893, Ruben Gutierrez, driver from Guadalajara, passing Nate Dupuis. So Dupuis started this lap 3rd, and he's going to come out of it in about 8th position, which goes to show how quickly fortunes can change. It does mean that you have to be, one thing I'm learning, and I've now been here for one morning, and this is the 3rd race that I have watched live here at Trackhouse Motorplex, and you cannot relax for a minute. This circuit, if you're not attacking, you're defending. It is very, very rare I can see that you could just sit and be pushed along. Okay, if there's 2 of you in the front, yep, you could potentially go. We saw that in the first heat race. But other than that, if you're not on offense, you're on defense. There is nothing in between. And it is why so many drivers come to the circuit, because it really does polish your skill set every single lap. You know, if you're, well, at the risk of saying, if you're not first, you're last. That type of thing. And there's side by side over the curbs. One of the comp kart chassis further back in the race. That could have been Mr. Patton down in 23rd position. But yeah, it's wheel-to-wheel stuff. There are parts of this circuit that are supposedly single file through turn 6 here, and maybe turn number 7. But then you come out of there, turn 8 is a passing opportunity. Turn 9, you've seen passing going on there. And then you're setting yourself up through turn 10 here for the next run up to the final corner. That long run, there's turn 10, which is effectively, just one corner uphill to here. So, there is no place to rest on this circuit.
No, the best thing you can do is get by someone in turn 4 and really nail turns 5 and 6.
Yep.
Or, again, if you get by someone in turn 8, make it as painless as possible where you have a semi-decent exit from that hairpin and really nail the run out of turn 9. Otherwise, every passing zone is basically followed up by a long straight and another passing zone.
Yeah.
So if you pass in 11, there's a chance they might be able to go right back at you in turn 1. You pass in turn 3 or turn 1, they can get you in 4. You pass in 4 again if you don't nail 5 and 6, one of the only really single-file sections naturally on the racetrack. You can pass right here in turn 8. You can even pass in turn 9. We've seen moves, obviously, in other corners, in 6, in 7, in 3, and, of course, even in the dogleg in the run-up to turn number 11. And defending as well. This track is such a wide arc-style, momentum-based circuit. There's so much flow to it that even as the rubber comes down, and we're seeing that groove darken, that the lane will, the natural driving line to go fast will get a little bit tighter. You still lose so much because it is still so fast to really arc these corners. That defending at all, we've seen it time and time again here, maybe more than most. Defending, going low, passing, really costs you valuable tenths of a second.
There are some tracks, I call them, thinking tracks, where you can sharpen your tactical nous. And there are other tracks, they're called instinct tracks, where you just have to go, 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 go. And everything is done on instinct. This is an instinct track because you've got to be so careful of what's happening behind you. So Nate Dupuis, he was second, now he's down in 6th position, and that was really one lap that cost him. And he slowly worked his way back up, but he lost all that ground. He lost his chance to win in the space of a couple of corners.
Let's talk about that, right? Let's talk about the guys that have gone up or down quite a bit. How about Edgar Rodriguez for SLA Kart Racing? Up 5. Marco Sammet up 6. And then on the other angle, Ashton Woon's only down 2, and he's by himself there in 3rd, so he's safe as the yellows are waving. There's a driver off at the outside of the entry to turn number 9. Up 4 for Brady Shad, up 3 for Ruben Gutierrez. On the other end, down a couple for Katowski, down a lot for Nathan Golseth and Valentino Santi, and they are trying to charge back up the grid. They are down at 17th and 19th as of last time by the line. So a good ways out of our frames right now as this group goes all the way back to Gutierrez in 11th, and then there's a hefty margin till you get to Darren Kidd in the 12th spot. But for the moment, we're able to show you that because the leaders are pretty tame. Isaac Malkut, Alexander Vanchev, 2 young drivers with a lot of experience in the junior ranks. Vanchev on what was an option year for him to go up or down at 14. Malkut, I believe, similar. They're going to fight now, but we're getting to the end, so they've got the cushion. They've built up for it. They can afford 1 or 2 moves, Henry. Any more than maybe one more pass, and Ashton Woon is going to arrive on the scene.
Yeah, and I think that maybe Malkut had a little look at behind him. Once Vanchev went past him, 2 to go, and you can see Vanchev taking a long look over his shoulder. That's not at Malkut, that's at Woon. He's now calculating, okay, how close do I defend too much? He's hoping that Malkut has done the same thing. And Malkut will realize, right, I don't want to be the meat in the sandwich. So it's now in Isaac Malkut's interest to push, as he's doing, Vanchev along just for a little bit more, maybe till the end of this lap. Because if Vanchev starts to defend, which he is doing, Malkut's going to try the up and under. New leader, Isaac Malkut, and within the space of 1 move. You were right, Xander. Isaac could afford 1 more move before Woon catches him. Now Vanchev is in the unenviable position because he's attacking, but he's also defending. What's the best way to defend? Sometimes it's to attack, just like that new leader, Vanchev.
And Woon, again, nowhere to go, but still right there, high and low. He's forcing Malkut to have to follow Vanchev, and that's allowed him to get a nose inside down the back straightaway. Final time down to turn 4, and Vanchev's got the lead. Malkut slipped by into 2nd. lost second. Woon slipped by into second. Malkut back to third. Here comes Rodriguez on the SLA machine back in fourth, but this is where they're going to fan out. Right here, turn 8, all the way to the bottom for Vanchev.
And Malkut's got one round the outside. He's going to get shown the door, though. And it's side by side for second. Vanchev has got to hug the inside line. And now Rodriguez catches them with 2 corners to go. But it looks like Vanchev may just have done enough as they cross the line. And Xander, I like the alternate camera angle we used there on the last lap. It just shows a little bit of the topography there, the ups and the downs.
There's a slight bit of it, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, you can see a lot of the hill down here at the front stretch. That's the most drastic elevation change. But you do kind of go up a hill, a small incline up to turn number 3.
Yep.
Back down into turn 4. It's a little blind watching along the fence line. Even that elevated area along the fence, you lose them just a little bit behind turn 5 and 6 because there is a little elevation coming up. And again, a lot of banking in the bull corner, as it's known here locally. Turn number 4 that we've seen, probably one of the only corners where you can really send it around the outside. But then again, turn 8's already had one of those moves done. Turn 11's had it done before as well. Vanchev, though, the best of them in Group C and D for KA Junior to Malkut and Woon. And here's the rest of your top 10 and 15. Golseth able to claw his way back up to 13th. That's a good recovery. And we weren't able to catch much of it because there was so much action going on at the front of the field. But a great drive back up for Nate Golseth. The rest of your top 10, any other drivers that really started further back? Well, how about the giddy up and go for Brady Shad and Marco Samet? They pick up a couple of pair. And then outside your top 15, Santian, Rodolfo Lavin Jr., Connor Corsi, Meyer Lewis, and Alexander Savage. Your only DNFs, Thomas Anthony, Leonardo Saravalli, and Harry Cunningham. 22 of your 25 crossed the line. There's Vanchev down in the scales. He's your Heat 1 winner for Group C and D in KA Junior.
But then I was able to push away with Isaac, try and save the tires, and then hopefully battle it between just the 2 of us on the last lap, which unfortunately didn't happen. They caught up a little bit, but yeah.
What are you thinking about going into these next 2 heat races today?
Definitely thinking on conserving tires a little bit to be able to push for all I can in the last heat, but also to be conservative and not crash, which I know can hurt my starting position for the main.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much there, Haley, Ashton, Alex Vanchev there. You can see how hard he's working there. That RPG shirt has got plenty of sweat on it. It's nice. It's not as hot, but it is quite humid out there. But of course, you can't really breathe in these races.
Our session over yet. It will in just a moment for KA 100 Senior. Once again here, folks, Kart Chasers coverage of the US Pro Kart Series Carolina Grand Prix. Getting set to go green. Caleb Gaffera will be your driver on the pole for this one. Top qualifier from yesterday with a solid run and only his second weekend hanging out with the boys and girls over at Holtz Driver Development. And he's ready to lead your field to green alongside last year's KA 100 Senior Superstar James Overbeck in the Brandon Jarsicrack Racing Tony Kart. Sebastian Garzone, Jared Clark, a couple of young rookies young guns. Sophomore season for Jared Clark on row 2.
Matteo Papis and Eli Warren are next. Enzo Vibiantien, Drew James, Emery Lyder, William Boutillier, Chris Harrower, Quentin Angeli, and the rest. They are into the tram lines. Caleb Gaffara has the field at his mercy. Into turn number 1 we go. Are we going to get through cleanly? Overbeck has to go to the outside. He misses the first chicane. He avoids damage, but he loses an awful lot of ground, and everybody else through cleanly into turn number 4 now. There's the slingshot corner, the bull corner uphill through turns number 5. Out of turn number 6, Gaffara on that Hots racing machine. And the 2 Orsalon racing karts, the 951 Sebastian Garzon moves past his teammate Matteo Papis for second position. And further back, there's one of the Rocket Racing Company karts there. And there's Angeli, Alibi, or Vanagas. They were all 12th, 13th, 14th together as we cross the line to complete lap number 1. Emery Lyder up into P5. I have to say that I saw Emery this morning. I thought he was on fire. And then I realised he just hadn't put his crash helmet on yet, and it was just his hair. But he was there. He's there in the RPM number 981, Kart Chaser's own Emery Lyder into 5th position. I've got to say, when he said he was starting 9th, I did predict that he would probably at the start drop further than Shadur Sanders in the draft. But he's proved me wrong so far, has Emery, by maintaining a position in the top 5. We've got a new leader. It's Sebastian Garzon. Gafara in 2nd, Papis 3rd, Vidmontien in 4th, and Lyder holding on to a top 5 position. Clark, Alibi, Angeli, Zervez, and Drew James, the rest of the top 10. As we look back there, Chris Harrower at the back of the field. We only had 24 karts take the start. Eddie Santos front, Frederic Lemieux, and the number 922 of Wrigley Keys also down towards the back of the field. But as we look down towards turn number 8, Garzon, Gafara, Papis, Vidmontien, still Lyder there. In fact, no, I was going to say, I thought Emery Lyder had got 4th position, but we'd have to get a paramedic out for Lyder if he got any further, because he'd start getting a nosebleed with altitude sickness being this high up the order. Behind them, Jared Clark, the number 961 for the Brandon Jarsacrat Racing team is there in 6th position. As we come out of turn number 3, down the hill towards the bull at turn 4, the slingshot corner. Just the natural bull topography of that corner spits you out. It's an Orsalon, well, it's Orsalon Racing. Then it was Hots Race Development. Now it's Vidmontien for the SLA karting team into P2. Through turn 10. Gafara back to the inside at 11, retake 2nd position. This allows Sebastian Garzon to pull away by just a couple of kart lengths, and everybody else in this league group staying in single file. And as I say that, no, they're not. Vidmontien makes the move, and now it's Gafara and Lyder side by side for 4th position. That's right, I used the word Lyder and 4th position in the same sentence. And now Emery goes on the attack again. Caleb Gafara, wheel to wheel. They're probably discussing whether Caleb is going to be a guest on the next episode of KC Grid Talk. And Emery goes, only if you let me finish in front of you. Caleb thinks, how much do I need the exposure? Answer, not that much, Emery. He's back in front. Clark there as well. Now they're signaling, work together. Practice what you preach, Emery. Let's drive smart through turn number 2 as we head on to lap 6 out of 12. Halfway through, the top 3 are finally clear. And Garzon, Vidmontien, and Matteo Papis running single file, nose to tail. Then you have that, and there's Papis has gone. What happened there? Well, Garzon and Vidmontien have also been slowed up. The camera cut to Matteo Papis heading backwards at a rate of knots, and that has shuffled the order significantly, because it's now Enzo Vidmontien leading from Caleb Gafara, leading from Emery Lyder. Into turn number 1 we go. This is lap 7 out of 8. I don't know what we put in Emery Lyder's energy drink this morning, Xander, but it has worked. He is there for the RPM team in P3, and I didn't see what happened, but certainly Garzon, Vidmontien, and Papis, they were pulling away at the front, and now the move comes in. That is Jared Clark passing Leiter for P3. I've managed to get most of my Emery Leiter material out of the way in the first heat, Xander. Why you weren't listening, thankfully.
Well, to be fair, in Emery's case, he's earned it, right? You can't show any favoritism, even to one of our own who has done so much in bringing you all of the coverage and action over the years. But Emery Leiter is running safely inside the top 5 at his home racetrack here. He's headed to law school in the fall, and who knows how much we'll get to see him behind the wheel or with us on the road, but I know he's hoping to have a couple more good showings before he really locks on in. Up front, though, Enzo Vidmontien, Caleb Gaffera, Jared Clark, a very youthful front trio for the veteran of Emery Leiter. Then, of course, in the middle there for 5th, Drew James. He's gotten around Raheem Alibi. That was just this lap to get into 5th. So a great march up the board for another North Carolina native.
It's now a good time to mention, when I spoke to Emery this morning, he said, don't tell my parents, but I'm not going to law school. I'm going full-time kart chaser. That not a good time?
Well, I guess I got to readjust our budgets then.
Oh, okay,
Oops.
yeah.
Well, either way.
New leader, Caleb
Gaffera. Caleb G., another driver who has helped us quite a bit. He's actually worked a camera at this race 1 year ago. He's gotten himself a seat to get back behind the wheel. It's a busy season for Caleb G. as they race behind him. Leiter now behind Drew James for 4th. But Caleb Gaffera, a year that has seen him already in the first couple of months, just in the last 2.5 months, drive a 206. Drive shifter, drive X30, drive K100, and of course drive a USF 2000 Road to Indy open wheel race car as he funds for that full championship this season. But right now, his focus solely with Josh Holtz and the Holtz Driver Development Camp, but he just lost the lead to the newest BJR superstar, Jared Clark, leading it home now as he tries to go back-to-back. He said in his interview this morning, he knows the standards, the expectations, the pressure's a little bit higher after that performance in Charlotte, North Carolina, but hell, he looks fast. Right now, a half car length up, but here comes Caleb again. This time he'll shove him down to turn 4 with 2.5 to go.
And what has been impressive about Jared Clark is that he has picked up these places one after the other. There's been no gimmies for Jared Clark. He has worked very hard for each of these positions. Where did he start? 4th on the grid, side by side for 2nd. Vidmontien is there. So is Drew James now for the Chad Docken racing team. But it's Vidmontien for the SLA racing outfit in 2nd. There is the number 929 of Drew James up into P3.
From 8th on the grid, marching up and forward for Drew James now with 2 laps to go as he tries to keep that momentum going. And that is such a big factor at these races here. If you're going forward, you're getting clean racetrack. You've got the right kind of momentum on your side. He's taking it now to pull away from Gaffera as Caleb resets. Leiter the same. Alibi still sitting there in 6th. There was yellows waving down the back.
Couple of drivers in the barriers at the exit of turn number 4. Hopefully they'll be okay. Garzon is out of the race. So Garzon and Papis and Vidmontien, I don't know what happened, but it was a terrible mid-race for the Orsalon racing team. Papis is still running down in 21st, but it means that we have got these 6 drivers coming out of the final corner. Leiter runs a little bit wide. He's got the momentum.
Got a little help there, too.
Yes.
Raheem will give it back to him, though. That was nice.
Now we're on to the white flag lap. There's the battle for P5. There is not the battle for the race lead because Clark has managed to put some clean air between himself and new 2nd place driver, Drew James and Chad Docken Racing. And the established order in KA 100 Senior is being shaken up before our very eyes this season.
2 drivers that have worked very hard over the last couple of years to get every opportunity that they have. Now, though, James going to have to fight for it still with Vidmontien, who's going to get a nose down the inside in 9. He won't quite get enough to draw alongside. Drew should be safe, and out of the last turn, he'll defend Vidmontien the same. Jared Clark, Heat 1 winner in Groups A and B. Drew James 2nd. Enzo Vidmontien to Gaffera to Leiter. Alibi, James Overbeck recovers back to 7th on a bit of a downbeat opening heat race for him to Angeli, Botillier, and Zerves.
And it was for James Overbeek, it was going wide the first corner, missing that first chicane, and then dropping back. And there is a disappointed Orsalon racing driver crossing the line. Matteo Papis just in front of Oliver Marak. the Mama Teresa's Kitchen sponsored entry, Oliver Marak. As we look down the order, behind Overbeck, it was Angeli Boutillier, and then Braden Zervis, Eli Warren, 11th. Eli, normally known as a real independent driver, he's found a new home with the HOTS driver development team, Sebastian Vanegas, Maurizio Hernandez, Ben Gaunt, and Brock Knowles, your top 15 as we check out there. But again, another race decided by less than a second. Speed Sense Motorsport with Joseph Huet in 18th position.
Check out Mateo Pappas, Sebastian
Yes.
Garzone. What a heartbreaker for the Orsolone Racing Camp. Started third, started fifth. They end 21st and 24th. A DNF for Garzone. One of the last to cross the line for Mateo Pappas, not giving up.
And that with 3 heats, no pre-final, straight into the main event. Okay, now the rest of the day for Pappas and Garzon is simply, is simply damage limitation.
Now as we head down to the scales for a little more cool down here from our first of 2 KA senior groups. Heat 1, A and B, Jared Clark victorious, Drew James with a solid run to end in second. We'll send it down to you, Haley.
Drew, you're back in the seat.
Yeah.
What's it like to be here at your home track and be contending for the win?
It's nice. It's being able to contend for the win is nice. I haven't been really up front in a while, since probably Newcastle last year. So being here at home with my family and friends, it's nice. It's nice.
What's clicked for you at this track to be back at the front?
I don't know. I work at Kart Sport and they helped me out with the chassis. My first time on a new kart in 3 years, and it's fast. It's helping out.
Awesome. Thank you, Drew.
Thank you.
Thank you, Haley, and thank you to Drew James for a moment to chat as well. So P2 for Drew James, great run for him. Jared Clark, of course, victorious in this opening KA heat race, but a lot more to break down and a lot more to come from Trackhouse Motorplex. The other half of the KA 100 seniors are gridded and ready, groups C and D, here when we return with more action to the racetrack. Taking a quick look at our starting lineup here for heat number 2, C and D. Brandon Lemke, Paulie Massimino, your front row. Connor Ferris and Blake Nash on row number 2. Henry.
Stephen Isaac and Shea Aldrich go from row number 3. Lucas Sabo and Anthony Rivera on row number 4. Alex Mercado and Adam Maxwell on row 5. Look for Orton Fisher, Jorge Ortiz. A little bit further down the order, this is the second half. This is Group C and D in KA 100 Senior. And the carts nice and slowly in the tram line. Brandon Lemke leads them to the line. We're off and racing. Everyone makes a dive towards the inside line at turn number 1. And safely through turn 2. Over the crest at 3. And now down towards the ball at turn 4. Into that banked corner. You take a wide line in. Oh, there's an Inter-MS cart there. That was Martinez in cart number 904, just understeering into the corner. It is very dusty on the outside line there, but they're fanning out behind pole sitter and leader Brandon Lemke. There's Blake Nash making a move, moving into P4 now on the Nash Motorsports kart, although he's careful. Got to be careful to lose it there. As into turn number 1, the Sony kart of 979. Alex Mercado is there as well, as we can see there. One of the RPM karts defending. That was Aldrich in the 972, going through turn number 1, turn number 2, and out to turn number 3 again. The top two, Paulie Massimino, while he's understood the assignment, he has got his nose cone locked onto the rear bumper of the race leader, Brandon Lemke. He has looked, he went, I want no part of the chaos that he has been watching in the earlier races. I'll follow for a lap. I'll judge Lemke's pace. I'm not happy with Lemke's pace. I'm now going to pass him and try a drive away in that Brandon Jarzakrak racing machine. Can Paulie, the very quietly spoken driver out of Mooresville, North Carolina, he knows this track like the back of his hand. He's got Lemke pushing him along. Lemke from the very aptly named Eagle, town of Eagle, Wisconsin. Well, he's going to fly high like an eagle, and he is going to have to maybe get his talons out, because Connor Ferris is heading towards the front in that black and green Team Ferris making the Team Ferris racing machine. Oh, I've got to say, the Dalton Haynes racing team and Team Ferris Racing, they've used the same black and blue on their graphics kit, I've got to say.
Yeah, it's a little tricky to keep a hold on. The good news is most of the Ferris group, I believe all of the Ferris group drivers are on the K class, and Dalton and his teammate are only in X30 Pro, so it should be a little easy. Still tough for me and Henry. A lot of racing, a lot to keep up with. But right now, things look tame enough. 3 laps in, working lap number 4. Paulie and Brandon Lemke, both drivers, lots of experience. Connor Ferris the same. A calm start here to heat number 1 for Group C and D, as behind them, the racing is going to heat up a little. Anthony Rivera to the point over Blake Nash. That'll swap 5th. That'll back them up a little from Isert to give him some room, and it will make them closer to Aldrich, Machado, Zabo, and we got problems in the hairpin. 2 together, the 945 and the 987.
That'll be Max Barron in the 987 and Luca Reyna in the 945. Both continue. Will they continue into the pits, or will they continue in the race? They will, assess the damage and then make that decision before the end of the lap, I am sure. Now, Speed Sense Motorsports for Stephen Isert. The last time I was commenting on Stephen Isert, he was driving a Sony kart, I believe. So Speed Sense Motorsport is not a new name here in the paddock. It's a slightly unfamiliar name for me. He's on an Esprit chassis, so it's an OTK product, part of the Tony Kart, Lando Norris kart, Cosmic, family of Italian-built wagons. And in that sort of, unique Cup livery, the number 4, the 4th place kart there of Isert. It's sort of got a bit of orange, bit of blue, bit of white on it, the Speed Sense team. And we've now got a new leader. Brandon Lemke makes his move back to the top of the scoring pylon. Massimino lets him go. Doesn't want to fight side by side, because that will just lose them, but cost them both time. And Ferris, Isert, Rivera and Nash are not far behind either. That's your top 6 running lap 6. There's an 8/10 of a second gap after the top 6. Back to Mercado in 7th, Aldrich in 8th, then Sabo and the number 905 kart of Colin Roos, the driver out of Utah, Farmington, Utah. As we look at the run out of turn 3 there into turn number 4, you can see him dipping out of view slightly into the bowl section of that corner. And now through turn 5 down towards 6 and 7. This is the run into turn number 8. Will Massimino make a move? The answer is no, but the rest close in. There is a move. That is the number 932 of Shea Aldrich picking up a place on Alex Mercado. Mercado on that orange, black and white Velocity Racing Sodi kart is under pressure. Behind him there's the second of the Speed Sense Motorsports kart of Colin Roos, who is now drops to 11th position. But Lemke Massimino separated by a 10th at the front of the field. Out of turn number 3, down the hill we go. Into turn number 4, out of the bowl. And up again, Massimino not making a move at the front of the field. You're looking at the battle for what is 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th. Here's the leaders. Out of turn number 8 we go, and up towards turn 9. They'll flash out of 9 into turn 10 here, heading uphill. Not often you see people make a move going into the corner, because if you make a move going in, then you are a sitting duck. You are quite literally like the sitting duck at the first day of hunting season, coming out of that top final corner. Massimino looks over his shoulder again, heading down the straight. He now sees that the battle behind is on. Isaac to the inside for P3. That will give Massimino another couple of kart legs to play with when he chooses to take the fight to race leader Brandon Lemke. Running lap 9 out of 10. This is the first time, I mean, the top 11 starters, the top 12 starters still occupy the top 12 positions in the race. The biggest mover is the driver in 13th position. That is Gavin Bailiff, up from P24.
Big moves there for Gavin, but again, not all that much for a race that is really just strung out. And Oliver Hodgson made a great point about this at our last major in North Carolina here. He said, look, man, you're going to get 2 types of races from a class like this. If you have the fastest drivers up front, we're probably going to string out. We're all going to try to hold on to them. We're not going to fight as much in the middle, and that's kind of what you got right here. You have your fastest drivers, Paulie Massimino, Brandon Lemke showing the way. Here's a look back at Gavin Bailiff in the middle of the pack. Again, like you said, he's made up some spots from 24th, up 11 now, having got around Hudson Brown. So this is a great march forward from a bummer at the end of qualifying to have to start at the back for all 3 heat races. It could be a death sentence. He's going to have to replicate this run in heats 2 and 3 as well, Henry, because the heats are static grids. The way they qualified on Friday afternoon is how they line for all races today. And Gavin Bailiff a long Saturday ahead, but he's making the most of his first run at it here in heat number 1, halfway up the board. And every spot basically counts as 2 when you do the math.
And also, this is even worse news for Matteo Papis and for Sebastian Garzon. All the front runners from this race are staying up at the front. None of the other major players are losing the type of ground that they lost in their opening race.
Indeed.
So that, and this could be a case of, look, the drivers have seen what happened to the 2 Orslon Racing teammates and gone, okay, we can now capitalize. We can punish them just a little bit further.
Oh, Paulie! Whoa, man, what a mistake there. I don't know if he kind of was expecting it. Brandon Lemke braked a bit earlier than Paulie was planning on. Right as he went to go to the lead, he got into the back of Lemke, and it has now moved Isert to the point, Ferris to second, with a huge gap back to both Lemke and Paulie, who now are going to have all kinds of marbles and crud on the tires. They're going to be playing defense to finish this one. It is a change-up on the last lap for a race that was so calm, and now it's Isert, the Californian, losing out the lead there at the exit of 8 with a great crossover by Ferris.
Ferris just, the Red Sea parted. It's all fallen into his hands here. He had to make the one move, and he made it. He is going to come out of the final corner, drag race to the line, but Connor Ferris on the last lap starts it 4th, finishes it 1st. He takes the win by 0.08 over Stephen Isett. Lemke 3rd, Massimino back in 6th, Nash 4th, Rivera 5th. You can see the rest of the field coming across the line now. Well, we had a pretty sedate race for 11 laps, out of the 12. But then going into that first corner, you'd have to say that Massimino maybe got caught out a little bit by Brandon Lemke, but you can't fault Lemke for breaking early. It's the last lap, and he is in the lead.
Yeah, and again, the only thing I think that caught Paulie off is just the fact that, again, that move happened on the racing line. Lemke wasn't blocking low. He was probably, again, just trying to really back up the entry, so he had a great launch onto the back straightaway, because you're full throttle from turns 2 and 3 all the way up the hill down to 4. But still, either way it shook out provisionally. Lemke holds on to 3rd. Paulie Massimino crosses the line in 6th behind Blake Nash and Anthony Rivera, and we finally get some shakeup in our grid. Rivera up 3, Isert up 3, a handful more movers down the board, and Gavin Bailiff, he ends 13th. A great drive with hopefully more to show from it. That's your top 15. Beyond them, of course, Antoine Lemieux, Charlie Ropke, Ibrahim Dean, and in fact 23 of your 24 starters able to finish, even Luca Reina and Max Barron in that moment in turn 8 earlier. Only driver unable to finish this one out, Jorge Ortiz, down in 24th position. However, still a decent run in terms of speed for him. He'll be back for more action later this afternoon. But for now, we head back down to pit lane. Caleb Biesca, Haley Donaldson continue to give us more from the drivers, and we keep the show going. KA Seniors opening heat's done.
Paul, so you here. What happened on that last lap?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like his cart was hooked up, and I was just trying to stay there. But yeah, I totally misjudged that. I totally messed that up. That's on me. I apologize to him. I don't even know what happened right there. I don't know what I was thinking. Like I said, I apologize to Lemke's, Speed, all those guys. Really wasn't my intention. I don't know, just misjudged it. Thank you.
Apologies about the bit there. A lot of congestion down on the grid, but nonetheless, we continue to roll on here from Trackhouse Motorplex.
I think, though, you caught the most important part of it, where he said, sorry, my bad, my mistake, I misjudged it. That was the key takeaway from that. Massimino admitting that, hey, he just misjudged that move going into turn number 1, and it cost him. Now, I hope it hasn't doubly cost him with a nose cone penalty as well. Here we go, the next race up. It's time for Mini Swift. 31 entries in total. They'll be led to the green by Enzo Di Janeiro, Santiago Orioli second, then Maxwell Matcha and Jaden Francisco on row number 2. Zane Burgess and Parker Ives go from row 3. Cade Wolf and Lawrence Perriman on row number 4. Holden Myers, Paxton Romero are the rest of your top 10. 31 drivers in total, and we are in to the tram lines now. And are we good to go? We are not good to go. Well, that'll give us a chance. Behind the top 10, you've got Colton Schniegenberg in 11th, Nicholas Moes 12th, then Colton Brook, Jake Manialo, Nico Salazar and Cameron Johnson, the top 16. Camilla Canache and Ruben Greer are on row number 9, and Simon Klein and Anthony Mazzaculio. Is that right? No.
Yes. Mazzaculo.
Mazzaculo.
Yeah, Mazzaculo, P20 for him. And as you mentioned, Henry, it's a big one. It'll be one of the bigger ones on the day, grid-wise.
Yep.
Oscar Gus Wonderl, George Zeminski, Mikey Collins, Yusuf Adi, Nario Wojciechowski, Britannia, Morone, Simonelik, Liam Bergol, and Andrew Avalos will start 31st on the grid for the minis. So we saw the micros get after it. Now it's time for the mini Swifts to do the same. Heat number 1, ready for action. Enzo De Janeiro on the left in the black and white Paralin USA colors on the right side. Santi Orioli for the family team, the Orioli Kart Performance Group. Here we go. Yes, green flag and a great jump from the outside. Orioli's going to take the lead away up the hill. Can they make it through turn 2? This time, the barriers stay in place, and all are going to make it still up to turn number 3, although one driver has come to a halt there at the top of the hill. Who do we lose there? One at a very slow right out of the middle. Looked like the engine may have stalled. 30 of our 31 good to 5.
Yeah, I mean, Orioli got that jump timed to perfection. And he was able just to pin De Janeiro. The key is making sure that De Janeiro couldn't come across and take the preferred racing line into turn number 1. Compromise the pole sitter speed by just pinching them to the inside, and then that gives you, number 1, enough room to get round the first corner, but also gives you the extra momentum to take the race lead. Now Orioli has got his mirrors full of 29 other Mini Swift karts, because De Janeiro is still there in second, Ives there in third, Matcher is fourth, Burgess is fifth, then Perryman, Francisco, Schniegenberg, Myers, Romero, and then Wolf in P11. Can't quite see who was the driver that had the issue coming at turn number 3 on the opening lap. It wasn't one of the front runners, and I can see a kart at the back of the pack that is running, so that driver may have been able to, press Control, Alt, Delete, and reboot and carry on. But now Parker Ives is getting shuffled back. He's lost a 4th position to Burgess as Orioli tries to pull away. De Janeiro, with his head down, was looking for some help from Maxwell Matcher. Matcher had his own ideas and tried to take the position, and that's going to cost Matcher 3 places, because not only does Ives go through, so does Burgess, and so does Lawrence Perryman with a basketball design crash helmet for the Brandon Jars of Crack Racing Mike Doty Racing conglomerate.
So with 2 laps in the books here, still one long train of go-karts back to Nicholas Mose in 11th as they head down to the infield hairpin. So far, so good. Move there from Cade Wolf on the Roto-Rooter Timmy Tech Comp Kart. I don't know if he'll get the job done, working on Colton Schniegenberg in that all-black 137 Nitro kart for Team GWR in coordination with BJR. Up the hill, another one down, another one led by Enzo De Janeiro. And this kid, what a year he has had to this point, Henry. He has been so fun to watch. He has been one of 2, if not one of 3, if not one of 1 drivers on the weekend that has had a stopwatch on him from the moment they go green for practice. And again, at the forefront here as they head through the bowl at turn 4.
Oh, yeah. And Ben Cruttenden, a lot of credit's got to go to the Paralin USA team as well. Enzo, he saw him he had a penalty at an event in Orlando. That, again, as usual, I don't think that was fair. Oh, yellow flag waving.
Uh-oh.
The team, though, were like, hang on, let's look at it. Enzo, let's look at ourselves. What did we do wrong? And Enzo sort of agreed, okay, that was my bad. And he's learning from it. He's a rocket ship in a kart. But again, and he's got to be up on his toes, because we did have 12 karts in the lead train. As we look down the start-finish line, that's grown to about 15 or 16 now. And it's not because De Janeiro's defending, it's just because everyone else is sort of slowly grabbing that slipstream and closing in. Now, there's Burgess in 3rd position now. Ives is 4th. Did you just say the Roto-Rooter?
Roto-Rooter, yes, indeed. Full sponsorship for Cade Wolf. That's why he's got a little bit of a different livery further back in the top 10. But
dare I ask what a Roto-Rooter is?
I'll be honest, I know it's a NASCAR sponsor as well, and that's about it. But we'll find that out. We'll hopefully be interviewing Cade before this weekend's over. If he keeps the momentum up right now, the white helmet, Holden Myers there in the middle, that's his teammate. Cade Caboose on the train right now, and the white and blue machine further back around 8th there, trailing Schniegenberg as we check back in for 2nd. New man there, Zane Burgess takes command of the main pack as they try to reshuffle but keep Enzo in their sights. His lead was nearly 7/10 last time by the loop.
I just like the fact you say the Roto-Rooter Timmy Tech Comp Kart. That's a great name. Rolls off the tongue. Indeed. Again, let's talk about Colton Schniegenberg, the Go Win Races team. Small team, not many drivers, but they've got their package sorted, and Schniegenberg is up in the top 10. It's, great variety. I mean, you're lucky. You've got Nitro karts, Sony karts, you've got OTK products, Paralins, all running up at the front, as well as several more, which is good 2C. And of course, you've got the Andretti name on the side of Zane Burgess' kart, and of course the Nitro chassis. Now that has got something to do with Ganassi, Chip Ganassi as well in the Nitro brands. So you've got two of the biggest names in American motorsport, Andretti and Ganassi, featured on a mini Swift grid in karting. That's great.
Yeah, it's just been so fun to get to witness the connectivity from all different walks of motorsport, from IndyCar and NASCAR and IMSA and the likes that stand in the middle in between, from the Road to Indy to Trans Am and the like, connecting with karting once again. Our sport's kind of been all over the place at times, and when there's been motivated individuals, they have had lots of great links to karting, and once again it feels that way with Andretti Global, of course, sponsoring in Zane Burgess, Chip Ganassi Racing with that development deal for the entire Nitro Kart and Nitro Motorsports organization. That's huge for all the kids looking up the board, and plenty more as well throughout the paddock. Of course, MPG Motorsports with the long link to the IndyCar paddock from co-owner Billy Vincent, now working over part-time with Myers Shank Racing. They've got John Antonino Jr. and then, of course, Kart Republic, imported by Trackhouse Motorplex's parent company, VKG Entertainment, with Justin Marks and Eric Jones. That's a heavy tie to the Trackhouse Racing program that, of course, has Connor Zilish signed as a development driver in the Xfinity Series and the Chevrolet development program. That's also, as well, with the Speed Concepts Racing Group tied in from Scott Speed, Alex's brother Mike's son, that helps run that. So there's all kinds of connections throughout, and getting to have them more and more paying attention to the massive amount of talent that can be found at these American national races is huge. And I hope, again, these kids realize that there is such a privilege and a great opportunity they have to perform. And while there's pressure that comes with it as well, it's definitely a privilege, and it's something that they have all taken to very well. They've been great on the mic. They've been clean so far. And without a doubt, Henry, myself, you, all of our announcers, we talk about it. Some of the best races on any given weekend you'll find right here in Mini Swift as well as Micro Swift.
And it's not just like they're not just Nepo babies being sponsored by these big names. These are these big names from from IndyCar and from NASCAR. They're coming in. They're sponsoring talent. They're not just sponsoring the son of my current NASCAR driver. No. They are just sponsoring talent, no matter where that talent comes from, as in Zane Burgess, now getting his elbows out, De Janeiro and Burgess, and then you've got Ives, Holden Myers, and pretty in pink, Jaden Francisco there in P3. It's time to get the gloves off and to start sharpening the elbows here and round the outside.
Orioli.
Tries to go Orioli.
What a run there. What an attempt by Santi. Now, looking at the field coming through the infield. 2.5 to go. Stack 'em and pack 'em, boys and girls. Paxton Romero joining the fray. Lawrence Perriman in the orange basketball helmet at the back there. Side by side as Orioli sends Holden Myers back. Here comes Cade Wolf in the Roto-Rooter Plumbing Services. Timmy Tech Cup Kart moving through. But he'll get to the outside now and deals with Macha. No change up front. Change here. De Janeiro and Macha continuing to do battle there out of 11. And down the front stretch, they're still side by side. The Nitros as well behind them. 2 to go. Enzo leads the way up the hill.
Yeah, but look at those two Nitros in third and fourth. Make that those two Nitros in second and third. Here comes Park, arrives, trying to split them up the middle. I've seen 3 wide moves, but I've never seen someone try to go through the middle of a 3 wide move.
We got problems for Cade Wolf. Slowing out of turn 4. I don't know if he got bogged down or what. He's still running. Back of the main group now, trailing as they go to the infield. Wolf has a problem. Here's Orioli around the high side. Contact between Francisco and Mives. That'll allow Orioli through. Myers to the high side. 2 wide through turn 9 for all of them. More contact and around goes Paxton. Romero around. 1 more wide to avoid. 2 more collected. Perriman's involved. And 1 more as well. To the white flag. Still, there's 1 lap of racing left. It'll be Inzane leading the way in an Inzane heat race as Francisco moves into second.
Orioli started the penultimate lap in 5th. He's now made his move up into P3. He's going to be having to defend coming out of this corner down this straight because De Janeiro in the 190 and Ives are right there. Macha is in 6th position. We're down to 6 for the win. Through turns 5 and into 6. New leader, Santi Orioli. And Francisco gets run a little bit wide. Now Orioli defends. Burgess will try and go round the outside. Can he make it stick? No. Look for Parker. Ives. Ives has it. Oh, and there's an incident there. I think that was Francisco who had gone. But it's going to be Parker Ives and Maxwell Matcher. Ives and Matcher started this lap 5th and 6th. They will finish it 1st and 2nd. And who's going to get there? Burgess, Orioli. And look at Cameron Johnson on the Merlin chassis for Franklin Motorsports coming home in 5th. There is the Roto-Rooter Plumbing Timmy Tech comp cart of Mr. Wolf. He said he was having trouble earlier on. He came back to 6th. Salazar, Canache, Jaden Francisco. Now look, there's Perryman is up and he is okay. Colton Schniekenberg finishes 10th. Lawrence Perriman in the number 128, the number 133 of Nicholas Moez. There were the two that were piggybacking over each other, but those drivers are okay. Paxton Romero coming home in 19th. Holden Myers, 15th. It got a little bit excitable at the end of heat number 1. I would say that the race director will probably, have a discussion with those drivers and say, okay, that was, a bit too much. As George
that was definitely, it was ramping up.
Yes.
It's heating up. And, it definitely boiled a bit there at the end of heat number 1. Kudos, though, to Ives and Matcha. They end victorious. And, we will take you to a quick break to catch our breath after that one. What a race. So much happened there for the Mini Swifts. Parker Ives, victorious. Heat 1. We'll be right back.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200?
I'm tired of all this Brandon business, okay? Brandon this, Brandon that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats, they got MXCs. And if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental US over $200, that's free shipping.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there?
Dude, I'm doing a commercial.
Dude, we have no time. It's about to start.
Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others. What do I get at Shop AKR?
MXC rims.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Look at this Kyle Cuthbertson. Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney, Turney in the dirt.
Welcome back to Trackhouse Motorplex. Speed Concepts Racing X30 Junior getting ready to roll from their first heat race. Lucas Palacio on the inside, row number 1 there in that white and orange Kart Republic. He'll be joined by fellow junior rookie Ashton Woon. Those two split Mini Swift championships over last season. Cole Medeiros, Tristan Murphy, row 2. Teo Salamao will complete your top 5. It is a very healthy grid of karts. And we're ready to let them loose. Heat 1, X30 Junior in the lines, looking good. It is good. We're racing down to turn 1.
Here's we get to see what has Lucas Palacio learnt as the back of the field, the 709 REM kart. That's Leo Da Silva coming to grief. But Palacio, he's been doing it on the world stage over in WSK, and now he comes back. What have his rivals learnt in his absence? Because if he thinks he's coming home to a nice easy run, he is sadly mistaken, as already Medeiros and the number 751 of Theo Salamao getting involved. The 799 of Edward Kennedy, the energy kart, working really well. And here's the first lead change. It's Theo Salamao from 5th to 1st on the opening lap. Palacio coming straight back at him though, and Salamao says, not today. I'm going to lead this one for a little bit. And there's Medeiros and Kennedy battling, an all-Canadian scrap over P3.
Big run down to 4. Kennedy on the high side. Looked like everybody else in front of him was single file, and they will end that way. Kennedy now falls behind Tristan Murphy. So backward slide very quickly for Edward from 3rd across the loop to half a lap later back to 6th. Everyone's making big moves down on the hairpin. Lots of drivers bailing to the inside to either defend or try to make a pass. It looked like a move was made by Jude Thurmalaswamy, maybe. One of the Speed Concepts Racing entries there. Quite a few of them here in this junior class, but it's led by Orsolone Racing's Theo Salamao, the Daytona Super Prix standout. Continues to show the way at the end of lap number 2, and behind him, here's the fight for 4th. Ashton Woon all the way down, kissing the grass, going to 1, trying to fend off a hungry pack of about 15. Let's see what happens down at 4. They're going to change the lead. They'll change 4th as well. Murphy gets on Woon, and Palacio gets one over on Theo Salamao. So Lucas reclaims that top spot.
But see the difference between the top 3 as they head down towards turn 8 now, and everybody else behind. Look at them all firing out to the inside. There's Weiland in the number 720 Magic Kart, trying to replicate some of the moves he was making in his junior, KA Junior heat earlier on. Not quite as successful here. And here we go into turn number 1 at the start of lap number 4. Side by side for P4 between between Woon and Murphy. Murphy gets it. Woon wants it back. Weiland is next. Antonino, Kennedy, Vanchev, and then the number 791 kart, the driver out of Kalamazoo, Michigan, Jude Thurmalaswamy. How was that? That
was a good one.
That was a good one. Thurmalaswamy. I was worried I was going to get Kalamazoo wrong there, but Jude, hey Jude, you're in the top 10 ahead of Sarah Bradley, Nico Katowski, and then Popescu, Pettit, Dupuis, Saraval, Halfan, and Sebastian Rist driving for Vorti's competition.
Side by side at the back there in 11, Antonino and Woon going at it. Ashton Woon just cannot seem to find a break as they go by. Here comes Alexander Vanchev. He'll go through in turn 3. Here comes a teammate for Woon and Jude. And then Sarah Bradley, the SCR Red Speeds, or the CS50, the Sainz machines, the Carlos Sainz chassis, back now lined together at the end of the top 10, 10th, 11th, and 12th. But up front, Palacio, Salamao, Medeiros, fast lap that time by. Give the honor, I believe, to Tristan Murphy, a 48.74. That was a burner for sure, and it put him a little bit closer to Medeiros. He is tracking down our man in 3rd. Max Weiland trying to do the same back in 5th. Let's see what they look like this time across the loop. 48.7s for the leaders, a 6.7 for Tristan Murphy. Another 10th lopped off to the top 3. He is marching forward on that Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony card.
Yeah, and after those initial opening salvos over the first couple of laps, things have calmed down. Now everybody is sort of, I say, content. They are where they are. They think, okay, I need a couple of laps now, maybe cool the tires, maybe just sort of work on closing in, because my chances are still not over. They're looking up at the front. They're seeing Salamao locked onto the rear bumper of Palacio, and they think to themselves, okay, we know that's going to break loose at some point, so let's make sure we're as close to it as possible as Vanchev makes the move on Kennedy, and Kennedy doesn't fight it, and in fact now will push Vanchev down the straight through turn number 1 and 2. So hopefully neither of those two drivers lose any ground to Antonino, who runs in front of them in that MPG Motorsports kart in P6.
Yeah, John Antonino Jr. Right now in no man's land between the groups, trying to close up to Weiland a little bit. Looks like he gained some. This will bring everybody close together again. Little contact in 8, and we're 3 wide for the lead. Murphy not able to go anywhere. He gets back to 3rd. Medeiros to 2nd, but Teo takes over, and it's Palacio back to 4th with company. Here comes Weiland to the rear bumper. He won't go. Antonino will. New man in 5th, and here comes Vanchev as well. But up front, Canada to the lead. Cole Medeiros goes through, and Murphy is unable to follow. He stays 3rd.
And that is why we saw those few laps where everybody just settled down and played follow the leader, because they knew that this would happen up front. Salamao hanging tough there at turn number 4, and they knew this would happen, and they knew that it would bring them all closer together, because behind the top 4, look at 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th, all in a row. Back to Pettit, 12th, Bradley, Thirumal Asawami, Woon is down to 9th, Kennedy, Vanchev, Weiland and Antonino all chasing the top group there out of the final corner. Antonino to the inside, looking for P2. Does John Antonino get it? Yes, he does, at the expense of 711 Tristan Murphy. Running lap 9 out of 12. Orsalon Racing leads MPG Motorsports, leads RPM up at the front of the field. Then the Racing Edge Motorsport team, followed by the Rollerson Performance Group, Magic Kart, and then a gap back to Speed Concepts Racing. We've got 3 drivers. New race leader, John Antonino at turn number 8, and Salamao having to defend. That's given Antonino a couple of kart legs. Can he make that count? And he runs it high, wide and handsome out to the final corner. Can Antonino hang on? Lap 10 out of 12.
So far, so good for Buddy. John Antonino Jr., though, is going to have a fight headed to his doorstep now as they close back in down the back straightaway. This pack is single file back to Ashton Woon, who is trying to recover from that great qualifying effort that saw him just slide like a rock down the leaderboard in the opening couple laps. 2.5 to go into the hairpin. Antonino leaves the door open. Salamao goes through. Behind him, side by side for Medeiros and Vanchev. And it will end up with Antonino now side by side with Murphy. Vanchev's going to follow to get to 3rd, and Teo is going to get a big lead here. Let's see if Vanchev, he told Antonino there with the hand signal to work together, knowing that it's going to explode behind him, and it has. Porter, stay careful there. Your ankles nearly got busted by this crazy pack. The battle is on for 4th onwards to about 12th, and the top 3 have some room now with a lap and a half to go.
Yeah, Cole Medeiros, he was the main reason that we've now got a 3-kart breakaway. He went at the inside coming in the final corner, clattered across the curb and forced everybody to check up. It allowed Salamao, Antonino and Vanchev to break clear. Now Vanchev makes a move, eases Antonino wide. Oh, that was wonderful there from Vanchev to just give Antonino enough room to slide in behind him without running off the track. Oh, and there's an RPG car.
Luca Popescu, the 719, slowing there on the inside of turn 9. He'll drop down from 12th last time by. White flag, Henry.
White flag. Where has Lucas Palacio gone? He has dropped down the order. I'm not sure if there's been a problem. Here we go into turn number 4 for the final time. It's Salamao, Vanchev, Antonino now out of the bowl, up towards turn 5, through 5, into 6, out of 7. And no one making a move. Woon in 4th, and Medeiros having to make that REM kart very wide in 5th.
Murphy going to get by on Thermal Aswami. He'll be on the outside for 9, but up front, still good. Palacio indeed, a DNF back on lap 10. to the last corner. Salamau versus Vanchev, a Daytona repeat. Will it be the same winner? It will for Heat 1. Teo hangs on. Alexander Vanchev second, Antonino third, and behind them, Woon gets away for fourth. Thermalaswamy gets fifth. Medeiros, Max Weiland, Tristan Murphy, Sarah Bradley, Edward Kennedy was about like a bowling ball bouncing back and forth off the bumpers of the lane. Not of his own doing, but he ends up with a safe top 10 after that one. A crazy middle of the top 10 to early teens fight an X30 Junior that ends with this top 15 through Pettit, Katowski, Halfen, Rist, and William Kim. And when you take a look back down the next page, well, Palacio will not be on it. He is the only DNF. This group here, Popescu, we saw him 12th. He ends 22nd. Not a lot of other big notables in that. A few spots picked up for the driver, Leonardo Saravalli and Benham Abernathy. They pick up about 5 apiece. But most importantly there, Lucas Palacio, 31st, the only DNF from that heat race. And just like that, it's on to another one. KA100 Masters getting ready to go green, folks. We'll take this moment one more time to step aside, and at least for Henry and myself, while more of the on-track action continues. 2 more heat races before a short break for the hardworking U.S. Pro Kart Series staff and our incredible Kart Chaser coverage crew, and then 2 more rounds of heat races in the afternoon. But up next, Nash Motorsports KA Masters.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Welcome back to Trackhouse Motorplex. KA100 Master on screen. 2 more heat races remain before a short break in the action here at the lunch break. Dusty Davis, top qualifier, fastest in morning warm-up as well. Martin Stone will join him on row 1. It'll be then Renato Yader-David on row number 2 alongside the best kart's Paul Montopoli.
Ariel Castro, hopefully Ariel is out there in the 479. In fact, look, he did go out in warm-up this morning.
Yeah, he was nursing an elbow injury. He is out there. He just sat out for warm-up. He should be good. He's on screen. He's ready. We're ready. Let's get after it. KA Master action presented by Nash Motorsports. Dusty Davis in the red and white takes us underway down to turn number 1. Oh, no! Ariel around in front of everyone.
That's not going to help. And I was going to say the rest of the field, they need to organize themselves to take the fight to Dusty Davis, and that's not happened. They've all conspired to give Dusty, well, most of them, we're down to about a lead group of 4.
Yeah, 5th on back really was the casualties there. Miguel Mir, the big winner. He goes from 8th to P5, but the top 4, the first 2 rows did get away scot-free.
Yes.
Albeit your off-pole man, Martin Stone, has faded back to the 4th spot. In Daytona, it was all about Martin Stone and Renato Yader. They've got company. Dusty Davis Trackhouse Motorplex superstar, and Paul Montopoli makes his U.S. Pro Kart Series first start of the year. He's right there in third on the best kart, looking extremely good at the end of this opening lap. In fact, Stone failed back a little ways there on his RPG Cosmic, so a slow start for the number 1 plate.
Yeah, Martin Stone, based now in Dallas, Texas, but obviously he's got a lot of British help running him. That David Gregory, Dodge Gregory running him in the RPG tent. Stone, again, a driver, pretty sure is from the UK. Then you've got Mir in 5th position. But I've got to say, Renato Jada David is keeping Dusty Davis very honest here in the early going. And what about that best car? Paul Montopoli, what a way if you want to, sell on, it's podium on Sunday, sell on Monday. And they'll be hoping that if Paul Montopoli can stay where he is, then the order book for the AMV built best kart chassis could be filling up there. We've got a battle for the lead, and Dusty Davis just opens the door, but he knows he's got the momentum coming out of the corner to hold on to top spot. Stone now closing back in. It looks as though we lost Elefante, Shambo, and both Carapolettis on that opening corner, Kim and Scott Carapoletti. So we're down to 13 drivers of the 17 that started. Ariel Castro on the RPG X30 chassis is out there running, bad elbow and all.
And I would not be surprised as well that if Ariel Castro doesn't think he'll catch the pack, that maybe he'll just pull in, nursing that that arm injury as well. So hopefully he's going to be still running, but that may make us down to 12 still going on the racetrack. But down 4 as of now. Ariel, there he is, bottom of the screen, just went by. While the leaders head for the infield, Montopoli's just been cruising, pushing Renato Yater around. That's not a bad driver to follow, although they got a little bottled up there in the hairpin, and Martin wants to take advantage. Can't quite do it there in turn number 9. Dusty Davis continues to lead the way here in KA 100 Masters. Let's go side by side and talk to one driver lining up from the prettiest spot on the grid, Gus Lawrence on his U.S. debut. Caleb.
Thank you, Xander. Yeah, Gus, actually just watching your countryman, Martin Stone here trackside, but we talked a little bit earlier. The starts, was one of your biggest questions. You've kind of been watching. What have you learned, as you've kept your eyes peeled on the racetrack?
Yeah, definitely the start is quite late down the straight, so hopefully we'll minimise any accidents further back, but yeah, it's different to back at home. I just need to get my head around it and see how the first race plans out, and we'll go from there.
Yeah, and talking about the first race, the first time you're going to be racing against, some of the best here in the U.S. What are you kind of looking forward to? What are you looking to learn here?
I just need to learn how everyone races, their style, and if they overtake or push or whatnot. It's not necessary to win, like two or three heats, and then obviously the final tomorrow. Watching the race is quite tight, so it doesn't really spread out, so just need to have some solid points to be up the sharp end for the final.
Well, best of luck, Gus, and I know Henry's excited to see you go out there.
Thank you.
Gus Lawrence, happy, all smiles right now. Hopefully it will stay that way as the day goes on. He rolls from the pole, and X30 Pro up next, gunning for an unprecedented purse of upwards of, I believe, $16,000 or $17,000 in total, with 100% payback from every entry fee dollar in that 27 driver class, an uptick from the opening weekend in Daytona. Checking back in with our KA Masters here, coming to the halfway point this time, Henry. We haven't missed anything yet, but if you look closely, you can definitely see some drivers showing speed versus others. This is a look at Lobue and Brand Estes there. They are currently 6th and 7th on the racetrack, a couple seconds away. Miguel Mir, great start for him to 5th. He's kind of just been left alone since then. The leader's driving away. Martin Stone is starting to pick it up a little, back in 4th, and other than that, I mean, still Davis to Yater David to Montopoli.
And of course, I think that incident at the first corner spread the field out, and we're not quite seeing, I'm expecting, obviously Ariel Castro to feature more prominently. Mundi Lawyer down in 9th position. He's 7 seconds off this lead group. A lot of that damage was done in the first the first corner, which delayed a whole bunch of drivers. Now we're starting to see, as the race enters its second half, we're starting to see Montopoli and Stone just fade by an extra couple of kart lengths. And that's significant because it means they're no longer within lunge distance. And you can see Renato Ojeda David there checking over his shoulder all the time. He's just saying, okay, if I do make a move, I'm not going to be swallowed up straight away. I've got a couple of kart lengths, but Dusty Davis is showing no signs of letting up. And you can see there, you know, Dusty, always when you're looking at a kart that is well set up and the driver hardly looks like they're turning the steering wheel. You know, Dusty Davis, he doesn't look like his hands are moving on that wheel one little bit. It's just very small, incremental little movements on the wheel. And he is the only one in this group not looking over his shoulder at some point. Everyone else is sort of checking, see what's going on behind. That means they're concerned about what's going on behind. Davis, not concerned one iota.
Let's keep our eyes on it here, though. Miguel Mir out of it, but Orsilon Racing still with Renato Yater with 4 laps to go. Dusty Davis has led them all. Like you said, Henry, he looks good. Caleb, you look pretty good, too, down on pit lane there, buddy. Let's send it to you.
Thank you, Xander. Always appreciate it. I'm standing by here with our reigning champion, Austin Garrison. Obviously sat out round 1. Back here for round 2, back at USPKS. How are we feeling?
We're feeling good. We're confident going into this weekend. I'm really fast here. We've been kind of, struggling on the go-kart a little bit to find a little bit better pace. But besides that, I think we should be fine. Excited to go and be back and have a chance to go and win some money. That's why I'm here.
There you go. Best of luck, Austin.
All right, thank you.
He's Austin Garrison, great. You want to sum up the drivers, loyalty? Offer them some cold, hard Benjamins for coming and racing here. And you know what? The stars come out. It's a big money industry, and it's about time. And I've been saying it for the UK as we got to move there, Stone. I've been saying it here. It's a big money industry, this sport that we are in, and we love. Why don't we put some big money prize money on the line to get these drivers to treat it as a career, not a stepping stone? It's working here.
Well, it just helps. It makes it easier to continue to race, right? I think everybody would love to be able to do it, but you have this gap usually from when the drivers turn 17, 18, or even younger until they get into the Masters ranks when, by that time in life, maybe they've got a business going, maybe they've got a great job and an opportunity to be able to self-fund, and, well, that's the case with these two up front, and they're still racing as if they're kids. Great slider there from Renato Yater to take over the lead from Dusty after chasing him this whole way, and Dusty's going to send it with a nice youthful move there in turn 5 as well. Great action, but indeed, Henry, it just makes it possible for all those drivers to continue racing, for the likes of Frankie Mossman to be able to keep it going on the side of his full budget focus on a USF Pro Championships run and a hopeful IndyCar career. And yeah, it allows us to get to see them on the path from junior still through senior all the way until they end up still racing around here in Masters like Dusty Davis is as he leads to the white flag.
I was going to say, I thought that Renato Jada David may have gone too soon. He went with a lap and 3/4 to go, and that's a long time to allow Dusty Davis to try and find a way back. Now Davis defends. What has Renato learned? He goes high into turn 4 to get the better run through turn 5. This is where Dusty somehow managed to find clear track to repass a lap ago with Stone and Montopoli right there as well. Dusty Davis will defend into turn 8. What about the crossover? He's almost there, wheel to wheel, side by side, but Davis has the inside line. No, it's Renato Jada David with the lead, 1 to go.
Oh, and Davis to the high side. He'll try and send it as Stone finds a hole. Renato to the line. Look at Davis around the outside. Dusty steals it back at the line. Dusty Davis with the win in Heat 1 for K Master with an around the outside move in turn number 11. What an incredible finish. And that slow burn, that nice and easy build to the final 2 laps did not disappoint, Henry. What a finale for their first time out here. Davis to David, to Stone, to Montopoli. Miguel Mir, a quiet race for him to round the top 5 over then Joey Lobu. Scott Falcone climbs the board a little to end 7th. Brand Estes 8th. Mundi Lawyer, Junaid Dean, Ariel Castro, Kevin Simonelik, and Flip Rodriguez end up down 13th and 14th of the 17 who started. 12th and 13th of the 17 who started. We lost the 4 off the bat. Elefante, Todd Shambo, and the Carapalati brothers. But a good one to send off the Masters and warm us back up for X30 Pro action here from Trackhouse Motorplex. One final look there at the results from your KA100 Masters. Dusty Davis, again, your Heat 1 winner. But we switch from that down to the grid. Gus Lawrence alongside North Carolina's own Paulie Massimino for Brandon Jarsacrack Racing at the end of qualifying yesterday, who has already gotten to see the racetrack and racing action with a great run in KA Senior, albeit a bit crazy at the end. But he's got the butterflies out the way now for the money class. And, well, big money, pro racing, you know if it's in the States, Ryan Norberg is on the grid, and so will be Dalton Haynes, especially when you head to the racetrack where he made a name for himself here at Trackhouse Motorplex. The Haynes Motorsports team debut rolling from position number 4. And we talked to Austin Garrison there with Caleb Vieska. He looked happy, but I'll tell you one thing. There is nobody with the bit between his teeth this year than more than Austin Garrison. Chatting with him as well early in the week, he said, you know, the difference for me from Texas a year ago to Texas this year of him and Ryan Norberg, he said, man, I got that. I wanted it more. I wasn't going to play second fiddle again. He's not going to do that from 5th either. And, well, welcome back, Hayden Jones. Matthews, North Carolina's own, has been studying mechanical engineering, and it's kept him busy. But he's back from college now with finals done and racing on tap for him as he rolls with his all-familiar RPG Cosmic gang from P6. How about Brian Raffa and that Full Tilt Racing Tony Kart with Mike Doty Racing? The Northeastern-based driver ready to roll from P7. He could be a surprise front runner later on today. And on that same token, how about the young lady? The boys up in front of her better be ready. Brooke Shambo with a fantastic qualifying effort. Her best to date, P8 for the Brandon Jarsacrack Racing LN Kart driver. Davin Roberts as well. Just one of the youngest drivers, could make history as one of the youngest drivers to ever get a payday like this one and ever win a pro category with the Ryan Perry Motorsport. A full rookie, row number 5, as it's SLA Kart Racing's Enzo Vidmontien on the outside. He already has shown some speed. P2 in happy hour for the Brazilian-American. And behind him, let's go back to row number 6. Not the best quali effort yet for fast Frankie Mossman, but he enters this weekend 3rd in the points. He'd like to change that. Put a number 1 plate on the side of that machine for 2026. And, well, how about alongside him? Henry Taylor for Timmy Tech and Comp Kart rolling from P12. A solid qualifying effort in one of his first, if not the first, X30 Pro starts for him on the national stage. Got a lot of experience here. He knows how to get around this place. Let's check in with Energy Course Americas, the first of the boys in blue, white, and red. Levi Sangera, the Canadian and British nameplate there, alongside the 377 Velocity Racing Sodi, Miami, Florida's own Colin Lloyd. Easy to pick out with that pink and white helmet. And when you talk about the pink of Miami Vice, you got to talk about Vice Racing's Jacob Kolar. That feel-good superstar win, the performance of the year at the Miami Grands last year. Got his first career pro national win. One heck of a payday at America's All-Star Race that happens every year this year at Labor Day weekend at the end of August when they return. He rolls deep back in 15th alongside Atlanta, Georgia's Daniel Perez. Caden McQueen, another one of the fast Brits here, coming from across the pond, Henry, but it has not been the best of weekends to this point. Hovering the top 10 and a 17th in qualifying. And going back there, you'll find our Jim Weed onboard camera riding shotgun with Finnegan Bailiff because he starts just behind McQueen. It's McQueen, Maverick McKenna on row number 9. Kellen Spears, and then the 329 of Finnegan Bailiff for TKG Bureau Art USA that we'll be riding on board with, presented by Jim Weed. On row number 10. Santi Fernandez and Christian Blevins Jr. back on row number 11. Henry Lepard and Quentin McPherson for an all Rawls and Performance Group, row 12. Brian Garcia and Remy Andriatos on row number 13. And starting shotgun on the field, although no pass by the timing loop, should have been ZCD, Zachary Clayman DeMello with Nash Motorsports. Here's that full grid one more time for you folks. They'll line up this way all day long. 3 rounds of heat races, and Gus Lawrence, talk about making an impact. Pole in qualifying, he'll lead all 3 heats to green.
Gus said it's going to be interesting to see, this is what he's going to learn. How do the Americans race? Well, Gus, you are about to find out. I said at the start to you guys when Gus said he was coming out here, he's got the speed of a hunter, but he has got the racecraft and the racing brain of a tourney. You combine them with an RPG kart and RPG power, you have a dangerous combination. However, there are 25 equally as dangerous drivers right behind. This is going to be the first of 3 12-lap heat races. It's a 36-lap setup for tomorrow's main event. X30 Pro is about to begin, and Air Force One leads them to the line.
Let's take a look at it as we go side by side for the start. Shotgun on the bottom right corner with Finnegan Bailiff. Your main field on screen, no green on the first time by. Ready to go though for our start. It will give us one more lap to warm it up, and again, Gus Lawrence will bring the field through the cut through and get ready to go. Great story again about Gus Lawrence, following in the footsteps of Oliver Hodgson almost to a T at this point. First, of course, being the lead driver, the house pro for Paul Fletcher and the PFI race team at PF International, one of the most, if not the most, well-known kart tracks out of the United Kingdom that, of course, boasts a lengthy and wealthy karting history. And now, making his U.S. debut, it's a 2-race deal for Gus so far. He's got this weekend confirmed with the U.S. Pro Kart Series in North Carolina. He's on the entry list for the SCUSA Pro Tour's second round in Cincinnati at the end of this month. And hopefully, a guy like him, a personality that's already gaining some fans and some traction here in the U.S., it will not be the last of him. We'd love to see more, but for now, we know we've got him for this weekend, and he's right in front of you. On screen, on the pole, in the purple, blue, and pink Rollison Performance Group colors. And again, a fresh helmet, a fresh suit for Paulie Massimino and Brandon Jarsacrack Racing. Let's try this on attempt number 2. Heat number 1, X30 Pro, presented by RPG. Finn Bailiff in the bottom right with the Jim Weed on board. Looking for green. We've got it. We're racing down to turn number 1, and everyone's going to fan out. High, wide, handsome, 3 wide, 2 wide, and up the hill we go for the first time. So far, so good. Oh, no, Massimino's around. Paulie Massimino gets spun at the top of the hill in turn 3.
And what happened there, looking down in the insert there, Finnegan Bailiff alongside one of the Energy chassis. Now, I spoke to Dean Keeble. I know they're changing between different frames in the Energy team, and there's an incident down there at the back. Lawrence leads. It's an RPG. 1, 2, 4, because Dalton Haynes dives at the inside and passes what I believe that was Hayden Jones. But then Haynes loses out on the exit, and it's Garrison who's now up into P3. Lawrence and Norberg. There's, well, I'm sure it's going to be, I say only a heat race.
Yeah,
Ryan
but this
Norberg,
is about asserting yourselves, reminding who's the big dog under the tent here. Ryan Norberg, 26 years young, right behind Gus Lawrence, as Jones now is buried in the field. This is the only scheduled start for Hayden Jones in 2025. Nothing else on the calendar that will fit. Hopefully it will not stay that way, but again, a performance this weekend might make that decision a little easier with a bit of a bigger bank account coming out of this one.
Oh, yeah.
Dalton Haynes, a move there on Ryan Raffa. That'll put him fourth as Jones gets around the rookie. Davin Roberts and Brooks Shambo move him to 7th. Austin Garrison alone in 3rd, but they have given what you can never afford to do. Ryan Norberg a big gap, and now as we're learning, Gus Lawrence the same, but Norberg's already tracked him down 2.5 tenths on that last lap alone. We've got a fight brewing.
Yes, indeed. You say about heat racing, and they're going to keep it clean. No. They're going to want to make it in the nicest possible way, in the most team-friendly environment. Ryan will want to remind everyone, hey, I am the big dog in the yard here, and everyone else can just stay on their leash for the time being. And Gus Lawrence will be thinking to himself, well, I haven't come here just to make up the numbers. Mr. Marlinson's brought me out for a reason. If you don't know who I am, let me introduce myself. Also, huge credit to the number 353 of, Ryan Raffa, a new name to me, hanging it tough at the big guns. Davin Roberts in 8th place. Davin Roberts was a junior at the start of this year. He's one of the youngest juniors, but he's so tall, he's moved up to seniors at the earliest opportunity. I think he's only still 13 years old.
Yeah, at an age waiver. I believe maybe only 12.
Yeah, he is. You know what? He's 12.
But again, at an age waiver here to be able to move up is huge for him. This is Finn Bailiff. Little bumper there to Caden McQueen and into Brooks Shambo from Finnegan. Oh, man, racing and dicing it up there at the edge of the top 10. This is just in the early teens as he was battling it out. But here's our move for the lead. Ryan Norberg gets by on new teammate Gus Lawrence. And Lulaku's lurking. Austin Garrison in the background closes in. Haynes closes in. And fast Frankie Mossman making quick work of that poor qualifying effort. He has already clawed his way to that 5th position from 11th. Great start for Fast Frankie and Jay Howard driver development.
You know, Norberg, Lawrence, Garrison, Haynes, Mossman. There's a top 5 that anyone can be proud of. And, Mossman's slow.
Mossman's got a problem. He tagged the barrier. He tagged the barrier in turn 2, and it bent the axle. And trying to avoid him, I believe, was that Henry Taylor?
I think it may have been in the Timmy Tech Kart because Mossman was slow coming off the corner. He drove to the inside, trying to pull off, and I think somebody was over thinking, no, he didn't realize there was a problem, and swept to the inside. Up at the front, we're down to 4, with a big gap now. Back to Jones in 5th, Rafa 6th. I think you got Davin Roberts, Roberts in 7th. Here's Finnegan Bailiff on board in the cut through. He's chasing the number 3.
Yeah, that'll move him up to 9th, McQueen. And McQueen saw him coming there in turn 1. He couldn't do it, so bottom right corner, battle for 8th. Top corner, battle for the lead. Gus Lawrence back to the point now, and Austin Garrison continues to lurk, having tracked them down, cruising in 3rd. Dalton Haynes on the way on that Haynes Motorsports Sodi. First team weekend for the team. He'd love to bring a big result and a big check home. Here's an opportunity to get some more spots as Norberg and Gus continue to trade that top position. Ryan wins out on that battle. And at the bottom corner there, you saw Danny Perez get back around Finn Bailiff. That was for 9th. So you got the top 7 more or less on screen here at the halfway mark. 6 down, 6 to go. 4-car lead pack, and then 8th on back, getting captured there by our Jim Wheat on board. McQueen, Perez, and Finn Bailiff.
Davin Roberts has gone past Ryan Raffa. Behind 7th place, there's a huge gap back to McQueen in 8th, Perez 9th, Kolar up at the 10th, then Vidmontien, Shambo, Bailiff, Massimino, Colin Lloyd, McKenna, Taylor, Fernandez, Spears, and Levi Sangera. This is, of course, the first weekend that Gus Lawrence has run on the MG tyre. So he is now learning how that reacts to different heat cycles. How can you push? Can you ease off? Can you let them cool? There's only one way to find out because each driver copes differently with the tyre, and that is to run it. So, he's taking notes mentally as well as trying to battle.
Speaking of different
with
drivers getting the most of it. 47-0, Hayden Jones, purple that time by, 0.2 better than his teammates and 0.3 better than Dalton Haynes. Hayden Jones is on the charge right now, and while there's still time left in this race, he'll have to make quick work if he wants a shot at the win. Norberg's lead still holding back to Lawrence, Garrison, and Dalton Haynes, but it was 1.4 seconds last time by the stripe. Let's see how close it's going to come down now from Hayden Jones in the 316 machine. He stole a win away from the likes of Garrison and Norberg and crew 2 years ago. He would love to do it again and then take the money and run in what, again, is his only planned start in 2025. 4 to go. Davin Roberts, Ryan Raffa still hanging on strong there in 6th and 7th. Just a little bit off the pace of the blistering speed of Jones as we see a change in 3rd. Dalton getting by on Garrison.
I mean, what a debut for the Dalton Haynes racing team. We know that Dalton can do it, but it's very different when you're running under someone else's awning than running under your own awning, where that you and I'm sure Brother Roman have put in all the hard work to get it all together. It's a very different feeling going from just driver to team owner and driver. And, Haynes showing that he's lost none of the spark that made him one of the hottest properties in US karting as he makes a move for P2 going into turn number 1.
Time to go for Dalton Haynes, although take a look at that front bumper of the Haynes Motorsports Sodi. That bumper does look a little bit loose. He might have a pushback bumper penalty looming here for the 369. So we'll keep close eyes on the black and blue right now into second. Regardless, though, Henry, this is still a good run.
Yep.
And not only is there the ability to protest with your own onboard footage, which it doesn't look like Dalton has an onboard camera on that machine, but you do have the U.S. Pro Kart Series new race control video system at your disposal. You're allowed, I believe, 1 protest per weekend for a pushback, but you've got to be able to prove without a shadow of a doubt that it was not deserved for any green to checker contact. So 2 to go. Haynes still tracking down Norberg, trying to outrun that penalty. Let's see if he can get to him. He's got a big run down the backstretch. He'll close into a car length as Garrison begins to look for a way by Gus Lawrence, who is now trailed not just by himself, but trailed by Hayden Jones, who's made it a 5-car party at the front.
Yes, indeed. And of course, Dalton Haynes is thinking to himself, you know, what other team has made their debut in the sport, in a pro class, and won their very first race? It's not one for me to answer. The Emery Lyder Book of Statistics could probably answer that one for us at some point this weekend. But he's not there yet. He's still got Ryan Norberg to pass. Even if he's going to push back, he'll look to take the win on the road. And there's Garrison now defending from Haynes.
Checking it out now as the field rockets down the backstretch. Still more battling back there. Garrison and Jones. Haynes all over Norberg now. Lawrence, he should be safe in third. It'll be a fight for fourth as Austin has to try and fend off Hayden. Dalton's got a decent run. I don't know if he's going to really get aggressive with it. Ryan's going to prepare for it anyway. Low in 8. Haynes with a nice crossover. He'll only get even as there's contact into 9, and Norberg didn't realize he was there. Safe still, no harm, no foul, up the hill. Final time, Haynes just pointing forward saying, don't worry, I know what I've got, unfortunately. And for Ryan Norberg, Heat 1, it's in the books. The 302 wins it to Haynes, Lawrence, and Jones with a great move on the last lap to get by Garrison.
It does not matter who they bring over to challenge. Norberg still stands tall when all is said and done. I know he's had his battles with Joe Turney, but let's be fair, you know, of all the other big names that have come over, you know, in the recent years, Ryan Norberg, he's never, ever not in the mix. And yeah, Dalton Haynes, well, that's a good debut for Dalton and for the Dalton Haynes Racing team. And Gus Lawrence, he'll be learning all the way. Hayden Jones, how difficult is that for Hayden Jones? Yes, he's been, you know, he's an experienced driver, but he hasn't been in the kart this year. He's been, you know, in school, so he's, you know, had to knock the ring rust off every session. There is Gus Lawrence. He actually is the only driver of the British Championship to have an entire segment, you know, done on, you know, request about his hair care. Here we go, let's listen in.
Dalton, this is a pretty busy weekend for you. You're coaching for 2 teams and you're racing. Tell me about how you're managing everything.
Yeah, I mean, it's very back and forth, you know, between working with OKP, working with Speed Sense, my 3K seniors, Steven Eisert, Joseph Hewitt, and Colin Roos. And then I got the three minis and then my micro. So it's a lot, but I'm staying focused. I got a water bottle with me. I got my phone with me, making sure I'm on schedule, and it's working really well right now. All 3 minis are doing pretty good. Nicholas, unfortunately, got wrecked in his heat race. But at this point, I do it for them, you know. I mean, I love these kids out here. They're doing a great job, and I just want to see if I show that I can do it too and prove to them that I'm good enough to run at the front and prove to them that they need a coach, you know. But yeah, no, it's a good weekend. I don't know what happened there in turn 3 with me and Paulie. He just checked up, and I got a bumper penalty for it, and he spun. I don't know if he was on low pressures or what, but in turn 1 he understeered a whole bunch, and then turn 3 he just didn't, like, I was pushing him through, and he just spun. I felt really bad about it, but his tires weren't ready, you know. I don't know. But no, it's been a good weekend, and like you said, it's really busy, but I'm going to manage.
So you're fast, but you've got this pushback. What are you thinking going into the next 2 heats today to combat this going into the final tomorrow?
We have good long run pace. We have a good setup for the old tire, so I'm very confident. I'm just going to try to keep it clean in the next race and not get another bumper.
Awesome, thank you.
Free donuts, I guess, if you win a race.
Oh, fuck. Dude, I was being nice to you.
Missing out.
Hey, you're missed out on the free load.
You could have got donuts.
Dude, I thought you were going to go more up out of the end of the double right, and I looked back, and I hit you. I was like, oh.
I saw that, yeah.
I'm waiting until I get the hat.
Do an interview?
Ryan, so tell me about how you managed this race. What's going through your head?
You know, really, it's just trying to get a good spot for the final. When they open up turn 2 like that for the start, it really is. Not that it's not great to be in third, it's fine, but it just really kind of pinches you down, and you can get shuffled back pretty easy. I got kind of lucky there with the incident between Dalton and Pauly, so I was able to get in the second, and I was able to run down Gus, and we just weren't. I felt like we were a little faster with me up front, and then we did a couple laps behind him, and then the group was just coming really fast. And so yeah, at that point it was try to get to the lead, and just from experience racing here, it's always better to be in the lead than it is to be behind somebody. So yeah, it was much better to manage out front. So going into the next one, I think we just got to see where the weather takes us. It might be wet, it might be dry. So at this point, it's kind of all bets off.
You've got a new guy under the tent this weekend. Speaking of Gus, what are you doing with yourself and your go-kart to make yourself faster, to keep that top dog spot that you've held for so long?
Look, Gus is great. We work together really well, and it's nice having him here. So I think, for us, it's just a matter of getting the team up front. That's really what's all important. So we're missing some action over there, but yeah, it's better to work together than against each other.
Thank you, Ryan.
Yeah.
Thank you, Haley. Great stuff from the scale area for sure. And well.
Hello.
Obviously an unhappy Pauly Massimino there with Dalton Haynes about that turn 3, lap 1 moment. Well, as you can see, again, an unhappy Pauly Massimino off of that. Can't blame him. He had a great qualifying effort, rolled from second. And, well, we heard from Dalton's side on that. We will send it on down to Caleb here in a moment. As you can see, they're prepping to chat with Pauly Massimino and get his angle of it.
Thank you, Xander. Yeah, Pauly, I saw you and Dalton talking about it. He broke it down for us. What happened from inside your seat?
Yeah, he's on the grid, and he's talking about, we got to gang up on these RPG guys, and then we go through turn 3, and he fucking spins me out. So I don't understand how we're supposed to try and beat these guys if you're taking me out. Like, Gus is down defending, which I understand. So what does that mean? He checks up. So what am I going to do? Check up, and he just comes through and barrels me and spins me right out. So that's all right. It's usually how it goes.
Thank you, Pauly.
Apologies about the language there, folks. But, again, this is heat of the moment stuff, and you can't blame him. That's a huge, huge hit to Pauly Massimino's bid for the cash and the points championship as well. That's one thing to keep in mind. Ryan Norberg, a slim lead over Pauly coming into this weekend in the championship. Heat 1 will extend that advantage, and it may bring Frankie Mossman close to being able to close in, or it would have had he not also had an issue tagging the wall in turn 2 and taking him out. But nonetheless, that's only the start. Heat 1 in the books from the Carolina Grand Prix. You're watching Kart Chasers coverage of the U.S. Pro Kart Series from Trackhouse Motorplex. Henry Bodette, myself, Xander Clements, and the crew will be right back towards the top of the hour. Heat number 2 kicks off at 12:50 p.m. Eastern, 9:50 a.m. Pacific.
to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Junior.
Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here, told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV Kart.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
All the way up to the finish line. Who
quick lunch break, and back at it for more. Heat number 2 this time for the Micro Swift drivers. Let's get ready for it. Alvaro Medeiros, Lennox Lockhart, Slade Harrell and company, green flag in the air, and we're racing down to turn number 1 this time. It's a good start, and they are off and away as they rocket up the hill to turn number 3 for the first lap of 12. Slade Harrell leads your field down to turn number 4, and they've all slowly filed their way down the backstretch by now.
And Slade Harrell, who had to spend 3/4 of the race, well, in fact, the entire race, bar the last 3 or 4 corners, sitting behind Brody Stoffel in heat number 1, has taken it upon himself to lead out from the get-go here in heat number 2 through turn 8, the site of Slate's round the outside special in heat number 1, and already you could see him trying to break away from Alvaro Medeiros. Lockhart in third, then it's the number 2 kart of Marcelo Flores. P4 for Flores, side by side going into turn number 1, put Lennox Lockhart into P2 on the Velocity Racing Sodi kart. Now they come out to turn number 3, down the hill towards the bowl at turn 4. That's a slingshot uphill, out from the banking, into the turn 5-6 area. Now around 7. You can see Lockhart being pushed along by Medeiros. Behind them, you have got Flores and Stoffel. Then Dutch Westbrook, 3 wide, coming out of turn number 8 there. And Flores is the one that's going to lose out on the SLA karting entry as they, and the corner worker. Wow, he was a lucky flag man there, was that corner worker. Getting out of the way before the entire Micro Swift field came bearing down upon him as we look up the hill towards 3. Using all that runoff. And once again, Harrell able to just keep everyone else at arm's length. A little bit further back there, the number 28 kart there with the red wheels. I promise I wasn't drinking during the lunch break. That's Bo Stowers, the Nitro kart for Ryan Perry Motorsport. Bo is in the top 10 in P10. But now this group here you're looking at led together, and they need to start working as one because Slade Harrell's lead is growing to nearly a full second. Here we go through turn number 1. They're not working together because they're all chopping and changing, and it's Flores to the back of this group. Dutch Westbrook now with the number 33 Team Bennett machine moves into top, moves into 5th position. Then there's a gap back to Hudson Howard in 7th. A little bit of door handling going through turn number 4. That was Mateo Gomez on the CRG car for Orsolin Racing. Losing out. He's already down in the mid-teens position-wise. Let's have a look. We've got all 36 starters running. You can see Diesel Maxwell with his Mohawk, the big blue Mohawk on his crash helmet towards the back of the field. There's your top 30 on the scoring pylon. It appears as though, unfortunately, we did not get Max Santana out in this one. So we've got 35 drivers running, and the number 23 of Ajax Garduno has had a spin and is at the back of the field. Now, let's have a look at the gap, because Lockhart has got that lead down from 9/10 of a second to 6/10 of a second. You are watching the second round of the USPKS, the United States Pro Kart Series, from the Trackhouse Motorplex in Mooresville, North Carolina. 0.7 of a mile, 11 turns. There is the 49 of Hudson Howard, J. Howard Driver Development Squad. And he is now leading the second pack of karts because, well, give or take a couple of kart lengths, we've now got a lead group of 2, 4, 6. Westbrook to the inside of Stoffel for P3. And Harrell was just a little bit wide coming out of turn number 4 there. Lockhart, Bahamian by birth, Florida based, closing in the number 14 car. Harrell runs wide at turn number 8. That could give Lockhart the momentum that he needs. The 14 kart is now caught the tail end of the number 88 kart. Well, Slate Harrell, he gives Lennox a little bit of a signal saying, come on, work with me. I'm not sure Lennox is going to listen because Harrell's kart does not look happy at the moment. The back end of that number 88 Ryan Perry Motorsport machine looks very, very free indeed. It looks loose, and indeed Lockhart says, no, sorry mate, I've got to go. And he's brought Dutch Westbrook with him. Westbrook and Harrell side by side through turns 5 and 6. And Harrell hangs on to P2, and it allows Stowfall up into P3. Westbrook slips back to 4th, Medeiros 5th, Flores in 6th. Now it's Lennox Lockhart's turn to defend the race lead on lap 7 out of 12. This is the second of 3 Micro Swift heat races. There's Marcelo Flores to the inside of Alvaro Medeiros for P5. And these 6 drivers, and Harrell back to the front through turn 1. There's turn 2. Will Lockhart go straight back to the inside at 3? Yes, he will. And he brings Brody Stowfall with him. And Stowfall's now got the inside line for the race lead into turn number 4. Westbrook and Harrell now side by side, wheel to wheel, through 5. The Micro Swifts putting on a real show here. First race back from the lunch break. Yellow flag waving back in the pack. Somebody briefly off course. The corner worker withdraws the yellow, so that driver obviously back on the prepared surface. Oh, Westbrook wide. Westbrook out of contention. We're down to 5 at the front as they come up the hill through 10 and into 11. And now down past the start-finish gantry with the spectators clamouring at the fences to the left of the drivers, to the right of your screen. And now away up to the top of the hill at this magnificent facility here in the heart of NASCAR country, North Carolina, USA. More yellow flags waving. Trying to see who could have disappeared from the timing and scoring screen. Well, Westbrook is still there in P7. It's now Howard in 6th. But it's Stowfall, Lockhart, Harrell, Flores, and Medeiros. Your top 5. There are a couple of drivers out of the race. You can see there at the side of the track. Get a name check on those 2 drivers, but they're up and out of their machines. That's the main thing. We begin lap number 10. It is the number 17 and the number 64 kart out of the race. Brody Brown and Bautista Pugliese out of the race. So Bautista Pugliese, the Powerlin driver, Brody Brown, the Bennett driver, they have come to grief as Lockhart now having to deal with the pressure of Slate Harrell, who's recovered from those iffy couple of mid-race laps. Stowfall likes the outside line there at turn number 8. He's got to be careful though. It does give the following drivers, in this case Marcelo Flores, a wide, inviting looking gap in which to stick their nose into. We've got 2 to go, and it's Stowfall, Lockhart, Harrell and Flores, your top 4. Out of turn number 2, Alvaro Medeiros in 5th position is starting to fade. But as Stowfall starts to fend, that could bring Medeiros back into play. Lockhart looking for an opening. Can't prize his way to the inside going through turn 6 and 7. He's got to be careful. He'll look and he'll try and swing to the inside. Will he sell the dummy? Here comes Harrell around the outside again. Can he do it again? No, this time they're 3 wide and Harrell actually loses the position. Lockhart gets the crossover. It's going to be 1 to go. Lennox Lockhart will lead them to the white flag. with Harrell, or will Lennox Lockhart lead to the white flag? He might still do. It's going to be a drag race. 1 to go. Harrell leads. 5 for the win. Medeiros into P4, and Lockhart follows the new leader through turn number 2. Down the back straight, out of 3. Harrell on the inside. Lockhart's got to send it in deep. The back end steps out on the Sony card, and Lennox Lockhart holds on to it around the outside of the banking. Great, brave move from Lennox Lockhart there. Now can he hang on? Here comes Flores. Flores round the outside. You may as well. 12 laps. Oh, and Harrell's off. Harrell running up over the back of Lennox Lockhart's kart. Medeiros takes second. What a final lap. Marcelo Flores turns around and goes, where'd everybody go? The answer is they're still there, but they're some way behind. And a nice, calm opening to the afternoon session here at Trackhouse Motorplex as Marcelo Flores takes the win from Brody Stopel, Alvaro Medeiros, Lennox Lockhart, and Slate Harrell, with Mason Brody in 6th, Leo Simone 7th, Jack Katowski is 8th, Dutch Westbrook 9th, and then rounding out your top 10, Westbrook's Bennett teammate Dominic Nagel. Stowers, Hudson Howard had a problem in the closing stages. He was 6th and dropped to 12th. Then it's the number 3 kart of Miles Brownfield. The number 38 kart of Caden Cladera. Velocity Racing does quite well there to finish 14th out of Tyler Blackwood. But any one of the 5 drivers could have won that on the last lap. Xander Clements, hello.
Yeah, well, I mean, Henry, yeah, any one of the 5 of them, any one of it felt like about 10 of them at different points in the race. That was a main event in terms of the level of action and entertainment. What a way to start it off here for the afternoon rotation, Henry. That'll get everyone up and at 'em. And I think, whether it was nerves or fear of the race getting called early or what, there were some reports of a little bit of liquid sunshine here around the property. That's been a looming threat all weekend. The skies have gone from sunny as they were this morning to a bit on the overcast side right now. So one race in the books. KA Junior Heats heat number 2 for groups A and D, or A and C, is up next. Here's a look at the grid. Heat 1, groups A and C, or heat number 2, groups A versus C. KA Junior ready for action. John Antonino on the left, Ashton Wood on the right, and it's a quick start. Oh man, lots of contact in the middle. Benham Abernathy's gonna get spun around on the Holtz DD machine. Or no, that's Emerson Lane. Emerson Lane in the 850 goes around in front of the field in the 850. And there were a few more. It all looked like the first one to break formation there was Valentino Santillan on the Parolin.
And it almost looked as though one of the speed concept karts, maybe Ashton Woon, didn't quite get going as quickly as everyone else wanted. And that is why Santillan was so quick to break, and then that backed everybody else up behind them, potentially. But certainly it ended up with a domino-style effect. And unfortunately, it was the number 850 kart of Emerson Lane for the Hots driver development team that ended up the odd man out. And we've got a new second place driver, Max Cristea, behind Theo Salamao. Theo Salamao, Cristea, Woon, Antonino, Dupuis, Santillan, Malcoop, Fernandez, Walcott, and Forrest Adams in kart 808. Another driver from the Mooresville, North Carolina area. Home track, and you can hear somebody's exhaust not sounding wonderfully healthy on the sort of the ambient noise that we've got from our camera crew here. And we've got a new leader. It's Ashton Woon for the Speed Concepts team. And Antonino and Cristea now wheel to wheel for third position. Dupuis is there in fourth. Antonino saying to Cristea, come on, what are we doing? Work together. Dupuis side by side with Santillan just behind him. So you've got Speed Concept, Orsalon Racing, MPG Motorsport, Jay Howard Drive Development, Nash, Parolin, Mike Doty Racing, SLR, SLA Karting, Brandon Jargerak. We've got 9 teams in the first 9 positions in this race so far. Marco Samut, Escotto and Vasquez down the back of the field. They also involved in that first corner collision, but I believe everyone is still racing, everyone's still running. New leader halfway through turn number 8. Theo Salamao, by the time he gets to the exit of turn number 8, yeah, he's just about leading. Here comes Nate Dogg. Nate Dupuis up the inside. He takes 2 for 1 going into turn number 9 and loses both positions going through turn number 11. Pretty standard, really.
Quite a bit, indeed. Standard for just the back and forth action this track has already given us so much of. Now as Santillan ends up being the one riding the train down the leaderboard. You can see just in that move, it has started to shake things up. How about Forrest Adams having a much better second heat race? He's inside the top 10. His opening heat race was abysmal, just contact and going backwards into the middle of the field. And for Theo Salamao, I mean, this is going just as Daytona did, almost perfectly according to plan. More fighting in the middle of that group. And Ashton Woon, Nathan Dupuis, John Antonino Jr., it doesn't matter who they think is the fastest of the 3. If they're close enough, they need to just have some patience right now. But unfortunately, that won't be the case. Dupuis with a send in 11. He'll take over second. And now the pressure builds as the gap moves to 0.8 of a second from P1 to P2.
I know, they all want to be the first driver to catch or to chase Theo Salamao. By the time they organize themselves, Salamao is not for catching. Oh, big impact there into the barriers for Benja Fernandez. And he's signaling there, he's probably saying to the marshal, get the barrier off me, I want to go. Get the barrier off me. But that is about as fast as it gets for an off at the end of turn, at the end of the back straight towards turn number 4. And we'll see soon if Benja is okay. Well, he's okay, he was signaling to the marshal. Will he get back into the race? Dupuis and Antonino now start closing in on the race leader, Theo Salamao. Yellow flag still waving, so there'll be no overtaking at this point of the circuit. And indeed, we are single file past the scene of Benja Fernandez's spectacular trip into the barriers. And you can just see the marshal maybe moving the barriers back into place. I couldn't quite see if there was still a go-kart there. Now we got a new leader for the first time all day. It's the Nash Motorsport kart of Nate Dupuis into the race lead. Antonino second. Salamau has dropped to fourth.
Yeah, I'll give credit to Nate. The big dog wanted to eat. 4/10 taken out of the gap before the end of the lap to get to Salamau, and it's a new leader. Canada's Nathan Dupuis showing the way here in North Carolina. Back to Antonino Jr. and Ashton Woon. And we've now kind of gone from around maybe 10 or 11 or 12 to packs of 2 to 3, loosely tied. There's maybe a 4-car group there into the top 10 from 7th to 10th. Trailing with Grayson Walcott, who's also, like Forrest Adams, having a much better second rotation through these heat races, cracking the top 10 for what I believe may be the first time today. New leader in this race, right now at least, Antonino now going by on Nathan Dupuis. Still a lot of racing to go. Again, we talk about how short these races are, but the KA Masters race, it looked much like a main event, Henry, in heat number 1, where they waited till the final few laps and then began to fight. And well, some of the younger classes, the youthful exuberance has had them racing like the last lap. Every lap, another move. Woon now the new leader up the hill with 5 to go.
But nobody's really defending the race lead. I think they just they understand that, look, you know, someone's going to come past me. I'm going to slot in behind, and my turn will come later on in the race. You know, that's twice now we've seen the lead change hands without much defense from the driver being passed. It's just like, okay, well, you know, no one makes the move into turn number 8. Now, a little bit of defensive driving from the 7th place kart, number 847, Edgar Rodriguez, but they're not out of it yet. So you've got this lead group of 6, then another group of 6 from 7th back to 12th. That'll be Rodriguez, Gutierrez, Adams, Walcott, Kennedy, and Martin Yaramillo for the U-Race team. And then another gap back to 13th and 14th. Rodolfo Levine Jr. and the numbers 868 kart of Connor Corsi, the Drive Your Line kart sport driver out of Mississippi. Oh, Antonino, and this time Dupuis wasn't prepared to just let him go. They fight wheel to wheel, and now the leader may have a slight advantage. Well, I say a slight advantage, 2 kart lengths. Now I'll make that 1 kart length, make that back to nothing.
Yeah, they're going to keep going at it. This time, Antonino sending Dupuis to the weeds. That'll bring Salamau, Christia, Santian. He goes all the way back to 6th. Right where you stopped there, Henry, at Connor Corsi in 14th. There are some big names trying to charge back up to him. Isaac Malcutt, Cole Medeiros, 4th and 9th off the grid, involved in the same incident, I believe, that may have taken Benja Fernandez out just at the side of our cameras. Fernandez, of course, into the wall, his race over. Malcutt and Medeiros charging back through the field. They are 15th, 16th, and a second and a half away from most of the next group of drivers. But if the leaders fight like this and continue to fight like this, anything could happen, and there could be more shuffling on the left side of your screen. At least for the last lap, though, the top spot has remained the same. Ashton Woon, I say that, he gets a send and a half from Salamau, and he's going to go bouncing through the dirt. And it's Max Christia who picks up the pieces there. Salamau to the high side, Antonino into 3rd, and Woon is going to get beaten, bruised, and pushed all the way back to the 6th spot in just 3 corners. Ooh.
That was a move and a half from Salamau. It could have gone a lot worse for both of them. I mean, Woon will be saying, well, how could it go a lot worse? I was leading and now at the back of the lead group. Well, it's better to be doing that than being in the barriers, which is what the potential was there, because Salamau really committed, and he committed hard to that move. Certainly, there was no half measures there from Teo Salamau. But Max Christea was just there. Now Christea defending. We've got a lap and a half to go.
Woon a little bit wide. Santian right there at the back of the top 5. Can he make anything happen? Christie has parked the bus beautifully there through turn number 9. Nowhere for Salamau to go. Last turn, same situation. Antonino's going to try and run the high side as Christie keeps momentum, and Antonino's going to make it stick all the way up to the wall the second.
1 to go into turns 1 and 2, and the cavalry have arrived. We've now got 10 karts in a line. Make that 11, potentially 12. Back to Yaramillo. No, it's 11 in a row. out of turn number 4. Antonino has the lead at turn 4. Salamao is second, right, Antonino. There's going to be a big move here from Teo Salamao. Oh, Antonino covers his line. Dupuis trying to go around the outside. Nate Dogg into P3 on Cristea. Now what can Salamao do? He's setting up Antonino for a move. Will he cut across and try and make the move going into the final corner? Antonino defends going in. The undercut, the drag race to the line.
Antonino! He got it!
By a whisker.
Oh!
And I mean a whisker.
Yeah.
Antonino, if the finish line was where the start line is, then we'd have a different winner. But of course, they
Per
don't take
provisional timing, 200ths, 20 thousandths of a second for John Antonino Jr. over Teo Salamao, Dupuis, Cristea, Santillan, Woon, Rodriguez, Gutierrez, Forrest Adams, and Edward Kennedy. Your top 10 in another wild one, this time for KA Junior here with groups A and Z presented by BBS Race Engines. There's more where that came from, ladies and gentlemen. That's just our first 2 of the afternoon. They've still got a 3rd heat race later. They've got a main tomorrow. And more importantly for you, there's a lot of other classes that got some good racing. And this one, that was only half. We've got more on the other side of this break, folks. You're watching Kart Chasers coverage of the US Pro Kart Series, Carolina Grand Prix.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I want to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like $20 a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like $50 a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion Paulie Massimino. Car rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome, from Briggs 206 to Mini to KA100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Heat number 2, groups B and D in KA Junior ready for action. Travis Pettit, Alexander Vanchev ready to get after it. Max Weiland, Nate Golseth, and crew. And as they all round that final turn and head for the front straightaway, we're ready to watch another one and potentially another barn burner. All looks good for the 25 carts so far. Let's see it down the front stretch, looking for the green. We've got it. Green flag and a big slide there for both Vanchev and right behind him as well in Golseth. And there's 2 collected. One is going to be Jose Halfen. And I don't know, but I think Isaac Payne might have once again been a victim of turn 1 chaos for the 2nd consecutive heat race.
Chain reaction, which began when Vanchev got out of shape going into turn number 1. He got crossed up, everyone else checked up, and at the back, there was just no more check to up. And the inevitable happened. Luckily, everybody gets going again without any damage, although those 3 drivers, Halfen being one of them, did lose a lot of ground. There is
Callan Berghofer.
Callan Berghofer.
Making some moves right there on the AKT EOS kart.
And that kart there, is that that AKT graphics, is that the new graphics kit for the whole team, or is that
I
just
believe
Callan?
that's a little Berghofer special. He's been balancing his efforts between AKT and with the newly formed Aiken Racing team out of Georgia as well. And I believe those might be the Aiken graphics, but we'll see how close we get on him. For now, we've got to stay a little wide because it's still a big pack that he is slammed in the middle of.
Yes.
Travis Pettit, Max Weiland leading the way to the hairpin. Let's see if anyone bails out of line. Won't happen for the first group. The second group's going to race. The first group playing nice here on lap 2.
Yeah, it looked like it might have been Nico Katowski, that TKG kart, the red and white Burrow kart in about 10th place.
Yeah.
Was the first driver to, do a Freddie Mercury and say, I want to break free and make a move. But he stays in 10th position. Behind him, it's William Kim in 11th position on that one of the number of Ryan Perry motorsport karts. In fact, Kim now moves into P10. We've got Vanchev having a little look at the Ecuadorian Condor Julian Rivera coming through turn number 4, but Rivera stays in that Orsalon Racing number 854 machine as Pettit and Weiland continue to lead. Now Weiland looks to the inside. Pettit says, not today, not now. So Weiland thinks, okay, there's a little bit of hand signaling between them. Say, okay, well, I'll follow you for a little bit. This is going to be interesting. So Weiland has said to Pettit, I'm not going to try and pass you. Will Pettit believe him and not defend? Or will he say, I'm not sure I trust you. Let's have a look. Well, at the moment, yeah, Weiland stays good to his word and Pettit is trusting Weiland. This could be important later in the weekend. You know, if these 2 drivers are chasing down the leader in the main event, they'll know they can trust each other. That when Max Weiland says, okay, I'm not going to pass, he means it. Vanchev closes in. He's not privy to any arrangement between the top 2 whatsoever. Then it is Rivera now defending, and now Weiland. Well, you could trust me for a lap, Travis. You could trust me for a lap, but no more. New leader, Max Weiland.
So Mad Max becomes our first new leader of the session. Pettit's held it for the first 3 laps, and everybody else says that's enough. Vanchev into second there in 11. Here comes the rest of the cavalry. Will they go? No, not a good exit for Nate Golseth. Big moment there for Tristan Murphy. He took a huge shove, and it looked like it might have been from the front bumper of Berghofer, but again, they were all single filed out, and the accordion effect in the brake zone made that one probably a lot worse than what Callan was intending. I don't even know if he meant to even get to his bumper, but when they're this close and they all have to hit the brakes, you have to work your way back from the first guy, then the second guy, then the third, and sometimes you just misjudge that when you're 7th, 8th, or 9th in line. And this line, I mean, it is huge, Henry. We were doing the math right there. You could technically call it 13 deep in the lead pack to Grayson Knoll right now.
Exactly. You've got Marco Romero in 14th, then Darren Kidd, Anthony Lewis, Leo Da Silva, Henry Cunningham. All 25 starters are still in this race. So the 3 drivers that went out, and there's another move. There's the RPM kart. There's Nate Golseth up into P3. So Golseth passes Pettit to 3. Berghofer, Callan Berghofer is next in line. And then there's another of the RPM karts. That's Tristan Murphy. Rivera back into 7th position with Katowski in 8th. And up into 9th place, driver that we haven't mentioned yet this race until this point, Brady Shard. The Rollerson Performance Group. Oh, Berghofer gets eased wide there at turn number 8. Callum Berghofer's forward progress comes to a screeching halt, and he tumbles back to the tail end of this lead group. There's Shad in 9th, so we are 9 strong at the front, 10, 11, 12, yeah, still 13 before we get to the first real gap, which is Marco Romero and Darren Kidd, 14th and 15th. Weiland soaking at the pressure. Vanchev makes his move. Weiland slots back in before Golseth can put his nose where it's not wanted.
Yeah, Max Weiland, smart move there. He's been able to stay the most consistent at the front of the field thus far through this heat race here, but Alexander Vanchev is trying to at least keep himself in the conversation for the championship, with Teo Salamao putting on a fantastic display so far today. Heat wins and a whole lot of speeds, put the heat on the rest of the grid. While there may be 50 plus in the class, there's only a handful that have risen above the rest and seem to be a threat for tomorrow. Alexander Vanchev's trying to make sure we consider his name as one of them as he leads at the end of lap number 7. 5 laps remaining. Weiland continues to shove him away, and that's really split this pack up from 13 just a few laps ago down to more or less 5, and if Travis Pettit and Tristan Murphy even blink, it'll be just 3.
Yeah, you make a good point there, Xander. There are an awful lot of drivers in this race, in this class, rather, as Max Weiland takes the race lead and brings Nate Golseth with him. There's an awful lot of drivers that have shown race leading pace. There's only a handful that have shown that they get shuffled back and then can come back through the order. Vanchev and Weiland are amongst that short list for sure. Other drivers like Garcia has gone backwards a little bit and hasn't been able to come back up to front. Berghofer, likewise, he hasn't been able to fight his way back through. We'll see what happens should Golseth now lose a place. He's lost one, he's only lost one, but can he fight back? Vanchev, every time he goes backwards, he seems to be able to make that move back forwards to the front again. That's going to be significant.
I think these heat races, just as much as they're test sessions, Henry, they're also about asserting yourself for tomorrow. In a class like this, when we combine it, I mean, we've looked at packs at 6, 8, 10 deep, moves like that where you're trying to close the door on someone or you get shuffled wide. It's a bit like the schoolyard. You got to be able to push back, and more than anything, put your name, put yourself in everyone else's heads is that's someone that's fast. So when you do need to get by them tomorrow for one reason or another, they give you the benefit of the doubt. They don't dive bomb you the very next corner. This is about, again, basically demanding respect.
Exactly, especially if you're a first-year junior driver, because the second-year junior drivers, they know how each other race. They'll give each other a little bit more time and a little bit more respect. You're the new kid on the block. The first thing that the more experienced drivers will try and do is get you out of the way. You have to prove that you will not be got out of the way. Sometimes that happens with a couple of little bent bits of metal and scuffed bodywork, but hey, it's the way you have to assert yourself in this sport sometimes. 2 to go. There is Shard now, who's made it up to 5th. Good, smart racing from 865. Brady Shard was 9th, now at the front of this league group. Berghofer is through in 4th, but the top 3 have now broken clear. It's Weiland, Vanchev, and Golseth, and everybody else fighting over the minor scraps.
Oh, big move from Alexander Vanchev, and contact as well. Nate Golseth didn't have anywhere to go and misjudged it, getting into the back of Weiland, who was trying to cross over Vanchev. That'll push him back, and, well, 1 to go this time, and it's all on the shoulders of Mad Max to bring the fight to Alexander Vanchev. Or can the DHL RPG driver get himself another heat win? He's going to already start defending. Weiland's going to set him up. Let's see if he's got the run to 3. Vanchev covers, and down the backstretch. Back and forth we go. Weiland got the nose underneath him out of 3. He'll take the lead back in 4.
He started setting Vanchev up for that move at turn number 1. Corner after corner. He took the move. He took the lead going into turn 4. Good forward planning from Max Weiland. Now he's going to hug that inside line. Vanchev will try the crossover move. Golseth is back. It's side by side. Vanchev has his nose in front and he cuts across the front of Weiland around the outside at turn 9 for the lead. Can Weiland fight back? Oh, Vanchev's going to be deep into the final corner. It's a crossover. It's going to be Mad Max Weiland takes it right at the end. I thought that Vanchev was going in a little bit too tight into that final corner, and Weiland just went, okay, slow in, fast out is the way that Max Weiland did it. And a drag race. Now that's the first time that we've seen the lead change on a drag race to the line, I believe, today.
It is. Well, one of the first ones for sure, at least off a crossover opportunity. So great stuff for Max Weiland. Let's pull the results here really quick for you all. Heat 2, B and D, Vanchev, Golseth, Berghofer, Brady, Shad, the top 5, and on down. Once again here today, just static grids. So the lineup again later with a mix of the groups. This was second and fourth overall in qualifying, joining together. The final heat race coming up later this afternoon. KA Junior in the books with another one. KA Senior going to go through the same gauntlet run here shortly.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Xander Clements has hopped out of the booth for the time being. Alex Searle joins us here in the Kart Chaser outside broadcast unit. It's certainly not, it doesn't feel like we're outside. It's warm in here. It's red hot out on the track, and it's KA 100 Senior Heat 2, Group A versus Group C. Alex, what are you learning this morning, apart from the benefits of air conditioning?
That the drivers feel like Heat 1 was the main event.
Yeah,
the racing has been fantastic, almost maybe too much of a gloves-off situation for probably some parents, mechanics, and drivers. We've seen a lot of people have smiles after heat races. We've seen some drivers like Paulie Massimino, for example, heavy hitters, have a rough going in the morning. And obviously with the way these heats work out, 3 heats, the average is how you set up for your main tomorrow. So you cannot afford a bad heat race, especially in a class like this, Henry. KA Senior, with how tightly compacted this field has been, even through yesterday in the practices, the top 25 during happy hour was less than 2/10. We'll see if it remains that way for the second batch of heat races for Groups A versus C for KA Senior. We're green down towards turn number 3. Great start for the inside row. Caleb Gaffera has his sights set on a win. As further back, we have 2 Orslons, and then Lemke defending clean air from Vidmontien. I got to say, Henry, a lot cleaner than it was in the first go-around for these KA Seniors this morning.
Yes, indeed. Caleb Gaffara from pole position, converting that into an early lead over Brandon Lemke. Sebastian Garzon, who, of course, had that devastating retirement in the number 951 kart. Garzon, in an incident involving his own Orslon Racing teammate Matteo Papis. They are on a mission to get back into contention. at the moment, their chances of winning tomorrow's main event hang by a thread after that earlier disaster. And of course, let's not forget Emery Lyder there under pressure. Kart chase zone, Emery Lyder. Don't panic, Alex. I got the whole dropping like a stone, like Shadir Sanders. I got that line in. I got a line in about his ginger hair. I got a line in about the nosebleed of him getting too far up. All that out of the way early doors. Now we can commentate on the fact that he's actually not driving too badly.
Yeah, I actually spoke with Emery and asked him, what do you think is the one thing you're lacking right now? Is you see a move for Garzone and Connor Ferris on Emery Lyda. But he said, listen, underneath the Ryan Perry Motorsports tent, it's been tough to get the pressures right. Shea Aldrich is getting away with running lower pressures. Lucas Zabel is getting away with running higher pressures. So Emery's kind of in the middle. He's almost the guinea pig of running those medium pressures of better in the late race, not great in the early race. But what Emery was saying is right now with the way the heat is outside, the way the track's getting rubber down, it's been tough to kind of make those higher pressures work. But the lower pressures seem like they're not working either because of how hot it is. So it's been tough, and I think part of that is usually just a setup situation, and it seems like they're just a little bit off setup-wise. But pace has been good. He feels pretty confident for a top 10, he said, for tomorrow's main. But obviously, getting out of these heat races can be tough.
Yeah, and he also mentioned, I also let slip that he told me this morning, don't tell my parents I'm not going to law school. I'm going to stay and do kart chasing full time. But here we go now. In front of that, there's a move. Enzo Vidmontien in kart number 950 makes the move for P4 on Matteo Papis. Connor Ferris, great result earlier on. Lucas Sabo as well, having a good run in the 8th position. Then Isert is 9th, and Raheem Alibi for the Rocket Racing Company rounding out your top 10. Gafara, Lemke and Garzon. Garzon having had that DNF in heat number 1. That's going to affect his how aggressive he is. He has got to maximise, so he desperately needs to win this race, but he cannot afford to have another problem. So he's going to be tiptoeing, he's going to be like walking on broken glass, trying to get to the front as Gafara and of course Lemke, who have had a solid result. New leader, Brandon Lemke. That's the Volt. Is it now? The yellow stickers in the front of that, that's the Volta. Is it Volta or Vulture?
Vulture.
Vulture tuning engine tuners there on the front of that Speed Concepts Racing. That's a new addition to the Speed Concepts graphics kit this year.
Yeah, relatively new. I mean, especially for Lemke running it. That's the first time I've seen him use those stickers. But
Emery Lyder overtake. Quick social team, cut it, clip it, put it out. There was an Emery Lyder overtake.
Oh, actually, I got to say, speaking of Emery, as Matteo Papis is going to go right back through here on the kink, but Emery's going to hold the outside here. I think he's going to lose a spot here, and maybe 2 with Isaac trying to make a move as well. But if this group can just stay single file, they were making a little bit of headway on the leaders. They weren't pulling away that much, and with the way they were starting to battle in the top 5, this group still has a chance, but this doesn't help. Isert down the inside. Lucas Zabo's going to make it 3 wide between Isert and his teammate Lyda. And again, all of this is great for us to watch. You lose ground not only to the leaders, but just Matteo Papis in front of them as well. So
Emery's just ticking off. You're never coming on KC Grid Talk. You're never coming on KC Grid Talk. You're never coming on KC Grid Talk. And now was he signaling there to the flagman saying, "Come on, man. What about this?" And there's Emery last time talking about the bump and run on Grid Talk, saying it's great for the racing. Well, not when you're on the receiving end of it, is it, my old sausage? Right, back to the race lead. Lemke, Gafara and Garzon.
Connor Ferris on the charge here, makes another move on Enzo Vidmontien. So he's the next driver in line at the top 3 begin to battle, and they are. Down the inside, we just saw a glimpse of it. Garzon has gotten around Caleb Gafara. They're side-by-side through 9 and 10. Move complete. Orslon is second. Gafara down to 3rd. Connor Ferris is now within drafting range almost of the Hodes DD driver. All the while, Brandon Lemke is saying thank you very much. He has a bit of clean air now with a couple to go.
Yeah, we begin lap number 7. Stephen Isert stays in 7th. Lucas Sabo for the RPM team moves into the top 6 places. But like I said, yeah, Ferris and Vidmontien, they're working together. They've seen how this track races. They know that as long as they keep working as they are, something will happen. Something will develop in front that will bring them into contention. Behind them, the top behind this, the 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th place battle. Mercado is now up in the top 10. Oh, Lyder's back. Emery's back into P14 behind Lemieux, Harawa, and Hernandez. I'm glad I got all all my comedy material out regarding him in heat number 1, because that was probably the last we'll see of him on the live stream. Carry on.
Back towards the front, though,
Yeah.
I got to say a couple things. Carburation adjustment for Enzo Vidmontien. Pace looks good for Garzone and for Gafera. 2/10 quicker than Brandon Lemke last time by. We know 2 karts are faster than 1, and I got to say the Rabbit is strong around this racetrack. I mean, this is a track that, you know, we've highlighted how incredible it is that Gus Lawrence is on pace so quickly because we go here so often. Everyone has so many laps around this place. It's almost the Barcelona of karting. But we still know that 2 cars faster than 1, and even when you have somebody in front of you, it's that Rabbit, right, that you have in front of you. No matter what track you're at, when you have somebody in front of you, it just seems like you find an extra tenth. You find an extra gear that you didn't think you had in yourself. And you see Lemke hopping out of the seat there because he knows those 2 behind him, those 4 behind him here, because Vidmontien and Connor Ferris, this lap around is a burner compared to the leaders. 49.8, 49.9, 49.7 for the drivers behind them. They're closing the gap. We're only with 4 to go. That's plenty of lap time, plenty of track time left to go out there and make some headway, at least for a podium finish in the heat race for Ferris and Vidmontien. Lemke right now doing just enough to maintain the gap, but one mistake, and we know how easy it is around this place, you could lose it pretty quickly.
Yeah. Outbraking yourself coming into one of the heavy braking zones appears to be, the main area where drivers have got to be ever so careful. Looks like we've got everyone who started this race still running, all the way back to Raider Santos, the Amex racing driver from Zionsville, Indiana, down in 24th position. But, like Lemke's done just enough. Gafara and Garzon. This, I think, is probably because of Garzon's first result. We're seeing, I wouldn't say timid, but certainly a more cautious Sebastian Garzon.
Well, it's a dilemma, right? Because you know, as a driver who has the pace to go out there and win, when you have a DNF under your belt, you have 2 heat races left, like you mentioned, your goal is obviously to go out there and get the best result possible, which is a win, but you can't also afford to go out there and make a late lunge for 1 more spot that costs you another DNF, and then you're really out of it, like these 2.
Like these 2, and that's an Inter-MS kart, and it's an REM kart. That looks
That's
like
Lemieux.
It's Lemieux. Let's have a little look.
It might be Martinez.
I
think it's David Martinez.
Yeah, Frederic Lemieux and David Martinez.
No, Antoine. It's Antoine Lemieux and David Martinez, I want to say.
Well, I think it's Frederic because they were 17th and 18th together, which, 2 plus 2 doesn't always equal 4, especially when your maths is as bad as mine.
You're right, though.
But I might be correct there. But normally, anyway, because, of course, we had 52 entries. 50, I think, have made it this far. At the end of the first round of heats, when you rank all those drivers first to last, Garzon was 50th. So now he will end up this race potentially, I would say, maybe 35th, something like that.
Yeah, but here's where it gets tricky now, because he hasn't been able to close the gap to Caleb Gafera, unlike Connor Ferris and Enzo Vidmontien. Those are 2 drivers that now Connor Ferris is known to be a nicer driver on the racetrack. He won't put you wrong. But he's a driver that thinks he has a chance to win this weekend.
Yes.
He had a great heat number 1.
Yep.
He knows the pace on board that Team Ferris machine is quick. Vidmontien, we know how aggressive he is. He wants to take it to some of the senior guys as well. So this is going to get dicey down towards turn 4.
Yeah, well, Garzon has realised 3rd I can live with. 5th, that's not what I need a top 3. So he is going to park that Orsalon Racing go-kart on every apex and hug every white line he possibly can just to hang on to 3rd. Instantly, he's dropped so far back from Caleb Gafara in 2nd. So I said, this might put him, when everyone's 2nd heat race is in the books and they look at the starting lineup for the main event, this could put him up into about 35th position. It's still not great as Lemke takes the win from Gafara. Garzon losing, look at that, 3 seconds in the space of the last lap. So he's thinking, right, I'm 35th now, another 3rd place finish in my last heat, and I'm up to about 20th. That still ain't great, but I can live with that.
It's starting to rain pretty heavy here, Henry.
Yes, look at that. Xander talked about liquid sunshine. Well, I'm not sure about the sunshine. We've got liquid, and as they cross the line, drivers being caught out on the slick tyres. That is the Amex driver, and oh my word, the chaos is now going to unfold. I wonder if we can head down, or if we can see where Caleb and Haley are, if they're anywhere near the pit lane, and see what they can tell us potentially about what is going to happen, because you can hear it coming down on our roof of the outside broadcast unit. I would assume that they're going to have to go to wet tyres. We'll have a break and we'll catch up with what's going on with the weather when we come back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. And as you can see, or as you've been watching, there have been frantic changes, and not all of them seem to have gone well. For the number 961 of Jared Clark, the track has gone from being bone dry to Alex Searle being wetter than an otter's pocket. As we look ahead to KA Senior Group B and Group D in the second round of heats, James Overbeck and Paulie Massimino were due to start on row number 1. This man here, Jared Clark, is due to share row 2 with Blake Nash. But at the moment, of all the fettling and fiddling that has gone away, are we going to get, we got a rear axle moving, have we got traction once all 4 wheels are on the ground?
I got to say, Henry, there's nothing more heartbreaking than having a race taken away from you before it even begins for something that is out of your control, like weather. And for a driver that has a lot of laps around this place, got his maiden national win at Charlotte Motor Speedway a couple weeks ago at the Stars Championship Series, to now have a chance at a win potentially with the pace he's had this weekend. And now, like we mentioned, if he can't get out there on the racetrack, this is a DNS. It did not start for Jared Clark. He got it rolling for a moment, but what's happening is with all the frantic changing that happened on the grid and how much water quickly hit the racetrack, when you have that airbox off, you can flood your motor. A whole lot of things can happen with the airbox to where you just can't get this thing fired. And this is the last thing that you want to see if you're BJR and you're a Jared Clark fan, getting out of the go-kart while the rest of your competition is about to see the green flag.
So it's going to be Overbeck and Massimino on row number 1. It's going to be Blake Nash and Eli Warren now on row 2. Shea Aldrich, Drew James, Anthony Rivera, William Boutillier, Adam Maxwell, and Quentin Angeli. The rest, and there is another problem. And of course, that's Autumn Fisher. You saw all the changing and chopping, you know, drivers and teams are allowed to change everything on the car. We're going to go around again. Alex, for those of you from a European standpoint, you know, when you have these rules and regulations, sometimes there's parc ferme rules. You're allowed to change tyres, but nothing else. Obviously, there was an awful lot of work going on. What will the teams have been attempting to do during that break, apart from the obvious and change tyres?
Well, yeah, so tyres are the first thing that's got to go, right? But in the KA class especially, you got to get that airbox covered. Right, so you see all these drivers, it's no longer open. You have to get, you know, this big plastic looking cover that covers the airbox to try to minimize the water that gets in this motor, because otherwise you'll have what's happening to Autumn Fisher and what most likely happened to Jared Clark, which is an engine that will not fire. Then you would have seen with our great mobile cam stuff for the last 15 minutes before this race went green, setup changes. You're going to want to narrow it up, right? You want to get this car pointing the right direction. You'll notice a lot of drivers have what we call understeer, loss of grip to the front 2 tires. They're going to struggle to turn. So if you narrow it up, you'll at least have a little more front bite. But a lot of it, Henry, we spoke before the race went live, it's a lot of guessing. It's a guessing game for a lot of these drivers. Who got the setup right and who is at least able to get their engines remain rolling straight for the 12 laps straight. Somehow, I got to say, we're all facing the right direction, which I can't say always happens around this racetrack.
And also, who can see where they're actually going?
Nobody.
Look at the standing water at the inside of turn number 4. So you're tiptoeing your way around. Now, these drivers, they've had 2, possibly 3 rolling laps. You cannot run wide. You can see on the outside of the curbs, it's a quagmire. So you must stay on the prepared surface. And also, you're going to be keeping your fingers and toes crossed that your mechanics put your tyres on and did the wheel nuts up nice and tight. But it's going to throw a complete spanner in the works. Blake Nash already moved into P2. Overbeck leads, and we're going to see some real charges from the back of the field now. There will be drivers that haven't been where they needed to be in the dry. This is their opportunity.
You know what they say, Henry? What do they call the rain? It's the great equalizer.
Yeah, the great equalizer.
And so let's see who's comfortable in the wet. This is about as wet as I've seen Trackhouse Motorplex be in quite some time. And you mentioned it. The standing water on the inside of turn number 4, normally a great passing opportunity. The rain has essentially erased turn 4 from this racetrack. You will not see moves done through there, at least on the inside. Overback, that's 2 times in a row that he's dropped a tire in the exit of turn 6. Funny enough, I think putting a tire on the dirt might actually have more traction than the water, as Nash throws it on the inside. But naturally, for those who are unfamiliar with how to drive in the wet, you're going to see a lot of drivers do what Overbeck is doing, run the really high line. It's the complete opposite of what a racing line is. But if you watch what Blake Nash's approach is, unlike Overbeck, he's turning in early. He's aiming for the curbs on the inside. Sometimes it's more of a European approach that I've noticed, but if you get it right and you actually turn early enough, you can cross over the wet line and get back on a dry enough line and hit the curb and use it as rotation. So there's so many different ways to approach a racetrack like this, but to me, especially in heat number 2, to have a track this wet, as we see a great move on traction by Blake Nash, it's about survival. A lot of your competitors at this point, if you've been looking around, didn't make the start of the race, have had a rough opening couple of laps. So if you're Overbeck, if you're Blake Nash, you're going to see a lot less aggression than you would in the dry.
Yeah, I mean, there's Massimino running wide, and there's fair play. There's more standing water on this circuit than there is on the sun deck of the Titanic, and the drivers are doing a great job. As we're seeing, we've Orton Fisher at the race, but 22 of the 24 starters, the 22 karts that made the start are all still running. Nash. Sideways. Is he going to keep it out of the barrier? He does. Good kart control, but that is just how easy it can be to just, the back end steps out and then you're going to lock up.
Remember also the paint.
The paint the paint be slippery.
Exactly, and that's what happened to Blake Nash. He dropped the tire on the paint on the outside of turn number 11, and that's what got his rear coming around a little bit there. Great save for Blake Nash, an underrated save. That is tough to do when the go-kart is not cooperating with the inputs you're giving it. But for these two drivers, they seem to have navigated Trackhouse Motorplex in the wet a little bit better than the rest of the field right now. Massimino doing a good job as well. And then further back, let's look at some of the drivers that's had a good start. Sebastian Venegas and Quinton Angeli up 7 spots respectively for each of those drivers.
And also Ben Gaunt up from P17 to 9th. You've got Ibrahim Dean up 8 places from P20 to 12th. Like I said, this is the opportunity for some of the drivers. They think, okay, well, I may not have the straight line speed or the speed in the dry, but again, I can get around the fiddly bits. And they're going to be taking more chances. Bigger risk, bigger reward in a race like this. The Rocket Racing Company. I've got Angeli and Venegas. Now I can't remember the driver coach for RRC on the during
Alessandro Tullio.
The Tullio, that's the one. He was being really emphasizing lines, and he was coaching the two drivers really well for the RRC.
That's the driver that you want coaching you in the wet. I mean, if there's ever a driver that I've seen win more wet races throughout my time in karting, it's ADT, because he's from Miami. And if there's one place that rains more than here in Charlotte, it's Miami.
At 4 o'clock every afternoon for precisely 23 minutes. And then by 5 p.m., you're getting sunburned once again. But, I mean, it is absolutely teeming down.
It's raining again.
This is all credit to the drivers. The race officials are going to be looking at these are the senior drivers, okay, so they're older, but you can hardly see where you're going. It's a case of, are you going to see aquaplaning? That's what the officials are looking for now. When like that.
It is a deluge.
This is we're getting into. This is where you earn your money in this sport. And there goes Nash. It's going to be the first one. We're on lap 6 out of 12. I'm wondering if we're going to see a premature end to this race. But as I say that, the 22 drivers that started this race are all still running. There's lightning flashing. That's all right. The tyres have got rubber wheels on them. We're okay. There might be a couple of very nervous kart chaser camera crew out there, especially the one that, we try not to make light of the situation.
We just lost Overbeck.
Sort of. He went in on the deep end there, but he's swum back out. Massimino to the inside. The track is still raceable, though, Alex.
Well, here's the thing: if you're Brandon Jarsacrack, team owner for BJR, you're gotta be sweating a little bit here to see your two teammates who normally are very kind to each other, but in the wet, sometimes you can accidentally find each other on the racetrack without even meaning to. When you get to this level of slickness, as Blake Nash is finding out through turn number 4, it is nearly impossible to do the same line twice.
You know, I mean, obviously the cherry picker has been brought down. I was told that this track dries very quickly. This race is sponsored by the drainage company, so it's been reduced to 10 laps. Max Barron is out there in 22nd. Jorge Ortiz is 21st. So this is now lap 7 out of 10. There's a waved yellow flag. We're looking down there. Now there's Hewitt in the number 985 car. This is a good battle again between the two teammates. No, this is Eli Warren, the War Power, the privateer driver who's now settled in with the Hots driver development team. Eli Warren, there's a hero waiting for an opportunity to strike.
Yeah, Eli Warren the last couple of laps has figured out a line and a driving style that's working out for him here at Trackhouse Motorplex. But at this point, there is no way, besides Blake Nash, that people are able to see clearly around this racetrack. Look at him struggling for traction up the hill out of turn 4. There is so much standing water on this racetrack that is almost impossible to deal with as a driver because it is unpredictable, because it blends in. You can't see a puddle from a puddle. It's all water.
I've got to say, in 20 years of doing this job, these are the worst conditions I've ever seen. And still, the drivers continue. There's Warren to the inside. He makes the move. Okay, somebody has spun off. In fact, there's another Hots racing kart off the side of the circuit. I can see the flag man. I can see that maybe we're on lap 8 out of 10. Nash, Overbeck, Warren, Massimino, 2 to go. They're going to keep them out there. They need time to get the water wings for the Micro Swift drivers. I've got a feeling that the next race is Mini Swift. There may be a slight delay. I don't know. And oh no, there's the gold cart off. And
Hudson Brown.
That's Hudson Brown in the green, by the mud. He's in the brown. But this is absolutely outrageous for Blake Nash. And now you can see, he can just about see where he's going, Alex. But this is bordering on the ridiculous now, I've got to say.
Overbeck's off. Overbeck off through the S's. He's gone straight on and at least saved the go-kart. But he did, in fact, miss turn 4 and 5 there. We just got the end of that one. So James Overbeck has been playing with fire, I guess playing with water, the last couple of laps here.
Good luck in getting fire going in this state.
But the one thing with, as a driver myself who's been in situations similar to this, whether in karts or in cars, you almost have to just keep yourself in a zone, in a rhythm. Because if you're Blake Nash, you have a big lead. You might wonder, why are you still driving so hard? It's because it is almost easier for these drivers to sit there in the rhythm that they are used to for 9 laps straight than to take it easy and then get caught off guard by a puddle you didn't remember.
Yeah, I mean, looking at, we've lost Gavin Bailiff. We've lost the number 938 of Camp Chambers. We've lost Max Barron. We've lost Jorge Ortiz. They are falling by the wayside. And you could now, there's rivers running across the track. And yet, Blake Nash, 3.5 seconds up the road. The mud has swollen. It looks like the Yangtze River, the colour of it. But karts all over the circuit. And Blake Nash, and you can see, and now the sun is shining. And now you can see the sun glinting off the side as the rivers. Incredible scenes here at Trackhouse, Alex Searle. You know, at the end of a race like this, you can marvel at the talent, but you're just grateful that everyone gets home without hurting themselves.
I'm really glad that we're inside right now, Henry.
It's the only time I'll be great. Yes, I'm not complaining once about the outside broadcast unit, the lack of aircon in here. I've got to say, it is, yellow flag waving, get these drivers back to the pits. Well done, Blake Nash. James Overbeck will call them across the line. Who is that going to take third place?
What a last lap. Sebastian Venegas from 5th to 3rd. Massimino, Drew James. Yeah, Warren's gone down to 7th there as William Boltier goes to 6th on the final lap. So a lot of shuffling for position there. And Eli, I think I want to say I saw just take a cut through. So I wonder if that almost spells out engine issue, and he's just trying to, limp it back to the pits at that point.
Yeah, exactly. And you can see other drivers coming across the line. They've obviously been through the water. Looking down the order, we had 15 finishers. Joshua Sumvalis in 8th, Adam Maxwell 9th, Quentin Angeli 10th, Wrigley Keys 11th, then Ibrahim Dean, Oliver Marak, Ben Gaunt, and Anthony Rivera. They were the only finishers from that race. There's going to be a lengthy recovery period now as they, and of course it'll be interesting to see now, well, the obvious question is, should that race gone ahead? Paulie Massimino shaking his head there. Well, everyone's coming home okay, and they're going to speak to Caleb Viesca now. It's going to be interesting.
There, guys, just spoke to Paulie. Again, their main concern is just safety of the racetrack at this point. Let's talk to our runner here, Nash. Obviously, was able to win in these conditions. Blake, quick word here for me, but how are the conditions out there on the racetrack? It definitely looked like a pretty gnarly race.
I think we were boat racing, not kart. There was so much water. Over half the race when I was in second, I couldn't even see. So there was a lot of water. It felt like we were boat racing, not go-kart.
Thank you, Blake.
Thank you.
Again, we're listening in here. Apologies if we do come across any slightly industrial language, but you can see why the drivers are somewhat animated.
Oh my God. Even on the straight, it's like, whoa.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Junior.
Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here. Told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV Kart.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Well, as you can see, Mini Swift are on circuit for their second heat race. And just as quick as the rain arrived, it has stopped. I've just been out into the paddock and the steam coming off the tarmac in the paddock. There it is, the heat. It now looks, it's almost poetic where you can see, in the morning of the moors and the mists coming off. The rain has stopped. I would say the sun is out, but we are about to reach humidity factor 9,000 here at the Trackhouse Motorplex. The Mini Swifts will line up as follows. Enzo Di Janeiro and Santiago Orioli on row number 1. Maxwell Matcher and Jaden Francisco on row number 2. Zane Burgess and Parker Ives go from row number 3. Cade Wolf in the Rotor Plumbing, we need a bit of that at the moment. Rotor Plumbing the entry, we need a bit of the plumbing here. The track plumbing is certainly being put to good use here. Then it's Lawrence Perryman, Holden Myers, Paxton Romero, Colton Schniegenberg, Nicholas Moes, Colton Brook and Jake Manalio, Nico Salazar, Cameron Johnson, Camilla Kanash, Ruben Greer, Simon Klein, Anthony Matsakolu. Somebody was having a spin there. It looked like it was a Lando Norris kart, which means possibly a Mike Doty Racing entry. But this is going to be now, they're going to shorten it to 10 laps, or are we going to run the full 12 laps? We've still got that big puddle. They're going to run down the middle 2 tram lines, and we're off and racing. Into turn number 1 we go. And everybody, again, they're driving to the conditions, through the steam and the mist. And the middle of the pack, you can't see them, and that means they can't see much either. And yet, to their eternal credit, everybody safely through turn number 4. Burgess has the lead. No, it's Francisco in second, and Orioli, I think, has the race lead. But we talked about how quickly this track dries. The track crew, the corner workers, the marshals have been out sweeping some of the standing water out of the way. It is still treacherous, with a capital treacherous.
Side by side up front here. Enzo De Janeiro under fire already. How about Lawrence Perriman with some giddy up and go after this lunch break and the rain delay? He gets by him, and our pole sitter is going to drop back to the 5th spot at the end of the opening lap. What a run around for the 128. Perriman up, and we've got carnage in the last turn. We made it almost all the way around with everyone making it and didn't quite get through turn number 11. So it's Santi Orioli and pretty in pink Jaden Francisco. 1-2 with a nice margin to Perriman and a train that goes about maybe to 15th.
Now, you said that this circuit was constructed back in 2011. Obviously, it was designed with, you know, the North Carolina climate in mind. You can see, Perriman's onto the mud, onto the dirt, and it's going to take a while to get all the mud off from in between the grooves on his wet tyres. You can see that sort of brown, sludgy sort of mist coming out of the back of his go-kart. That's just the mud that is now being transferred from the side of the circuit onto his floor tray and stuff like that. It's not because he's had a big fright or anything like that. Don't worry about that. There is...
Holden! Or no, Cade Wolf.
Yeah, the 155, Cade Wolf and Paxton Romero going off there.
So two of them, two of the big names on the top 10 in that first heat race around. And if there was any anything good that came out of the drivers that struggled in heat number 1, it was a matter of the fact that the rain came, and that's going to shake everything up here for heat number 2.
Yeah, we were expecting to see an all guns blazing multi-kart scrap for the lead like we saw in the dry. Well, that's not really going to happen here in the wet. You can break away, and of course you have to tiptoe round. The harder you push, the more risky run of making a mistake and dropping back. So you're just literally tiptoeing round. Perriman round the outside. Lawrence Perriman. Now, of course, the mini Swift teams, they've had more opportunity to change the setup of the car to suit these conditions. And in the barrier! That is Perriman.
And Francisco's the one slowing, getting away. Lawrence Perriman into the wall out of the top 5. Jaden Francisco with a spin. And I think the drivers maybe got a bit too confident. You were talking about being able to adjust setup. That also gave all of the driver coaches, all the team owners and parents time to coach these 8 to 12-year-olds of what to expect out there. And probably the biggest thing being said, or the most common phrase, keep it on the racetrack. If you've got to drive at 70%, do that. Just get to the finish, and it'll be a race of attrition. How about Anthony Mazzucchello on the Timmy Tech Comp Card into the top 10 for the first time today? And I don't think that'll be the last time we're talking about him or any of the others making moves forward, because even our leaders are struggling there through turn 8. You can see Orioli and Macha both having some moments. And a change for 5th. That is going to be Parker Ives going at it with the 191 of Jake Manalio. Manalio gets by.
And we saw Perriman being very, very quick. Then he ran off the circuit, and then he came back and made some big moves. That was a classic case of just being a little bit too quick for the conditions. You know, you could feel, and Ives, the back end slipping out. But I do think that the fact that maybe what caught Perriman out a little bit was the fact that Francisco had gone off into the same barrier, and that may have just unsighted Lawrence ever so slightly. And you can see there's another one out with the, we'll try and find out who that is. We've got Orioli leading by 6 seconds over Maxwell Matcha. Burgess there in 3rd with Moes in 4th. Great drive there from Moes. Dalton Haynes has been coaching him, and Dalton's obviously had a word with him about how to get around here in the wet, and Nicholas was listening and paying attention. Manalio in 6th, De Janeiro in 5th, Manalio 6th, Ives 7th, and Schniegenberg. Francisco still there in 9th position, and up into the top 10. Here's the first time we have mentioned Oscar Gus Wunderle, the Bennett kart from Katy in Texas. So Oscar Gus Wunderle up into P10. Where did he start? Well, he started 13th. Then it's Paxton Romero, followed by Mauro Nario, Johnson, Bertana, Greer, Salazar, Kanesh, and Cade Wolf. But Orioli has just got the advantage of a completely clear track, and he's now 7 seconds up the road. He's pulling away by half a second and more per lap. This is a 10-lap race. We're not going to run the full 12 laps. This is a wet race distance, 10 laps. Francisco now fighting back. But what Jaden's got to be careful of is to be exactly the same as what Lawrence Perriman did earlier, an over-driving. Okay, he's made one mistake. We know the kart is quick, but now he's just got to drive within himself. Yes, the kart is probably fast enough to finish second. Realistically, though, if he can take a top 6 finish, that's a win. If he strives for second, he could end up with nothing.
3 laps to go this time by, with the sun continuing to shine and a bit of a change in the lines for a few. You can see Moez on the OKP Kart Republic starting to bring it back down at the end of turn number 4. You met Henry. I mean, again, you were joking about it. Would you believe that this race was right after what we just saw when you're viewing the conditions as they are with KA Senior in what looked to be basically a monsoon, and now with Mini Swift on the racetrack? I mean, it will take a minute for sure, and there are a couple of spots that will puddle up some water, specifically one completely across the inside apex of turn number 4 going into the bowl and right up here in the last turn. But this track will, and it already is, starting to show a little bit of a pathway that is avoiding the standing water.
You can see the steam on the tarmac as the water is turned into steam and evaporates off not just the racing line, but off the majority of the track. Now, when I went out in the break between races, there was a huge deputation from Rollers and Performance Group on the outside of turn number 1, including Gus Lawrence. And Gus turned to me and went, "They say it's going to dry." They say it's going to dry out. I'm like, well, yeah, quite possibly.
It very well could dry out here before this one is all said and done. I mean, I would not be surprised at all to see something like that take place. So taking a look further back here, Jake Manalia there in the 191. Still a great run for him, a great improvement from his opening heat race on the day. When you look back at the Mini Swift drivers' first heat race, it's going to be a completely different top 10. Manalia was 19th in the dry in heat number 1. He's 5th here in the wet conditions. Nicholas Moez as well. I mean, he had a solid run. He was looking pretty good at points throughout that race, but ultimately a DNF with 2 laps to go with Lawrence Perriman. Now, Perriman, sadly, a DNF in this one, but Moez looking at a 3rd place provisional finish, and right now he's got that one just a little ways up the road from Zane Burgess. But the biggest winner out of all of this, Santiago Orioli. 4th in the opening heat race. The only drivers that beat him, Burgess, Macha, and Parker Ives. Ives down in the 8th spot. Macha is 2nd, so it'll move him to the points lead if he holds there by just a narrow margin. Actually, it would tie them on the heat points because it's 0 points for a win, 2 points for 2nd, 3 for 3rd. So Macha would be at 4, Orioli would be at 4, but Orioli, if he can bring this one home, which right now it looks like he's got it well under control coming to the white flag, he'll inherit the provisional pole. And again, you can see the steam just working its way across the surface. This place will be dry. Will it be dry by the time the X30 Pros take to it? I don't know. That might be a bit of a tall ask. But again, 10-lap heats right now, that's still a lot of time, a lot of go-karts to run, still an X30 Junior and KA Master. It could change in an instant, and it is changing right before our eyes here still, with Orioli taking us home here in Mini Swift.
It may not dry by the time X30 Pro go out, but it's going to be in a condition where no tyre choice is the right tyre choice, and you are going to eat a set of wet tyres in the space of 10 laps, because there will be dry patches. You can already see on the racing line the different colour of tarmac, and that is what Santi Orioli is finding. And right now it's perfect because you've got those nice little puddles there to keep the wet tyres cool, but those puddles will dissipate. Well, we had 10 karts battling for the win in Heat 1, and in Heat 2 we have a winner by 10 clear seconds, all because of the rain. Maxwell Macha 2nd, Nicholas Moez in 3rd, Zane Burgess in 4th, Jake Manalio is 5th, Jaden Francisco 6th, our pole man, Enzo Di Janeiro 7th, Parker Ives, Paxton Romero and Mauro Nario the rest of the top 10. Colton Schniegenberg and then Oscar Gus Wunderley rounding out the top 12. But I believe Caleb Biasca has some news for us down in the pit lane. What have you got, Caleb?
Thank you there, Henry. Spoke to Alessandro Tullio earlier today. He said this racetrack is drying quicker than everybody expected, and that brings a question of tires into play. We have Lucas Palacio here on the front row alongside Ashton Woon. They're on a new set of tires. The same thing goes for Woon, but you go further back, you look at Tristan Murphy, a used set of tires, barely scrubbed. A lot of people are believing that may be the best option going into a drying racetrack.
It's a great point by Caleb that, you know, basically there's no intermediate tires, right? Formula One and a handful of other major racing series will have the wets. They'll have the inters that are somewhere between with partly treaded tires, but also a little more of a slick surface. And, well, used up Reigns, that's going to be like that. It won't be nearly as treaded and good for monsoon conditions like what we saw just one session ago.
Well, if you go out on a brand new set of tires at the start of this next race, you'll have a set of inters by about lap number 8, because, you know, the way that the heat, the way the circuit is drying, this next race, Junior X30, you will start to see. Now, I'm not going to say you're going to start to see drivers move to the left of the circuit to drive through that huge puddle, but you're going to see drivers searching around by the end of this race to try and cool some of these wet MG tires, because they are going to be crying and begging for mercy before the end of this one.
Take a look at that image. It looks like a sunny day. It looks like a beautiful day, except you would have no idea until you pan to the left and see that we just got dumped on.
Oh, yeah.
Rained through. Now a drying circuit on tap for X30 Junior. We'll be right back with the Carolina Grand Prix. US Pro Kart Series action here on Kart Chaser continues.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200?
I'm tired of all this Brandon business, okay? Brandon this, Brandon that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats, they got MXCs. And if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental US over $200, that's free shipping.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there?
Dude, I'm doing a commercial.
Dude, we have no time. It's about to start.
Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others. What do I get at Shop AKR?
MXC rims.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Look at this Kyle Cuthbertson. Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Welcome back, and a bit more updates here from Caleb Biasca down on pit lane. Only a couple of drivers opting for used wet weather tires. Looks like most of the top 10 trying to play it safe and go with fresh MG wets. So they're going to get a full outlap, I believe, before they have to form on up. Gives us time to take it to the starting lineup for X30 Junior presented by Speed Concepts Racing. Again, this is how they qualified yesterday. Lucas Palacio, Ashton Woon make up one of the youngest front rows in the class of the season, probably, and if not over the last couple of seasons, a record low average age between the pair. And then Cole Medeiros and Tristan Murphy, a couple vets, a couple drivers with some big-time wins under their belt, row 2.
Theo Salomeo and Max Weiland on row number 3. Edward Kennedy and Nico Katowski, row number 4. Jude Thirumalasawami, excuse me, and apologies to the entire Thirumalasawami family if I just bulleted that one, and John Antonino rounding out your top 10. Sarah Bradley and Sebastian Rist, Alex Vanchev, Travis Pettit, Nate Dupuis, Joe Jose Halfen, who's had a shocker of a day so far. Let's hope it gets better for him. Luca Popescu, Ethan Skyman-Jencic, Leonardo Saraval, and William Kim. The top 20 on what should be a 31 kart grid if everybody back to Achilles Superco is ready, present, and correct.
Let's take a look at them. Here they go around that final turn. They're going to send them to the middle lane, the gap between the two tram lines as we look for green. And I think Palacio might have missed the cue, so he's going to go back to his tram line and not get a violation. But either way, they're going to give him the green. We're underway down to 1, and man.
Yeah, and through the barriers goes 1. And somebody at the back just takes evasive action. The 755, William Kim, just thinks, nah, do you know what? Oh, there's an energy cart. That would be Kennedy off at the side of the circuit. And fair play, he was able to stay straight because that grass, well, the top part of it is green. The rest of it is mud.
Check it out as they go through the infield for the first time. Lucas Palacio to Ashton Woon, and then a little gap back to Theo Salomao. Here's Cole Medeiros trying to get back forth. What a great start again for John Antonino Jr. This kid has been on the gas today. Great over-under there. P4 now for the MPG Kart Republic. And right behind, looking on, there's Thirumalasawami up to 6th off the bat. See how the rest of the field files out as they come to put one lap in the books here for X30 Junior. Mind you, we believe Tristan Murphy on the scuffed rain tires, but he got really messed up here on this opening lap. He's going to drop, oh no, all the way to the bottom. I don't know what happened here to the Ryan Perry Motorsport driver outside of the top 20.
He may have been the cart that went through the barrier. It looked like I was trying to decide whether it was a Speed Concepts graphics kit or an RPM graphics kit. It may have been the RPM graphics kit. Now it's interesting, Caleb Bieska is our eyes down in the pit lane on compound duty. Oh, and there's somebody off into the mud, and oh dear, that is an absolute shocker for that mechanic who's got to go and jet wash the go-kart afterwards. It looked like it was, let's have a little look there, you could just about see the number plate. The rest of it looks like a Sophie kart, just because it's orange with the clay-type mud that is all over this part of the world, I have to say. It looks like Emery Lyder's hair. Here we go, back to the front. Palacio pulling out a healthy advantage ahead of Salomeo. Then Medeiros, Woon, Antonino. Again, one of the youngest drivers in the class, and yet still driving with a level of maturity that belies his young years. Now he looks to the inside, passes the number 795 of Ashton Woon in that MPG Motorsports machine. Behind him, Max Weiland on the Magic Kart also passes Woon, and Woon was very lucky there not to suffer the same fate as what I believe is his teammate. It was, oh no, it was Thirumalasawami, who went onto the mud earlier on and caked that Speed Concepts Racing number 791 machine with mud. Ethan Skyman-Jencic is in 10th, and further down the order, William Kim has slipped back to 13th. William Vita is out of the race, I believe, in the number 713 J. Howard Development entry. So unfortunate for the Lionsville from Zionsville. Up at the front now, Salomeo taking the fight to Medeiros. They're only 1.2 seconds behind Lucas Palacio. It's hard to see, Xander, the difference between used wet tyre lap times and brand new wet tyre lap times. Vanchev great 3-wide move. Well, that's significant. Vanchev threw it up the inside, stamped on the anchors, and got the kart stopped on the apex. That means that there is more traction as well now. So Vanchev, the times coming down, 101s, 102s. Theo Salomeo, a 103. Now we're still some way off, obviously, dry weather lap times, but times are improving.
Just a bit. We're still, like you said, a good ways off of them. Again, the lap times they'll run in the dry will be down in the high 40s. So, mark it at the 1 minute ones, 1 minute twos. You'll see the crossover where slicks really become a question right around the mid 50s.
Okay.
And again, that's going to happen very fast, right? You're looking at the laps just continue to pick up. Obviously, as the drivers are figuring out the line, but putting 30 go-karts out in X30 Junior, I mean, this is going to be really fun to watch what the X30 Pros do. I think they're going to have to go still with the wet tires, but I think it's going to look like a dirt track race where you'll see the high side, you'll see the low side work, and a whole lot of slide jobs because already the rooster tails are all but absent now. And there, prime example, low line for Vanchev, high line for Medeiros. Vanchev's line turns out better. Medeiros tried it in one. The outside works better there, and that's going to change lap by lap, corner by corner. You got to constantly be searching for grip, trying things, pushing yourself past your comfort zone, and making runs at it if you want to have a shot to find speed and close in on the drivers in front. And to Alexander Vanchev's credit, last time by, even with that pass on Medeiros, 3.5 tenths, nearly 4 tenths better than the Kart Republic factory driver Lucas Palacio, who has grown up and developed at this place. Even though he lives a couple of states away, most of the development that he and his coach Martin Pierce were able to do during the pandemic were on track one-on-one sessions here at Trackhouse Motorplex. Alexander Vanchev, he's a Florida kid. The Romanian-American is based out of Orlando, Florida. He's used to weather like this, heat like this, humidity like this, but not at this specific racetrack. Although he's putting it to good use, that was another burner, nearly a full second better, 8 tenths better, pulling away from this fight for third that is heating up now between Antonino and Cole Medeiros.
Yeah, this is, well, obviously you've got this race, then you've got 17 karts set to go out in KA100 Masters before you get to the X30 Pros. I've just put down, I think I may have a little prediction for what could happen in X30 Pro, but there's Vanchev to the inside of Palacio, and Vanchev, I wonder if he went for the sort of slightly scuffed tyres but a very wet setup, because he is able to get those tyres dug in to the tarmac with, the setup on his kart. He really is able to get late on the brakes, get the kart turned in without the back end stepping away. As we look now at the number 736 of Jose Halfon. Well, it has come good for Jose Halfon. He's up into P8 after what's been a shocking day. And at the outside of turn number 1, there is a dry line. It's off the racing line, but the tarmac is dry. That is incredible. Well done to the drainage department here at the Trackhouse Motorplex. Vanchev, can he now pull away? Lap 8. There is the mud-strewn Orsolan performance kart of number 751, Theo Salomao, who is slipping down the order. So obviously he went for the wrong pressures. He went the wrong setup. I think he may have gone for a drier setup, or but with full wet tyres, and that is not working. A wetter setup on less new wet tyres is the way forward in this race. As you can see, Salomeo, he's just not able to get the power down without the back end stepping out, but here we go. They're going to be on a dry line. Palacio also going backwards.
I don't know, Henry. I mean, these races are so long. I think we're getting close. Lap times are down to the 1 minute mark. They're not going to get a whole lot better before we go into heat number 2 for X30 Pro. A lot to keep our eyes on here. I think that could be the crossover. I think it's going to be very gutsy and probably a bit premature to go to the slicks for the KA Masters, but those guys, some of the drivers in that class might go, you know what, I don't want to buy wets. We're going to race. I'm going to believe that we're going to race on slicks tomorrow, so I'm just going to keep my slicks on and not have to buy another set of rain tires. So we might see one or two attempt it. But X30 Pro right now, our projected or estimated crossover period based on the way the lap times are going. Up the hill, final lap, Alexander Vanchev well out in front of this fight. It is Palacios slipping backwards, another one. Medeiros through to third.
Yes, of course, the KA Masters, there'll be a question of, do I gamble based on budgetary reasons or self-preservation reasons? Because they do have to think about something going to work on Monday morning. But Vanchev storming away. John Antonino, Cole Medeiros second and third. Palacio, the setup has gone away on that kart. Wyland, P5, Wound 6, Halford up to 7th. Salomeo, like Palacio, went the wrong way on setup. Great at the start, struggling towards the end. Now what is significant is that they've all got teammates, well, Palacio with Kart Republic, but certainly, the RPG team for Vanchev, the Orsolin Racing team, they'll be learning and figuring out, okay, we went the wrong way here, this is how we need to adapt our setup or our pressures for the next race or two. Vanchev takes the victory. And Antonino second, third for Medeiros. Palacio holds on for fourth. Again, you can see dry line emerging.
Oh yeah, it's coming. It's gonna be one of those crossover races. KA Master again.
Oh, yeah.
These drivers are in for one heck of a session that is going to be very, very dynamic. KA Junior through in the dry, KA Senior in the middle split from dry and wet, and now X30 Junior following a wet mini Swift race. Getting close on those lap times, Henry.
Yeah, quick bit of credit there to Bainham Abernethy and Martin Yaramillo. 11th and 12th in that one from 23rd and 22nd on the grid. So a good performance there from Bainham and Martin for the HOTS driver development team and U-Race. Here's a look down at the KA Masters grid. And there's a this brand new sets of wets.
I don't know.
Ooh.
It might be. It's the safe play, right? It's not the risk yet. We're not going one way or another.
No,
but
wets is that right? But brand new in these conditions. Now let's have a look. That looks more like it. That's a proper set of scuffed wets there. I think Renato Jada David there has got the right idea. I think new wets, it's going to be expensive 10 laps. Let's put it that way. But I think scuffed wets are the way forward. I mean, I don't know, where's Ariel Castro? He's on new wets as well. I mean, I don't know if Caleb is down there. If Caleb can hear this, or if Haley is down there. What's the general gist of the tyres? I don't know if you've got an opinion from Caleb. There is Alessandro Di Tullio giving more coaching to the Rocket Racing Company, and his coaching worked very well in the wettest of the wet races that we saw in K100 Senior.
Yeah, it worked out good there for the Rocket Racing Company, and the Miami, Florida-based teams used to days like this, and so is that Orsolin Racing team based out of South Florida. Fabio Orsolin, one of the things they love to do is purposely try to shoot for wet days and rainy days down at AMR Homestead Miami Motorplex to do their driver development, because it's one of the few tracks where you can get days like today where it'll dump water, clean off, dump water, clean off again, and yeah, check it out. I'd say those look a little scuffed up, don't they, Henry? The rears look fresh.
Those are brand new. I mean, it's only Renato Jada David who has got, in my opinion, the exact right tyres so far, the ones we've seen. They're brand new on the front there. Yes, Orsolin. There's another one.
That's Scott Falcone right there on Orsolin.
And they look even more scuffed. That's Mundy Lawyer with scuffed tyres as well. So Mundy Lawyer, I think, is going in the right direction as well. towards the back of the field as well. There, and that's a great thing. So that is the Downright Motorsport team. I spoke to them during the lunch break. They're a lively bunch. Great to see them in the paddock. There's Felipe Rodriguez. They were busy having steaks, and you know the Downright. Is it Downright in Apex Motorsport? I'm trying to think of.
Well, you're thinking Apex Racing Group. That's with Jordan and Henry Hernandez. That's a different
thing,
South Florida-based group. But yeah, Flip Rodriguez or Felipe.
Hey.
Flip, as he's a little more well-known. Yeah, Downright Racing. This is, I think, only maybe their second event we've had with coverage of them here this year. So good to see those guys having some fun up here.
And the karts look really, really good. Joey Lobu. Another one of their drivers. The karts look good. The hospitality looks spectacular. I mean, it's not every day, hey, fancy a steak for lunch? It's like, thanks, we got plenty. So they're having a good time up in the top right-hand corner of our paddock. This is a good marketing opportunity for Best Kart as well. We know the kart goes well in the dry. Now, can Paul Montopoli prove it can go well in the wet? Interesting that we've seen drivers taking their wetsuits off. Here's Brandon Carr.
Well, it's hot. Look at that. Yeah. The sun's beating down. The steam's coming up. It's going to be humid. I don't blame them at all. Obviously, Martin Stone, he wants to keep that pretty and pink, blue and pink RPG suit nice and clean. But kudos to him for that. For the rest of the group, well, they're going to be trying to obviously keep themselves cool.
Yes.
Forget if they get a little bit of splashed water on. Now check it out. You can see down for X30 Pro getting ready to go green. There is some activity here.
Ooh.
Slick tires versus rain. Colin Lloyd, one of the first ones down here by the grid for Velocity Racing. And he's going to look to take the plunge to sticker MG Yellows. This is going to be a fun one to watch. And how many more in that class are going to go with that? Is there anyone that's going to try to be like a rabbit and get away early on wet tires? You can see in the background there, that's, I believe, Enzo Vidmontien's SLA Kart Racing, Kart Republic, roll into the grid with wets. I don't think any go-kart is going to roll up to the grid without both sets ready to go. Slicks and rains, it'll be something we'll keep tabs on throughout the entirety of this coming session.
Now that's a deliberate move there from Lloyd to get down there first on slicks. That's going to make everybody think, because they're going to say, oh, if he's that confident, there's Frankie Mossman. He's just asking a question there.
We'll see.
Try and listen in.
Yeah,
sorry, trying to like earwig in. Caleb is down there as well. But yeah, to turn up and bolt the slicks on first, that's a statement move from Colin Lloyd. There's a reason behind that. Not quite sure what it is, but he wants everybody else now to really, question their decisions. Because, of course, other karts are turning up there, and it was almost the Enzo Vidmontien thinking, why is he on slicks? Why is he on slicks? Should I be on slicks? Should I be on slicks? I'm not sure anymore. Oh, look, it's not raining anymore. They're going to get, that's a good way of getting into the drivers' heads. Here we go then. Dusty Davis, Martin Stone, Renato Jada David, Paul Monotopoli, Ariel Castro, Paul Elefante, your top six. Todd Shambo, Miguel Mia, Brant Estes, Scott Falcone, Mundi Loya, Joey Lobu, Janae Dean, Scott Carapalati, Kevin Simonellich, Kim Carapalati, and Felipe Rodriguez. Let's hope the Carapalati family manage to do more than one corner between them this time. Again, I would say we talked about Renato Jada David, Mundi Loya, and Brant Estes being on the worn tyres, which I think is the way forward now, because just with no karts on circuit, Xander, between the end of Junior X30 and now, look at the difference. I think that Colin Lloyd, well, he'll be wanting 10 laps to get out of the way very, very quickly, because it's going to be slicks, I think, now for, slicks for X30 Pro, poisonly. We'll have to see.
I think it very well could be.
Well, the one person that they all want to ask, but they can't, is Dusty Davis, the guy that used to run this place.
Yeah.
But he's on track, and I've got to say, let's see what happens with his brand new set of wets. Can Dusty hold off the drivers who have chosen to go on scuffed wets. We'll definitely see those drivers on brand new wets searching around for cooler, wetter parts of the track. Here we go then. KA100 Masters, Heat 2, 17 karts. Oh, have we got the Carapalatis out there? I'm not sure we do.
Oh, and let's see it. Green flag in the air. We're racing away here with heat number 2 for. Oh no, no green.
We got
we did.
We've got 15 karts.
Yeah, no Carapalatis.
No.
Green flag in the race though. We're racing.
Now let's have a little look. Ariel Castro looking to the inside there. Everyone tiptoeing their way around the bowl at turn number 4. Dusty Davis leads, and Dusty Davis running a little bit wide there, and into top spot goes Renato Jada David.
Oh, one off, top of the screen. Think it might have been Falcone in the 499. One of the Orsilon machines. Looked like something green joining the green grass out there. Check it out, all the tiptoeing right now here. You can see that most of these drivers are already kind of back to a semi-dry setup. The rear tires are back pretty wide in the rear axle, and the fronts are starting to narrow back up, especially looking at Renato Yater David. That's a very intermediate setup on the 425. It looks very good right now. Already driving away, completely dry down in turns 1, 2, and up through 3. However, it will keep a whole lot of water in the inside of that exit curbing and a lot of other portions of the racetrack, and it will be one lane down here in turn 4 for quite some time, while it will open up at the exit where it kind of enters and unbanks itself in the transition. There will be water across the whole circuit, but Ariel Castro loves it. You can see he's got the full rain lane going and everything.
Oh, yeah.
And the RPG X30 didn't get a single lap really on our cameras in heat number 1, although he's hanging it loose there in 8.
And there's an RPG kart slowing down a little bit, coming through that now. I couldn't quite see who that was. Mundi Lawyer making move forward. There's the 442 of Joey Lobu. He's making progress.
I think that might have been Stone.
Where's Stone? Yeah, it looked like Stone is slowing down.
It's almost like he might have sucked in some water into the airbox. I mean, he was working on the needles. Something is not right for the 401. This will be huge in the championship and huge in the grid for tomorrow. Martin Stone trying to do what he can to nurse it around, but he is well under power right now here with just a long 8 laps ahead of him here in the second heat race.
Yes, and now here's a move to the inside from the number 455 of Todd Chambo. Todd Chambo trying to get past Scott Falcone, but not failing to do so. In fact, there wasn't Falcone, it was Elefante in the Rocket Racing Company kart. And of course, Elefante, with the words of Alessandro Tullio ringing in his ears. Miguel Meyer running wide.
And Shambo wide as well. Mundi going to get a spot there. Closing in is Bran Est. He's right there in the 435 Eyes Up Racing Tony kart. All the while, Renato Yater David is putting on a clinic out front. Last time by 2 seconds. Adds another 3/10 here to Dusty Davis. Then Ariel Castro. Lobu, yeah, we're going slick tire racing, but it's going to be sketchy, I think, for X30 Pro. They're already booting up the entire Rawls and Performance Group onto slick tires. Colin Lloyd we saw on slick tires. More reports coming in. I don't think you'll see many drivers trying to gamble on the wets. However, that will make this first lap when they're forcing each other wide and offline, hitting puddles like that, all the more critical and potentially damaging to their Heat 2 hopes. So let's go down here and hear from Caleb of what things are looking like on the pre-grid while this race continues to roll.
Thank you there, guys. I'm in the middle of it all here for X30 Pro. We saw it when the rain came. Everybody was changing gears, front end, rear width, and now we're seeing it again. Obviously, this racetrack is drying up here, so we're seeing, obviously, slick tires going on the karts. We're seeing gear adjustments as well. Everybody adjusting the rear width on their karts, trying to, take all the grip that they put into them, take them out of it now. So we'll see what they can do. And again, I think especially whenever you are going to make a setup change for a dry race, it's just that much more important compared to rain. Back to you guys.
It's one thing to be able to swap the tires, but you can see right there, great look at the DPC Motorsports Group. That's Daniel Perez and his father on that small Georgia-based race team operation, making a change to the gear because they're going to be at a 6 to 7 tooth rear gear difference at the wettest of what it would have been in the KA Senior Division. They were probably already going to a hybrid, only maybe 2 or 3 teeth higher on the gear ratio. But now, if you're anticipating that the natural racing line is going to be good enough and dry, you want to get off that rev limiter. You want to get as close as you're comfortable to the dry gear that you ran in heat number 1. Within reason, as we got a tire that just went off out of turn 8. Someone just lost a tire behind our main pack there from Mundy Lawyer. It was one of the cars somewhere around maybe 9th, 10th, or 11th. That was the 408, Paul Elefante.
Elefante out of 8th position. Now, is that just the tire, or is that taking some of the rear axle with it? We can't see said. Oh, yes, we can.
It looks like it didn't
shear.
shear. And again, going off in that corner, that's a corner where that inside left rear is going to come up in the air. And so it's just enough room where there's no tension on it, no friction, no contact, where it could slide right off those hubs and it shake off in the middle of the turn.
And that's always the risk during the manic, mad, stressful time where you're trying to change everything on the kart, to forget just to double check that you've tightened the rear wheels is something that happens more often than not.
You want to talk about stress? How about Renato Yater right now as we take a look? That's a close-up on Dalton Haynes' machine.
Wow.
Another gear change going for that car, as well as slick MG yellow tires, going and making that front hub adjustment to put it back on the full dry setup before they go into the grid where no more adjustments beyond tire pressure are allowed. You see Austin Garrison there on the side of the screen, same thing. Going to try to make adjustments. They're already ready, it looks like. Chris Enderlein, his mechanic here for the weekend. Frankie Mossman, ready to go, and hopefully cleaning off those tires real nice on the outlap after the barrier impact that sidelined his race. There's Brooks Shambo in the 308 as well. But I wanted to mention Renato Yater was sliding backwards. Now it seems like those tires have completely gone for the Orsolone Tony kart. Whether it was too high on air, too confident, or the scuffed wets have now become basically slicks because he has lost the lead. He's lost second. Ariel Castro to second. Dusty Davis, your new leader here on lap number 7.
Okay, so maybe I was wrong. Oh, Castro
Ariel.
all over the place.
Well, he likes to find curbs, Henry. He likes to spend as much time in the air as he can. That's an awkward spot to do it.
Yeah, but I mean, so maybe I think there's a mechanical issue with the kart.
Yeah, it looks like it's slowing.
It's a slowing kart. I think that it's not a tire issue. It might be a slowing kart issue because he's lost an awful lot of pace very, very suddenly, looking over his shoulder. Or it could be a tire. It could be a tire issue. There is now Lobu up into P4. Can we get the Joey Lobu team, that downright construction racing machine, into the top 3? There is the number 425.
It's possible, car. Henry, if Meir keeps on, or not Meir, Renato Yater continues to lose ground. There's a look at it. That'd be a great run for the Miami, Florida-based group. And behind him, Paul Montopoli.
Yeah.
He is staying inside the top 5 and in the picture. Don't count out the best kart for tomorrow with another good heat race potentially going in the books. Championship points leader Martin Stone with an issue. He's got to hang on to it. That was a big 4-wheel slide up the hill out of 11, but 2 more laps to bring it home. It'll be a top 5 and maybe more.
It does almost look as though through the tight and twisty sections, Jada David is okay, but it's on these fast bits. There's a straight line speed problem there. There's something missing with that car.
Or it was just too high a gear. I mean,
very possibly.
Oh, wait, look at that left rear tire.
I think he's got a flat.
It looks like, he's got a flat left rear tire.
I think, I mean, luckily for him, it's only flat.
Oh, you can see it's hitting the rim.
Yeah, luckily for him, it's only flat on the one side. It's only flat on the bottom. So 3 sides of it are okay.
Okay. You had to get one of those moments in, didn't you, Henry?
Oh, sorry.
But no, yes, indeed. I mean, look at it. It is. He is rim riding right now in every right-hand corner, and you hate it for him, Renato Yater. But now, big opportunity for the rest of the field. He had this one covered. We couldn't figure out why. The speed all of a sudden dissipated. And now we know Renato Yater David checks over his shoulder. He's got teammates lurking now. Miguel Mir, Scott Falcone on the way. and so is Mundi Lawyer. How are they going to get to him as Ariel Castro heads down there in second? There's third now for Lobu, fourth for Montopoli, and I believe Renater is going to at least give way to his two teammates. He's going to try and pinch Mundi a little bit, but he just doesn't have the grip with that flat left rear tire.
Yeah, no.
And honestly, the right rear is looking like it's starting to go too.
He certainly got his money's worth out of the tires. Unfortunately, it just went 3 laps too early.
But you got to give it to local experience here. Out of turn 9, headed for 11, Henry.
Dusty Davis. Yep, he got it right. He got it right when it counted the most. He took the pain early on, was there to pick up the pieces, and he wins comfortably from Ariel Castro. Bad elbow and all. What a recovery from Castro. And a first top 3 for Joey Lobu. Oh, there's going to be smiles all around in the downright, I think it's downright racing, downright construction.
Yeah, downright racing, downright construction.
Downright good time. Montopoli, P4, Maya, Falcone, Mundi Lawyer, Stone, again with another driver that was struggling in that race. Renato Jada David comes home in P9. Brant Estes, Todd Shambo, Rodriguez, Simonelic, Junaid Din, and then sadly Paul Elefante failed to finish.
Another one in the books. One more session for heat rotation number 2, and then we go back to the top of the batting order for the final rotation of sessions. 10 heat races remain here at the midpoint of the day when it comes to the action for the U.S. Pro Kart Series Carolina Grand Prix. X30 Pro on deck.
We look on as Gus Lawrence sets his tire pressures. I spoke a little bit earlier here to Brandon Jartscrack. He was telling me this racetrack is a little bit different. I heard Xander talking about local experience, but one of the new features here at Trackhouse Motorplex, on the exit of turn 8, the runoff, there's dirt on that outside line, which is pretty much the runoff is now dirt. So all that dirt that we saw and, all the aquaplaning that we saw as well earlier on in the KA Senior race, that brought all that dirt onto the racetrack. So everything offline, especially in turns 8 and 9, full of dirt. So for the drivers getting set to go onto the racetrack, you want to stay all 4 tires on the racing line at all times.
Great input there, Caleb. As we take a look down on the grid, but we are keeping an eye on the series official Discord for further updates of where we may be when it comes to lap counts. Now that we're going back to slick tires, well, are we getting the full 12? Are we going to shorten it to 10 to get back on schedule? That, of course, factors into where you want to play your race, play your hand, and set your air pressure. But taking a look down the grid, you can see the field is completely back to those sticker MG yellows. Not stickers anymore. 2 sessions on them so far, qualifying, and 1 heat race in the books. And it was a good one to start our weekend. A 5-car fight that featured the likes of Gus Lawrence, Ryan Norberg, Austin Garrison, Dalton Haynes, and at points as well, Hayden Jones, although he got there just a little bit late. There's also, of course, a very hungry Paulie Massimino who'd love to get back up and into the mix after a crash took him out of heat number 1. And beyond that, well, Davin Roberts, he had a great opening heat race. Top 10, didn't cause any issues, didn't get into any issues, and he looked very promising early here in this weekend. Enzo Vidmontien there now on screen for SLA Kart Racing. We saw him rolling up initially to the grid with those wet tires. Obviously, they've made the call to go over to the slicks like everybody else. And that means that this one's going to be very, very fun to watch for us because it'll be the first time slick tires have hit the racetrack since the big rain shower that hit this afternoon. Frankie Mossman is just ready for another run at it, to be honest there. You can see all the dirt on the tires from that DNF. And it also, unfortunately, had an innocent bystander. Henry Taylor nowhere to go trying to avoid the slowing Frankie Mossman, who was not so fast after heavy contact with the Scribner barriers on the outside of turn 2. Severely bent that left rear axle and took him out of contention. Levi Sangera and Colin Lloyd ready to go. Engines are fired. We're about ready for another run at it. There is the external starter scramble just for a split moment. Oh, and there's one more. Problems for Danny Perez. Just had to run away. I think he's got something amiss there on the 382.
Yeah, we saw Danny and his father working on the gearing of the kart in there now. Of course, he's going to try and get that running. And
look at this here. The mechanics are going to scramble to try and help him. Let's see if they. There we go. Nice work. Kudos to the community there.
Yeah, exactly. You always try and name check when you see mechanics not from that team helping to get another driver out there. You know, that's always very good. Doesn't happen all the time, but here we go. Gus Lawrence, Paulie Massimino, row number 1. Ryan Norberg and Dalton Haynes on row number 2. Austin Garrison and Hayden Jones go from row 3. Ryan Raffa and Brooke Shambo, row 4. Star of the show, Davin Roberts, top 5 on his senior. Is this his senior debut, or did he race the first round in seniors as well? I cannot quite remember. But he
did. It's his second, but it's first season in it.
Youngest driver in the field on P9. Enzo Vidmontien, Frankie Mossman, Henry Taylor, Levi Sanguera, Colin Lloyd, Jacob Kolar, a very relieved Daniel Perez, Caden McQueen, Maverick McKenna, Kellen Spears, Finnegan Bailiff. There is your top 20. Are we going to see a full complement of drivers out there? Well, Santi Fernandez, Christian Blevins Jr., Henry Lepard, Quinton McPherson. Now, do we have Zach Clamandamello, Brian Garcia, Remy Andriatos to complete a full complement of 27 drivers? Trying to look towards the back of the field to see. I don't think I can see the Nash livery car.
Oh, no, I see it there. He's back on a different cart here. He's throwing you off.
Oh,
He's on a TB cart all the way back there. A lime green machine for the 313, it appears to be. So we do have 27 indeed, ready to get after it for heat number 2. Gus Lawrence, switch from the white to the black suit. Try and keep that white suit looking pretty.
Yep.
And that go-kart looked good in heat number 1. I wouldn't say it looked great, but again, a lot of learning on this first time around. That was only his first American race session on these tires.
Let's look. There's going to be 27 karts going through that puddle.
And that's only one of them.
Braking.
There's a few more. Turn 4 is what I'm really looking towards here, Henry. That's where I'm really worried we might see some major carnage in the bowl. First time, slick tires. Gus Lawrence on the left. Paulie Massimino on the right. Let's hammer down and get it. Heat 2 underway for X30 Pro.
Hold your breath, boys and girls. Through turns 1, 2, they're all trying to get single file as quickly as possible. Norberg has a huge moment under braking. Now we see why these are called X30 Pro drivers, because they are flat out slick tires with wet patches all around the racetrack. They've got to keep it inch perfect.
Now remember, Paulie Massimino and Dalton Haynes. Dalton got a penalty, a 10 position from that first heat race, and Paulie was not happy with him. Obviously, it sent the 308 around, and in fighting for a championship, that's crucial points you can't afford to give up to someone like Ryan Norberg, who's going to send it on Haynes, slide through. Garrison ends up following Dalton up the hill, and Ryan gets back into third, but Gus Lawrence is already up and away as the rest of the field looks like they've made it decently well through the first lap. The only big drop it looked like might have been Brooke Shambo on the BJR LN card. On the other hand, ZCD is up from 25th to 18th here on this opening lap. As you can see, the pros are climbing up the exit curve and out of turn 4. Gus Lawrence handling the conditions here at Trackhouse like a seasoned vet, already out by 1.1 seconds.
Yes, and now just don't think about who's behind you, because the good and the great of the American karting scene are all lining up. Massimino, Norberg, Haynes, and Garrison. With Massimino, he is not going to be in any way, shape, or form. Norberg's got a great line into there. That's the second time Ryan Norberg, he does the turning of turn 10 before the wet patch, so he just drives deeper into the corner, stands on the brakes. Great move. Norberg is clear, and he is going to set off after Gus Lawrence. He wants to, again, this is the chest beating part of it. I'm still the big dog in the awning, and they're climbing that curb coming out of the bowl section to avoid the moisture on the outside of the circuit. I mean, you may not see lots of overtaking here. This is a wonderful race. You're watching the very best, tiptoe, knowing yeah, you put a wheel over the curb onto the paint, it's disaster. And this is with the biggest prize fund we've ever had here at USPKS for a single event on the line in this weekend. Not in this race, but this weekend. So, of course, yeah, the higher, there's a bigger risk factor. Now, let's look at the gap. Lawrence, 51.0. Norberg, 50.7. Half a second, 0.3 of a second quicker than everybody else.
And again, that's going to happen just as this session drags on and it gets the water pushed offline and the drivers get their bearings. So it's gearing up for a good mano-a-mano fight. However, Austin Garrison would like to join it. He's got to get by Paulie right here. Let's see if he goes. He doesn't have the confidence yet to go offline in turn number 8, but he's obviously gone around Dalton Haynes. So that moves him one spot up. And now, if he can join Norberg up there chasing down Gus Lawrence, maybe he can start to play spoiler to the RPG 1-2 party we've got going on. Look at, again, the alternate lines there. Yep. Dalton's not able to get that front bite to turn going to the normal line. So what Paulie and Austin did going to the bottom was a little better to get through the corner. And even still, Garrison had the advantage to make the move down by turn number 1. Gus was able to figure it out a little that lap. Closed up still by Ryan, but only by half a tenth that time. But we're early in this 10-lap heat race here with 6 laps remaining, 4 in the books, and it's 1.5 seconds for Gus Lawrence out in front.
Yeah, I can't believe that none of these drivers are copying Ryan Norberg's line into the final corner because it's working so well. Now, of course, setup might dictate what lines you can take, but certainly, you know, you've got to try and give that tight entry. Coming through here now, Norberg is getting right down to the inside there. And all these drivers, they're leaving a huge swathe of tarmac to the inside. And I mean, everybody, okay, Lawrence, 50.3. Norberg, 49.8. Garrison, a 50.3. Massimino and Haynes, 50.7. So again,
Norberg did, 49.8. That was a half-second bite out of the lead to Gus Lawrence. Now, Norberg knows he's a smart enough driver that when he gets to Gus, if he goes right by him, he'll show him his entire hand.
Yes.
So what does he do right now when you get to the 3.58? You got to pass him in probably where you think you're vastly stronger than him, so he's not able to follow you closely for the full lap and learn everything. Watch this, going into the last turn. He's so confident on the brakes there, clips the curb, uses that to kind of rotate the cart almost midair, and then goes up to the runoff area to carry the momentum. Even still, last time by Lawrence, flying blind here, not being able to see what everybody else is doing, was slower than Massimino, than Garrison, than even, I believe, further back, Davin Roberts, who's climbed into the top 10. A couple up for Frankie Mossman again in this heat race. Looking better for him. Enzo Vidmontienne to 9th. Ryan Raffa, another solid heat race showing currently for the Mike Doty Racing Full Tilt Racing driver in 7th. But these two, this fight, we've been waiting on it. They've been waiting on it. The chance to flex each other's muscles or flex their own against one another, I should say. To the line this time. 4 to go. Oh, and into the pit lane for Christian Blevins Jr. They'll pull the lap traffic off to make way for the RPG duo out front here as Austin Garrison tries to make up more ground. He lost a little bit that time by.
Yeah, no, I mean, Gus Lawrence will be begging Ryan Norberg to go past early so he can see, and Norberg is now just content to sit. Doesn't, exactly like you said, Xander, does not want to show his hand. He is a lot quicker than Gus Lawrence. I wouldn't be surprised if Ryan waits till about 2 corners to go before he makes his move so that Gus can't see his trade secrets.
There it is.
Not.
Down in turn number 8, going for the lead. Got him.
Yep.
Ryan Norberg able to get by on Gus Lawrence for the top spot.
Gus will actually may be quite grateful. This was finally, I get to see how you get around here. Because, of course, this will be the first time that he has driven this track in anything other than mixed conditions. We got a black flag for a slower driver in front. And unfortunately, Zach Tremandamello's great start has come to nothing. He's retired. So has Henry Leppard. And, so this is another thing. The black flag, the lap traffic off the circuit. So that would be Brooke Shambo, who has had a problem. Remy Andriatos is also quite a ways down the order. So Brooke Shambo, she'll have to retire as we look at this battle now for third place. Garrison Massimino. Here's the battle for fifth between Haynes and Jones.
Hayden Jones and Dalton Haynes started at Victory Lane Indoor Karting, just a stone's throw away from this place, Henry. They have been racing each other since they were about 10, 11, and 12 years old. Started club racing here together, and over the years, those two have become major household names here in American karting. Coming to the white flag, they're going to duke it out for the last spot in the top 5 in heat number 2. If Hayden can say anything about it. For now, Dalton holds it. Mossman, by the way, has gone by Ryan Raffa. He's been shuffled down to 10th. Vid Montien and Colin Lloyd, who's been on the charge here in this second heat race, going up 5 from 14th on the grid. But we're keeping a tab on all of the different duos on the circuit. Norberg and Lawrence. Garrison, Massimino, who they may get together this lap in the hairpin. Let's see it. Garrison's going to cover the low side. Paulie with an over-under, and he'll get the job done there. Nice move.
Yep, that's a good, clean, solid move from Paulie Massimino. Garrison coming back there. Massimino just coming across the block. Now Massimino defends over the curve.
Look at that little wiggle that Austin did there to be able to get it. Checkers in the air. Ryan Norberg hangs on over Gus Lawrence.
And look at Lawrence on the last lap, being able to follow Ryan Norberg. Lawrence sets the fastest lap of the race, 49.0. Massimino, Garrison, Haynes, Jones, Mossman, Vid Montien, Colin Lloyd, Ryan Raffa, Davin Roberts in P11, Jacob Kolar, Caden McQueen and Levi Sangera, and Daniel Perez after that heart-stopping moment. But look at the differences in lap times there. Everyone's on the same tyre, but certainly not on the same setup.
No, not at all. I think you saw a lot of variance there, and it definitely shook the grid up a little bit. Heartbreaker for Remy Andriatos. He was flagged off, and Quentin McPherson out on the final lap. Didn't have the best of runs going, to be fair, but a good amount of DNFs here. Maverick McKenna, 21st, the last one running at the checkers. For heat number 2, X30 Pro, Ryan Norberg adds on to that growing championship points lead in a very humid, I can imagine, scale line.
Oh, yes.
Definitely there, boys, as Ryan and Gus. Ryan, quick for me. Whenever rain falls, a lot of people say that you tend to struggle in the rain, but I think you proved a lot of people wrong here today.
Oh, well, it's not raining. That's why. It's dry for like 90% of the racetrack, and luckily, on those first couple laps, I was able to see and learn a lot. I don't say it's like a benefit starting further back, but I was able to see a lot. Like especially before getting over the water in the last corner, seeing where they were and what was faster that I could try. And so that really helped. And then obviously, at the end of the session when I caught Gus, he was doing a different line. He just, he doesn't see anybody, so he's not able to compare lines. And so I was able to kind of see what he was doing that was faster, do that. And then, in the end, he was right there, so I think once everybody figures it out, it's, we're all close. But, luckily I was able to kind of figure it out first.
Thank you, Ryan.
Thanks.
Move on here to Gus Lawrence. Gus, obviously that race didn't go the way that you would have wanted, but I think it was a pretty good start from your side, and obviously having your teammate up there with you seems pretty good for the team.
It's difficult out there, especially when it's like a new track and whatnot. In a drying condition, you need to suss it out pretty quick. I think, just need to keep plucking away, I think.
Well, there you go. Where do you think Ryan was that little bit better than you out there?
Maybe a little bit of local knowledge, and then just having the chase as well can benefit. But no, he did a good job. It's racing, isn't it? We'll keep going on.
There you go, Gus. I'll let you guys get back to the debrief there.
Thank you, Caleb. Gus Lawrence, Ryan Norberg. Appreciate the words from the two of them that sit top of the heap at the end of 2 heat races so far, splitting the difference amongst the pair after penalties were awarded throughout heat number 1. The rest of the top 10 continues as the scale line rolls on, and heat number 3 gets ready to go here with Micro Swift on deck to lead us back up to the top of the lineup.
Well, we are back and racing, not quite though, a false start. And there has been drama ahead of the start of the final Micro Swift heat of the day. Namely, there's a kart that you're not seeing at the front. It's of the pole sitter, Alvaro Medeiros. Here he comes to retake his grid position. That is because Alvaro, on the first rolling lap, was one of 3 drivers to spin up at turn number 5, almost taking a corner work with them. Trey Sanders, number 36 kart, was another of them, but it was Medeiros who finally gets that Orsolon kart back into its rightful position. Alongside him on the front row of the grid, Brody Stoffel, and then Slate Harrell and Lennox Lockhart on row number 2. Marcelo Flores and Dutch Westbrook, row 3, followed by Jack Katowski, Hudson Howard, Dominic Nagel, and Bo Stowers. Now, the track is back to full dry conditions, as it was really for the X30 Pro race. Remains to be seen whether we have a 10 or a 12 lap heat race. Felipe Rodriguez, they're at the back. They're using the proper tram lines at the moment. And all 36 drivers into those tram lines. Do the lights go out? No, they do not. And you can see a rather perturbed starter who is probably now going to march across the cut-through to greet these drivers about now and give them a piece of his mind. There he is saying, slow down. Medeiros saying, okay, well, I'm now not in the lead anymore. Why has Alvaro Medeiros decided to go behind Slate Harrell? Is there a rule there, I wonder, where a false start you drop back a position? But surely Alvaro Medeiros should be on the front of the grid. We will have to wait and see.
Usually it's the second attempt, but that's if it's at the discretion of the head flagman, if he believes that the issue is more so with the front row or with anyone else in the pack. So if they think that it's...
Well, yeah, both. Actually, he swapped the front rows because Medeiros and Stoffel are now on row 2, and it's Lockhart and
this
Harrell.
happened in heat number 2 as well, if we remember right. Slate Harrell and Lennox Lockhart were able to start from the front row in that heat race as well. So good amount of shaking up here. Let's see if this formation will get the green as they did in the second heat race. We're getting close to getting back on the time schedule, folks. For those that are kind of watching along from home, this race is still about 40 minutes behind, but again, they will slowly get back onto formation of where they should be just by the natural flow of the day. We're back up to the full distance, though. Heat 3, 12 laps, full speed, and a mostly dry but still a bit wet racetrack. Micro Swift kicks it off, and we're racing down to turn 1 on this attempt. Team Ferris Racing Micro Swift drivers getting up to speed now as they climb the hill to 3, and now, boys and girls, be careful. Have just a little respect for your competitors here in turn 4, because there is still that massive puddle on the inside of the racetrack.
Yeah, and Lennox Lockhart, from inheriting a place in the front row of the grid, has gone backwards. Oh, and a spin in the middle of the pack.
Oh, no.
And there's half a dozen drivers. And, of course, as they get onto the slippery tarmac and brake, they all go and spin around. That is the middle of the pack. There's Diesel Maxwell joining the fun at the end of it all as well. But I think he avoided contact with anybody else. But the front, however, now has Medeiros retaken the race lead. He has got mud all down the side of his kart there. And, of course, when I went outside just to check the paddock earlier on, there was a huge queue outside the jet washer with the... there was a good 20 mechanics looking rather upset with their very muddy go-karts. I don't know why they don't send the drivers up to get the mud off the kart, but it's Slate Harrell with a 1.6 second lead over Alvaro Medeiros. There is Jay Howard driving development kart, and Medeiros over the mud again. This time he loses the position, and of course he gets mud on his tyres. He's very, very slippery indeed, losing more positions. Lockhart up to second, and Lockhart's easily pulling away. Here comes Flores to third, as now let's have a little look. Oh, we thought we were going to have a quick replay.
And I believe we should here in just a moment as they're getting that dialed. The shopakr.com replay. Another driver still slow or still stopped. Exit of 4 with the yellows. Oh, another one's going to join and just tap into him there. Luckily, minimal impact.
Like a muddy ballerina there. It's the 12 kart of Dusty Strayer, who strayed into the number 23 kart of Ajax Garduno. And, oh, that flag worker is about to get out. Gets a face full of Carolina mud as Ajax Garduno just guns the throttle and cakes him in mud. Here we go. There's the Shop AKR sort of a replay. Here we go. Now, it's, oh, it doesn't like it. It's, we'll come back to the action on track, because Lennox Lockhart has now caught the returning kart of Ajax Garduno and just moves Garduno out of the way. Now, does Garduno have to retire and get flagged off, or is he allowed to continue a lap down?
No, he'll be done. So they're still trying to clear out the other go-karts there, but yeah, they're gonna probably realize that and wave him in, especially with how close the leaders are and the fact that he's got a teammate there in that group with Alvaro Medeiros, our original front row starter. Right there, and oh no, there he goes. Yeah, all right, so quickly and off to the side of the racetrack, realizing where he was and getting his bearings. Now, checking in with Marcelo Flores there in the third spot with Medeiros in tow and Dutch Westbrook in tow. They have lost so much time. There is a huge gap to Slate Harrell and Lennox Lockhart out front. Kudos to the pair of them. Lennox with the local expertise Slate with the local expertise and Lennox Lockhart with a bit of that South Florida magic here from the changing conditions being put on display for the pair of them up and above. Mexico's Marcelo Flores, Alvaro Medeiros, Dutch Westbrook, Brody Stoffel, Kotowski, Leo Simone, Hudson Howard. How about it for Miles Brownfield on the Speed Sense Motorsports Comp Kart, first time cracking the top 10 today for the number 3 machine.
Miles Brownfield started 17th. He's ahead of Mason Brody, Tyler Blackwood. But what about this? Up 20 places, Lincoln Wiley.
Wiley.
Wiley. What? Wiley?
Wiley.
Lincoln Wiley. Thank God for that. Lincoln Wiley in the number 44 kart for Amax Racing. Yes. And Lincoln Wiley with double L there. Up 20 places at a Bo Stowers, Mateo Gomez, Jose Torres, Tana Correa, and then Liani Schiavo. Now, Liani Schiavo was one of the karts that spun on the original rolling lap, but Liani doing a really good job. She is up into 18th place. Wheel-to-wheel battle now between Medeiros and Flores for third. Westbrook bearing down on the pair of them, but they are 7 seconds behind Slate Harrell. 3 wide, good move there from Dutch Westbrook, and I tell you who was also making some good moves, and that's Lennox Lockhart, and he is making good moves up towards the race leader. Slate Harrell's advantage is being reduced bit by bit. There's still that huge bit of mud now at the exit of the bowl section going into turn number 5, which caught a number of these micro swifts out. We're back up to slick race distances, 12 laps, as they come out of turn 8 through turn number 9, the chicane. They go around turn 10 here, and now this little line of wet isn't causing them much trouble at all going into the final corner. They're all negotiating that very smartly indeed, I've got to say. Brody Stoffel coming back into the picture in 6th position. He's got a lot of mud in his car. Here's the battle of the race lead, however. Lennox Lockhart has honed in on Slate Harrell. And that gap a lap ago was 1.3 seconds. On lap number 6, Harrell did a 57.5. Lockhart a full 1 second faster. And, Harrell runs wide. They got a yellow flag. Oh, my word. There was a Kart backwards. And good evasive manoeuvring there. Couldn't quite see who that was. And there's going to be a lot more traffic. So there's going to, luckily for these drivers in the USA, when you come to lap traffic, they don't use the blue flag. They use the black flag. Personally, I think it's great for the drivers to learn how to, number one, yield under a blue flag. And number two, it's good for the leaders to learn how to negotiate slower traffic. But who am I to question? Of course, when you do run sometimes 50 drivers at a time, yeah. Here we go, and of course, there's no blue flags for the Nash Motorsport car. That is number 36 of Trey Sanders. And Sanders is now a lap down, so he'll have to pull in. But these two are catching the back markers at such a rate of knots that they're making the passes on them before the back markers can be flagged off. Sanders into the pits. Also, another Saudi kart pits out of, what is about 29th position. But still, the leaders now. Since Lockhart has caught Slate Howell has looked quite comfortable in his ability to keep Lockhart at bay. Just looking up the road, there's no traffic for the next lap or two at least. In fact, no, I don't think they're going to encounter, well, maybe one more kart they might encounter. Trying to see who that is. Grayson Kennefick has also been flagged in. There's the move. Lockhart going around the outside at turn number 9. Full Slim Shady. Wow. Harold did a Slim Shady in Heat 1. Lockhart with a Slim Shady in Heat number 2. Great stuff indeed. We've got 2 laps to go. Here is the battle. 8 seconds back for third place between Westbrook in the number 33 Bennett kart and Medeiros in the number 15 Orsalon Racing kart. Flores and Stoffel are next, and they're the only drivers within 20 seconds of the race leader Lennox Lockhart. That is incredible. We've lost Katuskis, Garduno, Streya, Maxwell. Looking down the order, the top 20, 33 seconds. And of course, with these tricky conditions, the less experienced drivers, they're obviously not as confident. And the flag man is being busy because we're going to have a situation where Enzo Ramos is 40 seconds down. I think the number 9 kart of Felipe Rodriguez in 29th position is going to be the only other kart to be flagged off. Here we go. Wow, the leaders are already quite a way away around their penultimate lap. Here's the battle for third, still on, and the battle for fifth just behind them. Leo Simone in 7th, 21 seconds off the lead. He's in a 3-kart battle with Katowski and Howard for 7th place. And number 7, Mason Brody, rounding out the top 10, nearly half a minute behind Lockhart and Harrell. Lockhart has actually increased his advantage. He's now 7/10 of a second up the road as we watch Alvaro Medeiros try to figure out a way past the Bennett kart of Dutch Westbrook. He leaps to the inside line, and Westbrook ran a bit wide, and that was easier than he thought it was going to be for Alvaro Medeiros. Here, though, are your leaders. That is how far they are ahead. They're coming out of the bowl before their nearest rivals go through turn 3 at the top of the hill. And Harrell has got half a lap now to try and do something about Lockhart. He's building up, Xander. This could be it.
He's close. He got a great run out of turn number 6, but it wasn't enough to make anything happen in 8. The track's almost dry, but it's still going to be a bit sketchy to pull it off in 11, and especially if you have to cross over any of that exit curbing where it's going to hold some water. Let's see what they decide to do through the puddle. I think they're just going to try and make it home. A big wide slide for Slate. And Lennox hangs on. Lockhart, your Heat 3 winner in Micro Swift. And back behind, the two-way fight for third is going to be 3 deep. Oh, no! Dutch Westbrook and Alvaro Medeiros collide. And it'll give third to Stoffel, fourth to Flores. Alvaro trying to dig through the grass. He has just enough momentum to get out of it. And he'll be slowly across the line. Oh, man.
But it did look as though Brody Stoffel had already passed Westbrook and Medeiros coming out of that corner.
No, that was well, maybe, yeah. We'll need to see if we can get that replay cooking up and take a look at that, because that was a lot to break down front and center on camera number 1, and a great angle at it. Lennox Lockhart, though, safe and easy on the last few turns after a great head-to-head fight there with Slate Harrell. Those two head and shoulders above the rest. At the end of the third heat, the micros are done for the day. They'll be back out on track first thing in the morning tomorrow with warm-up and leading into their main events. But we've got a whole slate, if you will, of action. A versus D, B versus C for the final round of heats for KA Junior and KA Senior. 4 heats in total, 2 apiece for the divisions, and the KA Juniors are getting ready to lead them off.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I want to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like $20 a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like $50 a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome, from Briggs 206 to Mini to KA100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Karts onto the racetrack now for KA 100 Junior. Groups A and D together, the first and fourth qualifiers from yesterday for the final heat race on the weekend. Let's take a look at it here at John Antonino Jr. along with Alexander Vanchev there on the front row as we get set to go. Along with them, Teo Salamau, Nate Golseth, Max Christia, William Kim, Benja Fernandez, Nico Katowski, Cole Medeiros, and Callan Berghofer, your top 10, with more where that came from, as we're ready for another run at the action here from Trackhouse Motorplex. And whoa, a big lockup from Vanchev. Everybody pointing backwards, saying that the back of the field was forcefully shoving the front of the field forward, and that's going to wave off our first try at a start. So no green from Porter on the first go-round. We'll send them for another one.
So for the second time of asking, we come to the line, we look, this time the lights are out, it's off and racing. Through turn number 1 we go, and everybody apart from the luckless number 852 Kart of Franco Escotto, who just has a lazy spin in the background, make it through turn number 1 unscathed. Vanchev, the other V. Over the mud and the dirt, and he was very lucky there not to get the kart turned sideways, and he continues down in 5th position. A move behind him, Max Christia moves into P6, but John Antonino and Theo Salameo are away at the front, and they will try and clear off, because even though the track is dry, it's going to be trickier than it was this morning, Xander, to get those big bunches together, simply because offline the track is still very green.
Yeah, it's going to take a lot to get back to where we were, and it's going to race a whole lot different for a long time as well, with moves like that and moments where the drivers end up a little wide, like Antonino, just barely missing the curb at the exit of 4, and then hydroplaning through that big puddle at the exit of the bowl and losing the lead because of it. I mean, you're seeing such a massive swing in the pack, and the drivers who have been used to conditions like this, those without the extra experience, already a massive split from the back of Forrest Adams in 11th to Brady Shad and Martin Jaramillo in 12th and 13th. And again, in KA Junior, you've got a lot of young drivers moving up from Mini Swift. Might be their first time in a full-size car, even if they've driven in conditions like this before. But a spinner there, the 845 going around. That was Darren Kidd, the Mike Doty Racing kart, spun in 11.
And haven't seen Frank Kidd in the paddock. I'm not sure if Frank has ventured down. Frank is the 9-foot-tall dog owned by the Kidd family, who literally almost ate Alex Silver breakfast last time that Frank saw him. With the rest of the field, though, there are a couple of karts. Yeah, Liam Silver, Nolan Carney also out of the race. So it's not been a great day for either of those two drivers. Escotto is carried on, but also we've had the number 871, Thomas Anthony, for the Amax, or the AMAX racing team. He's down at the back. Now Vanchev continuing his recovery drive. Talked about it earlier on in the second set of heats. Lots of drivers in KA 100 Junior that have got race leading pace, but in terms of potential main event winners tomorrow, there are very few that can have problems and then drive their way back to the front. Vanchev, one of them. He's proving it again here. Oh, this time it's the number 826, Nick Golseth. Now, this is going to be a test of Golseth. It's exactly what happened to Vanchev on the opening lap. Golseth, it's cost him time, it's cost him a position or two. Now, can he fight back? Can he drive back up towards the front?
Well, and it doesn't just cost him a position, it costs him a lap to clean those tires off. I mean, he's got to burn off all that water, all that mud, and you can see it's only getting worse at the end of that corner. It's only going to get more treacherous as more drivers go off and bring more mud on, and that's just going to compound throughout the afternoon. Forrest Adams on the hunt, though, trying to make up for a rough qualifying. That second heat race was better. The first heat race, not so much, but P7 now, 2 seconds to get to Callan Berghofer and Nico Katowski as Vanchev goes off again, this time. Again, exit with no help on his own in 4, and he's got another lap where he's got to reset himself.
Yep, you can see the abandoned U-Race kart of Nolan Carney off at the side of the circuit. Medeiros has dropped to 20th position. I'm not quite sure where Medeiros has been featuring quite well earlier on today, but now Vanchev has got a problem in the form of Callan Berghofer. Berghofer in a completely different coloured kart. Is that right? Am I seeing things?
Well, they might have decided to make a little change there to the stickers after the last heat race. Who knows?
Who knows? I mean, there's little changes, but who knows? But Berghofer, the navy and white stars,
it's over to the LN cut now, which maybe that's what they were hoping to use to keep the good kit nice and clean, is just bolt on the old bodywork for a muddy racetrack and a dirty circuit, because you can't do a chassis change and keep your position without proving damage. And he didn't get at anything of the sort in that last heat race. Now, here's Golseth trying to recover a little bit. He's gotten past the 899 of Benja Fernandez, who had that scary moment at the end of turn number 4 in Heat 2, as well as William Kim, who started good, still running okay, but is now back to the 11th spot as 10th changes hands there between Golseth and Fernandez. They'll flip 9th and 10th.
Yep, indeed. Behind this battle, you can see the next couple of karts. That's the U-Race kart of Martin Yaramillo, and then the RPG number 865 of Brady Shad. Then it's Jensen, Lane, Walcott, and the rest. Here is Brady Shad holding off Martin Yaramillo. That is a battle for what is 12th position. Shad has it. Yaramillo did have it and wants it back. As we move through the final corner to complete lap number 7 and move on to lap number 8. And again, you'll see these huge gaps develop in the field. Escotto is at risk of being flagged off. He's only 10 seconds of being put a lap down in 23rd position. Now Vanchev back up ahead of Berghoff. He's ahead of Forrest Adams, and he's ahead of Edward Kennedy, chasing down Callan Berghofer as best he can. Max Christia and Nico Katowski having a very lonely race in 3rd and 4th position, but doing a great job. Theo Salomeo made the move on John Antonino when Antonino made that one mistake, and the gap has maintained at about 1.5 seconds between the top two ever since. Here is the TKG Birrell ART kart of Nico Katowski and Max Christea battling over 3rd position. Now Katowski's been fast, but erratic, I would say. He's got pace, but yet he's one of the drivers moving up into the big size karts for the first time in 2025, and lessons are being learned,
But he did get his first podium, a little light at the end of the tunnel and some more promise the end of March with the Pro Tour over in Houston, and he's building on that right now. I mean, this is a well-composed drive here in tricky conditions in his third heat race. Remember, the juniors made it in just under the gun before the heavens opened in heat number 2, so it was regular dry racetrack for them there. It's close to it now, but again, you can see even just getting the right side tires up and onto the curb that Nico was able to do that little bit, bought him a car length away from Max Christia, who has been having a much better start to 2025 than he has had to the last couple of seasons, even his last year in the Mini Swift ranks. This has been a great start for the newly signed GoPro camera athlete. Behind him, here's Vanchev trying to make up for lost ground. He's backed up now into Edward Kennedy, Forrest Adams, and Benja Fernandez, who is determined to make a good ending to this Saturday. Great move there. P8 now, P7 on the verge for the 899. This has been a recovery that will definitely soften the blow of that crash from earlier for Benja. Again, he qualified okay, fell back on this start, but now he's got a lot of speed here in the dry conditions again, and just that freak moment in turn 4 in heat number 2. It was good to see that he was okay, instantly waving the hands, and he probably wanted to continue had that barrier not been in his lap and on his head.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, you can't. There's a move from Kennedy on the Energy Course chassis. Then Vanchev, though, does the crossover move coming out to turn number 8. Now, it's difficult with a camera angle to see, but coming out of the bowl at turn number 4, it's a one-line racetrack. Offline, there is slippery, it's greasy, and then it goes into mud, and that's why it's so risky making a move going into turn number 4 now. It's why, to these drivers' credit, because now here they come, they want to try and make a move, but they have to pinch their car to the inside here, because you can just see the different colour tarmac there coming out, and then of course you've got the mud. It's caught out a number of drivers, and of course every time one driver does go onto the mud, they drag a load of it back onto the circuit, so the racing line gets even narrower. It's not narrow there for Katowski and Christea. They're side by side on the final lap for third place in their final KA Junior 100 heat race.
To the line, it'll be Teo Salamau comfortably. Antonino second, looking to that last turn move. Christia on the inside, uses the runoff and snags the spot with that move in turn 1 from a lap ago. It'll be Berghofer in 5th, Vanchev 6th, Kennedy 7th, Fernandez 8th, Forrest Adams 9th, Nate Golseth climbs his way back to 10th, pulling himself up by his bootstraps after the moments earlier. Brady Shad 11th, William Kim slides to 12th, Jaramillo, Drew Jensen, and Emerson Lane, your top 15 from groups A and D here for KA 100 Junior. And then further back, for conditions that were pretty tricky, we ended up with a good amount of them. 23 of the drivers that crossed the line at the end of lap 1 were able to finish. The only one not was Franco Escoto, went out on lap number 9. And then on that first lap, Nolan Carney, Leo De Silva out. So,
yeah, and Escoto, he was delayed at the start and eventually got flagged off.
Yeah.
So that was big. So, but again, apart from the 2 opening lap retirements there, you know, everybody survived the conditions. They drove the conditions. Yeah, there were 1 or 2 little muddy moments, but you know, at least the mechanics got all evening now to clean the karts up and get them ready for tomorrow. Oh, there's Kart Chase's Zone 18 on the camera there, across the circuit.
2 races in the books. Still more to go. We got B and C for KA Junior on deck, and then it'll be the KA Seniors taking to the racetrack. Travis Pettit, Ashton Woon and company, 26 in total, are ready for the final run of their day here on Saturday. It's turned out to be an all right day here, a bit overcast, but you can see a little scrambling on the grid. For the most part, the rest of the running around is trying to find a place on that fence line here at Trackhouse Motorplex. The racing has been can't miss, must-watch entertainment, and we have been thoroughly entertained with it throughout the entire day. So, well, I know Caleb has been as well. He's had a very busy afternoon. Let's go down and chat with him. Caleb.
So, Theo, this track has been changing a lot today. This morning, now it's wet again. Now it's drying up. Tell me, how's it changing for you?
It's really slippery. The track in this race was really tricky. Had some part that was wet, some part that was with bad parts. And yeah, I was fast the whole track, and we win.
Thank you.
Apologies there, Haley. She's Caleb, I'm sorry, but you know she's not as ugly as you are. I must say. I was giving Caleb compliments in the morning, but you know the rain came through and well Caleb's lost his prettiness factor. I have to say, so that's what threw me off. I was expecting a little bit worse. And Teo Salamau, he looked like he hadn't broke a sweat after that one. By the way, if we're talking about looks, he looked fantastic getting out of the go-kart.
Exactly. Yeah. You know, we're talking about their driver that's burst onto the U.S. scene this year, and. Yeah, taking everything that happens in his stride. This is the next group. Oh, and oh, I don't know, at the back. Now, there was a couple of drivers. We're going to go around again. Yes, we are. That's because there's a Racer's Edge Motorsport kart there trying to catch the rest of the pack. So, this will be the final junior KA100 Junior Heat of the day. Travis Pettit and Ashton Woon, Max Weiland and Isaac Malk at the front 2 rows, Julian Rivera and Valentino Santillan on row 3. Then it's Tristan Murphy and Nathan Dupuis, Marco Romero and Edgar Rodriguez. That's your top 10. Talon Laney and Marco Samut, Jose Halfan and Ruben Gutierrez, Isaac Payne and Rodolfo Levine Jr., Grayson Knoll and Maya Lewis, Anthony Louis and Leonardo Saravale. That's your top 20.
And only a few more from there. Again, 26 in total. That'll be lining the grid for KA Junior. Back to Evan Patton and Lucas Dreibel. Here we are for another go at it. Let's see if we can get it. On All Speed Concepts Racing front row. And it is good on the second time. Travis Pettit, Ashton Woon, and the rest of the pack fanning out through turns 1, 2, and 3. Little contact. That was Edgar Rodriguez getting put in the middle. He'll end up okay. They're all going to get to the top of the hill. Let's see if they make it to the bottom and through turn 4 because they're 2 and 3 wide, missing the puddle. The end of the corner is what I'm concerned about, but it looks like for our leaders, no mud yet. Woon with a great getaway. Big up and over the curve moment for Marco Romero on the Nash Motorsports machine. That bright yellow fellow right there in the middle has got his teammate Nate Dupuis behind him, and 2 by 2 further back through turn number 8. Great start for Jose Halfan. He's side by side, it looks like, with Marco Sammet. That's inside the top 10. Let's get the first lap in the books, though, with a big-time lead for what looks to be Travis Pettit. And where does Ashton Woon end up at the end of the opening lap? Third. Not a bad one.
Not a bad one, but the gap between Woon and Tristan Murphy is going to be what is concerning not only Murphy but everybody else, because the top 3 are over a second ahead of everybody else. And you can see, the 8-11, you can just see him understeering. That's going to cost Murphy and the rest even more time. You can see he just got his left side wheels on that damp track, and he was hacking away at the steering wheel. He managed to just hold on to the position, which he's now lost to Isaac Malkut, but they've all fallen a lot further back. And you can see there the Speed Concepts kart, that's that's the Powering kart, the third kart in line. Valentino Santillan. There is Nate Dupuis.
Big move there from Nate Dogg. He was fast and hungry in Heat 2. He looks the same way here in Heat 3. Marching. Let's see how the drivers have shaken out with 2 laps now completed, up or down. Dupuis already up 2, Murphy up 2, up 3 for Alexander Savage from the back of the grid, and up 4 for Jose Alejandro Halfan. Make it 5 as he gets by, but then got kind of shuffled to the wayside there in front of Marco Sammet. I don't know if he made it out of that corner, Henry.
I think he did. He went in very, very hot, and of course Sammet was just taking his normal racing line, and as Halfan slowed down, I think there was just, nose to bumper rubbing, as Romero just took his line, and Halfan tried to get it wound up, and eventually he got it wound up just before he made contact with the barriers. Gets around but loses position. There is, someone shaken the lead and gone walkies to Nate Dogg, because he is heading towards the front in a hurry. up into third position, the fourth place. Can Dupuis close the gap on the top three, or will he get dragged in to a bun fight with the following group of drivers? He's got Murphy, Malcoute, Santillon, Romero, and Marco Samut right behind him. But Dupuis looks like he is just marching, bounding away like a keen Labrador puppy that's been left in the kennels all day, I think is the best way to describe Nate Dupuis at the moment. Or something like that.
I mean, that I'm going to go with your word on that, Henry. I'll give it to you. Let's 8 laps to go, 4 complete.
Sometimes you just got to paint a picture.
Yeah,
you know,
that's a very specific picture. I'll give you a lot of credit there, and I will say he's living up to it. Already pulling that gap even bigger back to Murphy with help from Santillon, and they're still not really making too many inroads. So, Santillon actually a moment there. The next one to get bit by that big cross-track water puddle at the exit of 4, and he's now a sitting duck trying to hang on for dear life ahead of Isaac Malcutt. Meanwhile, at the front, Ashton Malcutt up and over the infield and into the wall for Ike. A scary moment for Little Sizzle there. You could see that was getting ready to explode as Santillon slid up in front of him, and Isaac Malcutt, I don't know if he tapped the Scribners or if he just had a Bronco-level ride there through the infield.
I wonder if he had ran a little bit wide and then found himself sliding back on, his tyres covered in mud, trying to get the cart slowed down, and of course she wouldn't slow. Either way, he was very lucky not to get personally acquainted with those blue and white barriers on the outside of turn number 8 there. It's going to cost him a lot of positions. He is dropped down to 13th position, but still in the race, which is what he will be concerned about. A DNF in this class with, we had 54 on the entry, but I think we may have lost a couple. Well, I don't think we got 54 drivers here. I think we probably got about 50. I'm trying to look there. Tyrone Kemper Jr. I haven't seen him all day, so he may have been a withdrawal. And just looking down a couple of other, Evan Patton, haven't seen Evan or mentioned him much this race, so we probably have got about 50 drivers. But still, you don't want to be 50th.
No, 50th would be a bit unfortunate if you end up P50. So for now, with the way the heats are shaken out, I don't know if anyone really is definitively in those back 5 spots, because there's been so much up and down movement, not just in moves like that on the racetrack with drivers going wide like Marco Sammet just got shuffled, but of course all the attrition throughout the day, the DNFs, the crashes, the changing conditions. Granted, less so impactful for these KA juniors, but that's going to change things up.
And in the top of the camera shot there was yet another driver falling foul of the mud bath that is now known as the exit of turn 4, entrance to turn 5. It looked like it was a was there a rocket racing kart? It was certainly that sort of blue and yellow and black liveried sort of liveried machine, and we'll find out who that was later on. But it's still, the circuit is still biting. Now, what's the ruling with how many they're going to run in the main event? Do we know, or?
Not yet.
Not yet.
I don't know. At this point, again, most of the time with the cap being 50 and only being a couple over, they may just run all of them in the A main, and they may have already made that announcement back at the drivers' meeting that we were still preparing for today's live broadcast during. So we'll have to get some intel. I was digging through the Discord to see if there was any other announcements that had been made as of yet. I don't believe they had. I don't believe they've changed anything. Oh, no, actually, right on cue here, Henry, just a couple moments ago. Based on the final class totals, no B main or LCQ for Sunday. Everyone's going through to the final, so we will have everyone through for KA Junior and KA Senior. And that means that we'll be going green at 9:30 a.m., anticipating a hopeful conclusion around 1 p.m. tomorrow afternoon with the main. So a very early end, being able to go back-to-back with all the racing action on Sunday morning, and no B finals for either class.
Well, I think you've got a very busy day on Saturday, and everyone is rewarded for, slogging it out today by making the main event tomorrow and getting an early finish. So that is something that I think is good, you know.
It's commendable. And again, you know, the U.S. Pro Kart Series trying to give back as much as they can to the racers this year. A massive X30 Pro purse, and for the likes of the support divisions like KA Junior and KA Senior, trying to give everybody the full experience of the USPKS and not be sending 3 or 4 drivers away after a B final to go from 54 or 53 down to 50. We're already right around that 50 number anyway, with a plus or minus of 1 or 2 in both. So that means that this battle here is going to be all the more important and maybe a little bit more go for broke than otherwise, with no B main to fall into. It's all about trying to get the maximum amount of points for the championship and for the grid tomorrow. Max Weiland, just before we cut over, had taken over the lead. And now with the double sticks in the air, Nathan Dupuis still back there, 2 seconds away from Ashton Woon, but Woon, more importantly, is now after that pass within the slipstream, within the tow of the top 2 drivers.
Yeah, Dupuis has been able to pull a gap on Tristan Murphy, Marco Romero, Edgar Rodriguez, etc., but he hasn't been able to close the gap on these 3 drivers. Weiland, Mad Max, Travis Pettit, and Ashton Woon. Well, we've seen Weiland being able to attack and make moves. Now, as the pressure slowly begins to rise ahead of tomorrow's main event, can he defend and withstand pressure when the business end of the meeting takes place? White flag in the air. Pettit for Speed Concepts Racing, his teammate Ashton Woon not far behind, chasing that magic cart of Max Weiland. Out to turn 3, Weiland checking over his shoulder, defending. Now, can he get all that muck off his tyres and get through turn 4, the danger zone, cleanly? Yes, he can.
Yeah, so far so good through arguably the toughest part of the racetrack. There's still that water patch on the hill up to 11, but that is going away quickly, and the track looks a little dry in the rest of it, although offline for Ashton Woon, kicked up a lot of dirt. And with a great move by Travis Pettit, he's now got himself the lead. He's got himself a gap as well. Weiland back to second on the last lap. And out of the final turn, Travis Pettit, new home, top of the board. He wins Heat 3 for Groups B and C for Speed Concepts Racing in his first weekend, officially a part of the black and red squad after rooming with them for the last couple events aboard a TB kart.
And I've got to say, that will frustrate Max Weiland. I know it's just a heat race. It's only a heat race. But, you know, that will frustrate Max. Just getting pipped on the last lap. Because, of course, the next time that they meet will be in the main event, and that will be a psychological advantage, you know. Travis Pettit. Yeah, I can pass you. Yeah, I can get you. On the last lap, yeah, you know, I can get you. You can lead us all you want, I got you. There's that little bit of need, there's that little bit of driver psychology that does come into play. Great drive from Talon Laney to come home in 7th position. There's a look at your top 15 position. Grayson Knoll, Leonardo Saravale, creeping onto the front page of the result sheet. Isaac Malku, after that hairy moment, comes home in 13th position. And after a horrible morning, Jose Halfon finishes up his afternoon. I think we're still going to see him in Junior X30, but another top 10 for the RPG driver. A pair of Paralins, Ruben Gutierrez and Valentino Santion, 8th and 9th. But yeah, Talon Laney is 7th, and there is a look at the drivers getting set to go out in KA 100 Senior. Now, there's a question. There was a few drivers. I mean, I hope Paulie Massimino was driving his race suit out. There were some karts that had water was ingested into places that water shouldn't go. Are we going to see them have another issue before the next race, I wonder?
Maybe. Again, the good part is for the ones that are done for the day, they've got the warm-up tomorrow to sort that out. I'm sure there'll be a lot of deep cleaning for most.
They've all got one more heat race to go. This is the last round of heats for KA.
For KA Senior, if that's what you're mentioning, yes. Yeah, I guess is the first group in the group that went to the monsoon. No, you're right, Henry. Great point. Is anyone a little bit less confident going into the final heat on the day after what was by far the wettest session we have streamed so far in 2025, and the most unreal conditions we've seen in a while. But either way, they're lined, they're looking ready. The question will be if everyone can fire up and fire off.
Well, yeah, and then once they're firing, will everything run nice and smoothly?
Yeah.
Because it was wetter than an otter's pocket earlier on, I have to say.
You can see some big names are buried in this field. Former national race winner in Anthony Rivera and rookie standout Enzo Vidmontien. Outside looking into the top 10, outside looking in the top couple rows, trying to march forward. Emery Lida, ready to roll. He had a great opening heat race. Needs a little bit more after that second one to keep himself in the fight for the top couple spots tomorrow, mainly to give yourself a top 10 starting spot. That seems to be the safe zone, I'd say, after the way these heats are playing out, because there's still a good amount of drivers that could spoil the party if they're able to roll from the front of the grid. And if you're a fast driver, maybe not the fastest, then you might be buried back here and not be able to fight your way out of it. It's a long way from the back view here of the AMAX driver in Raider Santos to the front row starting spots of Caleb Gaffera and Paulie Massimino. But it's possible. We've seen some hectic drives throughout the weekend already.
Yeah, and of course, with all the drivers making it into the main, there's 52 on the entry. If they're all here, I think there might be 50 here. There's going to be 25 or 26 rows on the grid going into turn number 1. You want to be in the top 6 rows or the last 3.
Yeah.
you know, anything in between, you are, you're rubbing your lucky rabbit's foot, you're crossing fingers and toes, you know, all that kind of stuff.
Well, hopefully it looks good for groups A and D here with KA 100 seniors, 13 rows. The first few heats have been all right to get through the first couple corners. This one, couple of buddies, Paulie Massimino and Caleb Gaffera on the front row. Sebastian Garzone and Blake Nash couldn't have grown up further apart. South America and the West Coast on your second row. And then Mateo Pappas and Shea Aldrich on row number 3.
Enzo Vidmontien and Anthony Rivera are next. Emery Lida and Adam Maxwell are on row number 5. You've got Chris Harrower and Autumn Fisher, Raheem Alibi and Jorge Ortiz, who's had a shocking day in the number 910 Chad Docken Racing kart. Now the drivers on Massimino's side, so as you look on the right hand side, they're the drivers that raced in the wet. The drivers on Caleb Gaffara's side, they were in the last race before the heavens opened. So we are up and running. You can see all the smoke being cleared. Is everybody up to speed? That is the key. Do you know what? There's 1 or 2 karts at the back of the field, including Autumn Fisher, whose kart drowned on the opening.
We got one turned around in front of everybody. 2 more. Maxwell goes around in the 941 AMAX racing machine.
Yep.
And he was not alone. There was one more that spun with him.
We'll try and see who they are. But of course, you can dry things out, but of course you don't really know if everything's going to work until you get to race speed. And there were 1 or 2 drivers at the back that looked like they were having a few difficulties. So half this field will have will be using tyres that are 1 race newer. And there's a move from one of the RRC cars. Was that Raheem Alibi making a move? So, of course, Xander, how much difference does one race worth of tyre wear? Because the Caleb Gaffara, Garzon, Pappas, Lida, that group, they were on slick tyres for their second heat. The others were on wet tyres. Does that make much of a difference? 1 race is worth?
I don't know. I think it's marginal. And I think right now the track is still far from the point where you're really going to feel a whole lot of benefit there. Again, most of the conversation this year has been less about tire degradation, more about tire heat over the course of the session and overheating them. So we'll see. There may be a little bit, and that little bit of a difference of being able to roll a half mile an hour more through the turn could be the difference of whether or not you get past in turn 1 right here, or if you're able to hold position. But, I mean, for now, it's not really to the benefit of that other group yet. Gaffera, Garzone through the puddle there. And a 1-2 punch as Gaffera slams the door shut, and Pauly walks through it afterwards to take over second. And it puts Orsilon Racing third and fourth there. Mateo Pappas, his father Max, of course, in IndyCar race control, watching along from Barber Motorsports Park for another round in the NTT IndyCar Series season, watching his son put on a solid home performance right now off at the back of a great run to start the season in Daytona. He's on the bumper of his rookie teammate. Let's see if Mateo pulls the trigger down at turn number 1. They've got to make a decision now. Yes, indeed, he's going to go. Luckily for him, they're going to go for the lead, too. Pauly's through.
Yep, Massimino makes the move. Gaffara doesn't bother fighting him, lets him go, slots in behind. They're playing the long game. This is lap 4 out of 12. They do not want those two Orsilon Racing teammates and Blake Nash to close in. In fact, there's no two Orsilon Racing teammates anymore. Where is Mateo Pappas? I can see, is it Garzon? It's Pappas in third position with that red crash helmet, the number 919. What's happened to Sebastian Garzon? We're looking up. There is Garzon, who crosses the line down in 7th behind Emery Leider. So Garzon, who cannot afford, he's already had a DNF. Talked about 50 karts in the final. He's already, best case scenario, going to be starting right in the hornet's nest. Even with a win here, you're still looking probably at a 20th place on best. He's down in P7 now, and it must have been a turn 4 issue out of my sight.
Yeah, it's hard to say how much that really hurts a driver going through that, how long you pay the price, and then you go offline again, and you go through the marbles or dirt, just in a different corner getting past. I mean, you never quite know, but it could be exponential. I mean, he's got 4 more lined up right there, ready to take the fight to him. As on the other end of the spectrum, Blake Nash is marching 50.99 that time by. That was 4th fastest overall with the pass made. He looks good in the wet and the dry, it appears.
And looking to try and close in on the Nash-Pappas-Aldrich battle is our kart chaser's own Emery Leider. I thought that the only chance we would get to look at the kart chaser visor strip was on the grid, because Emery was struggling for pace earlier, but there he is, and behind him there is a battle. That's the gold kart.
So Hudson Brown there, Enzo Vidmontien in the middle. That's Chris Harrower as well, 9th, 10th, 11th. Harrower back to the 11th spot. Garzon will lose another. Alibi past him, so moves him back to the 8th position now. On the while his teammate, we follow Mateo Pappas, a little wide there, a bit of a moment over the curbing and near the wall in turn 2. Here comes Emery closing on in. That'll be for 5th on the racetrack. He had a good pace in the drive. We think back to the first heats of the day. Heat 1 in the morning, Emery was quick there, and in the 6-car pack, I believe. The rain obviously threw a huge wrench into everything, but back on dry conditions, that RPM Tony Kart looks good, and we've got contact with his teammate, Shea Aldrich and Blake Nash. In a very wild moment there, both of them locking up. I don't know how they didn't slam the outside tire barrier, but that has dropped them back. It's now moved Mateo Pappas and Emery Leider up and into 3rd and 4th, and Aldrich now is going to lose about 4 or 5 spots. Nash to the front of this group for 5th on back, and yeah, Emery and Mateo, I think they're just going to cruise from here on out. They don't seem to have the speed to hang with Caleb Gaffera and Pauly Massimino. If they just stay like this to the end, they should be probably safe. There's 2 seconds right now of cushion back to Blake Nash.
Yeah, indeed. Now, Emery, don't screw it up.
Oh, you're terrible. You're terrible.
I'm not. I'm just telling you. I'm coaching, of course. Kart Chaser, built by racers, for racers. The whole crew here has raced or continues to race at many different levels. But of course, which gives me the opportunity to make fun of them when they do. No, I'm joking. To support them in my own unique way, because you're looking at Emery Leider for the Ryan Perry Motorsport team, chasing down Mateo Pappas. They look behind them. Here comes Emery. Oh, it's a top 3 for Emery Leider. We can tell Team Social we can clip that one. We can clip that one. And Emery's he's done a deal with Matteo Papis. We're going to see Matteo on Grid Talk. That's the.
Well, I think right there the reason he went is he kind of waved to Matteo and going, "Hey man, why are you looking back so much?" And, and Papis had looked back a couple times, being a little worried about him. Both of them trying to check the gaps to the next group that Garzone has now worked his way to the front of. 4 laps to go. Paulie Massimino, by the way, has kind of eked out a bit of a gap over Caleb Gaffera. It's up to about half a second right now. And in the shades of 2024, where Paulie was the car to beat in KA Senior, it looks to be very similar again if it stays dry. You can see how much he and Caleb have already put away from Emery and Matteo. And then this group here, 5th on back, nearly 7 seconds away from the lead. But for Sebastian Garzone, I think the bleeding has finally stopped, and he's gotten some forward momentum again in 5th. A little help there from Alibi in 6th. This should be a decent points haul for him. Again, in Daytona for Sebastian Garzone, it was kind of up and down in the heats from winning one to then just a 5th place plus or minus effort in the others. And I think that's kind of what we're seeing right now here.
You know, I think I was joking, of course, about Emery. He made the move. Yeah, you were right. Matteo Papis looking over his shoulder and Emery thinking, okay, I don't need you to back me up into this pack. So if we're going to battle, then I'm going to be defending rather than attacking. I think that's probably Emery's mindset for that one. Garzon having to defend from Raheem Alibi, and that's a good move from Alibi up at the P5. Garzon said he'd stop the bleeding. Well, mate, he's coming back. Now look at the dust and the dirt.
Oh my gosh, Blake Nash into the wall for Shea Aldrich. Blake Nash, a huge move down the inside, 3 wide into the side of everybody behind Raheem Alibi, and it has cleared the way for Enzo. Vidmontien now to the inside of Hudson Brown. He started this lap in 10th.
And he's going to finish it possibly as high as 6th. But you can see the different colour of the tarmac where the water has been coming down the straight there. It's got that sort of a light brown colour to it. That's dust. That's dirt. You get Blake Nash got his tyres over that. I mean, even if he was, it's debatable whether he would have made the corner if the track surface was perfect. But with all that mud, there was no way that he was going to make the corner. Luckily, Shea Aldridge was there to help him, so to speak.
Still close there for 3rd and 4th for Emery and Matteo on this last lap, and a good fight as well. Again, Nash up and over and into nearly into the side. Hudson Brown there in 6th. He's not giving up. Enzo low inside on Alibi. And a big over-under from Hudson. Hudson Brown's going to get 2 for 1 in turn 8 and take him over to 9, all the while out front. Paulie dominates heat number 3. Caleb Gaffera in 2nd. The fight for 3rd, it looks like it may go the way of Emery as this group to the line. Hudson Brown should win out on it, and he does for 5th to Vidmontien and Alibi.
Another Gold Kart brand. I've really, really got to say, now in Europe, the Gold Kart was what was known as a Jade. It was an homologated chassis. Do you know the situation with the Gold Kart brand here is in the US? I know Paul Ozan in the UK is a Gold Kart importer. Really good to see the Gold Kart name back in karting, I've got to say.
Yeah, it is a brand that Hudson Brown and the Brown family have brought back. They've got a few drivers running with them. It's not a lot. It's a small operation, but fitting for a brand that has had a handful of similar satellite kind of minor efforts with a lot of speed over the last couple of decades and like you said, a long-time karting brand. And the Gold Kart 5th to end Saturday for Hudson Brown. They've been on it for a little while. I think about 2 seasons or so.
No, that's good. Oh dear.
Yeah, well, Henry, we thought we were through it. We may not be. There is some more weather looming here before this day is done. We're going to take a break, but keep an eye on the skies, folks. KA Senior, A and D done, B and C on deck, and, well, they might get unlucky again. Let's see what happens here with the 3rd heat race on tap right at the halfway moment here in the lineup.
It's gonna be like really, really powerful.
Update, everyone. We have just gotten confirmation from race control. We are under lightning delay. So the storm, it does have a lot of lightning in it, and we have gone under weather delay for the second time today, unfortunately, just a bit too close for comfort. It's put us in a holding pattern, beginning with KA Senior's second group. Then, of course, we'll back up the start of Mini Swift, X30 Junior, along with KA Masters and X30 Pro. But we still have those races planned to run today. We're just going to take a quick break here. We'll update you as we get information. Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200?
I'm tired of all this branding business, okay? Branding this, branding that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats, they got MXCs. And if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental US over $200, that's free shipping.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there?
Dude, I'm doing a commercial.
Dude, we have no time. It's about to start.
Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others. What do I get at Shop AKR?
MXC rims.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Look at this Kyle Cuthbertson. Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200?
I'm tired of all this branding business, okay? Branding this, branding that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats, they got MXCs. And if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental US over $200, that's free shipping.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there?
Dude, I'm doing a commercial.
Dude, we have no time. It's about to start.
Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others. What do I get at Shop AKR?
MXC rims.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina, and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR, with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Charles Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Junior.
Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here. Told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV Kart.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I went to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like $20 a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like $50 a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all of the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome, from Briggs 206 to Mini to KA100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently. with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
All right, everyone. Quick update. There will be the USPKS officials making a decision and an announcement on the game plan in 10 minutes at 5:30. Again, 10 minutes out, we'll have an announcement and game plan for the remaining Heat 3 sessions. All right, everyone, we've got our official announcement in. We'll be going green with KA 100 Senior, Heat 3 B and C in 20 minutes, 5:50 p.m., a little less than 20 now. Mark it at 17 minutes till we drop the hammer for the final heat races on the day. Once again, 5:50 p.m., 2:50 p.m. Pacific. Green flag for KA Senior Heat 3, and onwards from there. backing at it after a lightning delay, after rain delays. It's been a lengthy day, Henry, but we've got one more bit of action here to go. Back down heats number 3, groups B and C for KA 100 Senior. I believe we'll be doing 10 laps back to the wet tires again. James Overbeck, Brandon Lemke, the front row for the drivers that qualified 2nd and 3rd overall on back. And they're racing down to turn number 1. Good and away for the 2nd time in the wet for this division and the 2nd time that it's happened halfway through their heats.
Yes, indeed. So the likes of Overbeck, Clark, who didn't take the start in his 2nd race. Also the likes of Eli Warren, Drew James, William Boutillier, Quentin Angali. It's good news for them. Now, we talked about tyre wear earlier on, but I mean, those drivers, they've only done 1 heat on their slick tyres. Other drivers have done 2, and some have done all 3 on their slick tyres. So even though some of them will be cursing in some respect that they've had the worst of the weather and the worst of the track conditions, hey, when it comes to tomorrow, if they're able to keep their karts pointing the right way and come away with good results here and in that 2nd race that was done in monsoon-like conditions, somebody joining
Jared Clark
from the back there.
That's Jared Clark from the lead. From the lead group, Jared Clark spinning out in 11.
So it's been a terrible afternoon for him, and of course that kart would not start. It ingested too much moisture before the first of the wet races. Lucas Sabo going slow as well. James Overbeck, Brandon Lemke trying to pull away at the front. These conditions do lend themselves to being able to get away. As you can see, the midfield pack there all scrabbling, and you can see the mud that's on the circuit. Every once in a while, a kart will start suddenly spewing brown liquid from behind it. That is the muddy water. And there's another problem, of course. Somebody spinning at the top of the screen. That is one of the REM karts. I couldn't quite grab the number of that. But of course, this is going to be great news for some, terrible news for others. But it's Overbeck by a country mile over Lemke at the moment. There's the 984 of Quentin Angali, who was very quick in the wet in heat number 2. And I was told, earlier on when somebody who works here at the circuit, they said, first time at Trackhouse? I was like, yes. I was like, I got it. Oh, there's a spin, half a spin. And it was the number 993 kart. Antoine Lemieux getting turned and then righted again. Somebody said, you've got to see the karts under the lights. The karts are so great under the lights. Well, I might just get that. Unexpectedly here today. We've still got 5 races. Well, this race plus 4 more to go.
Yeah, we still have a good bit left here. And, yeah, we might be touching the nighttime just a bit, just past 6 p.m. local time in this lengthy Saturday from Trackhouse Motorplex that has seen dry conditions, wet conditions, intermediate conditions already. Overcast skies, sunny skies, you name it, we've had it. And the drivers are definitely being tested here at the Carolina Grand Prix. Now, James Overbeck's lead to Brandon Lemke is not as big as the graphic shows. Only a couple car lengths for the 2 of them, but they've got a big gap back to this group.
Oh, yeah.
3rd on back, Drew James, Eli Warren, and crew. I mean, they are hanging on through that first lap around while the top 2 got away scot-free with a huge gap after a couple of gaggles there in the infield hairpin. Here's a look now as they come down to turn 8. Eli Warren was running 3rd the majority of his 2nd heat race, and then a spin on the last lap dropped him down. Now he's trying to get himself back to 3rd again. Steven Iser tried the high side, and it looks like getting around both of them might be Alex Machado. He's hanging on tough around the outside on that Velocity Sodi, and he'll get the job done.
Good move there from Alex Machado. You can see him with his visor sort of up there to try and help him see. The reason that Overbeck and Lemke have got such a big lead comes down to one word: visibility. They could see where they were going. Now Machado getting sideways, going through turn 1, gets it straightened out. He is there in 4th place. The Chad Docken racing, number 9, 1:02.9 of Drew James out of Mooresville, North Carolina. Again, a local driver. He'll know this track now. I don't think we're going to see the track dry out as quickly as we did earlier on. It's a lot colder, there's no sunshine, there's no wind, so I think that the water, yeah, it still might dry out, but certainly not at the same rate of knots that it did earlier on. So that's, of course, the problem there. Number 939 getting sent very, very wide. Stephen Isett there, getting elbowed wide there, but somebody else coming up the inside, and just one of those black and blue karts, the Rocket Racing kart. That was Vanegas or Angeli, both of whom really, really did well in their second heat. So there's two drivers, Xander, that may not have featured in amongst the lead half dozen in the dry conditions, but they're really good in the wet. They're going to give themselves excellent starting positions for the main event, and they're going to have only one race old slick tyres, providing, of course, that tomorrow's main event is dry.
Yes, again, the weather through the weekend still does have a chance of playing a factor tomorrow as well. Check out one of the Nash drivers up and a little bit too high and into the wall for the 922 of Wrigley.
Wrigley Keys, and yep, he is stuck in the barriers there. It looks to be, wow, he looked like he was very fast. He was almost too fast. Now there's a Hotz development kart off at the top of the screen there. As you're looking at the number 961, Jared Clark trying to fight his way back up through the order. And he almost, and there's the Inter MS kart there. Well, you can see that was Clark getting a nudge from, I think that might have been Rayner in the 945 kart. That, of course, as Rayner backed off to stop himself colliding with Clark, then it was Martinez in the Inter MS kart that was just behind him and just popped him into the air.
So now on the march back forward, continuing for Jared Clark with 4 laps remaining. Let's see how high the 961 can fly. 15th after rolling from 3rd behind his BJR teammate and then going around in that last turn, and that was only one of a couple moments in this one that really backed up the field. That was a big moment for him there in 6th. Getting a bit too sideways. He missed the inside curb there, and that's been really useful for many, as there's Reyna with a move to dive bomb at 8. They'll keep on racing further up front. Here's a look back to Isert along with Colin Roos, the Speed Sense X-Breeze in the top 10. There's Machado, visor up down the front straightaway, trying to keep it from fogging, as behind him the positions change. That is going to be James and Venegas swap in the 4th spot.
But that also could be because of mud. He's almost like trying to wipe his visor. He may have been following a driver that has just gone through a bit of muddy water on the track there and just kicked up, this sort of thick clay-like Carolina mud that seems to be unique. Well, I don't know if it's unique. It's unique for maybe this state, or certainly this circuit. Everywhere I go, it's this sort of, rich, sort of brown, sort of clay-type mud.
Yeah, and it's only going to get caked on more and more as more drivers go off. There was a swap there for the Speed Sense machines again. Isert back around Roos through 8. Look at this up front. What a battle we've got now for the lead. Brandon Lemke and James Overbeck. I believe one of the two's transponders may not be working, and that's why you're seeing that the laps kind of look a little awkward there for us. But for James Overbeck and Brandon Lemke, it's a mano-a-mano show. It might as well be an open test session for the two of them, as they're playing around 12 seconds up the road from Alex Machado and crew.
That's incredible. And again, and there's Lemke running very, very wide. That could be game over in terms of the battle for the race win. Lemke doesn't want to make another mistake. I've got to say, I love it when it rains because you can see the clear visors. You can see the eyes of the drivers out on stalks as they just try to focus on one apex to the next apex. Overback there, just checking up to turn number 11. Understeers in, stays off that inside curve. He's maintaining plenty of momentum. White flag in the air. And Lemke can continue looking over his shoulder. He ain't going to see anybody because there is Machado in 3rd place. And the gap just grows and grows and grows. Venegas having a fantastic run in 4th. Now, what's happened to Angeli? Angeli has slipped back to 14th. So it's number 928, Sebastian Venegas, who is there on that Rocket Racing Company.
And how about
car.
the run for Oliver Marak as well from a driver that was way down in the dry speed-wise in the morning warm-up. Now into the top 5 here in this soggy final heat race to close out the afternoon. He's got a little gap to this group there, fighting behind him there. That was the likes of Drew James, who was up as high as 3rd in a fight with Colin Roos and Eli Warren. Back and forth there. Roos really parking the bus on Isert and Warren. And here comes the 993, Antoine Lemieux through as the checkers wave. Brandon Lemke, James Overbeck. Overbeck with the heat race win. Lemke 2nd. 3rd on back. Machado should hold it. And side by side there, Lemieux versus Roos. It'll go the way of Antoine. He'll get the move in the last turn, and Connor Ferris a little wide. He'll lose out to Big Ben Gaunt there for 11th. Quentin Angeli to 13th, ahead of Jordan Hernandez and Jared Clark's march. Oh, man, it was going good. It will end in 16th behind Luca Reyna there.
James Overbeck will be very, very pleased with his day's racing. I would say that Overbeck and Sebastian Venegas will be sitting very, very prettily. Overbeck obviously right at the front, and I know you talked about tyre pressure and stuff like that, but still 20 laps is 20 laps new of tyres in anyone's book, and Overbeck will be going on one race old slick tyres at the front of the grid, as opposed to some of the others around him who will have used their slicks in every race.
Yeah, but again, I do believe for most, I'll have to double check on the tire allotment and everything.
Oh, right, okay.
They should have a second set for the main. So everyone should be new tires for that dry final. But in terms of getting an active read in the warm-up session, yeah, he'll be a little bit better off. So that'll help to dial things in the morning, assuming it dries back out.
Yeah.
But another wet one. James Overbeck masters the conditions as we head down to chat with him.
First of all, James, we talked earlier. But this weekend has been a wild one so far.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely had a hard go of the heat races today. Definitely haven't been dealt the best cards. Got moved out of the way in the turn 1 in the first heat, and then obviously the rain in the second and third heat. And it's unfortunate that the first group in both rounds got a dry track, but the second group, of course, got the wet track. And yeah, definitely that session wasn't nearly as bad of conditions, but still we had a really fast piece. I knew we had a lot of, but it's the best I have done in the rain in a very long time. So I'm definitely happy in Denver in that sense. But yeah, definitely a really good race. It was great playing with Brandon there. Even in the second heat, as well. So it's been really good racing. I think the BJ hopefully we have a decent starting spot for tomorrow. I like our speed in the dry. I was pretty fast in the heat race earlier. The not feel good. Maybe dad. My sister is actually for you guys this weekend. There, but yeah, everyone. Here.
Apologies about that, folks. Just a bit too deep there into the building. James first into the scales, obviously. First across the line. And just a tick out of range there. But a great bit of input. And like you mentioned, the second group hurt by the fact they had to go out on the wet racetrack. The first group got the dry track. So he was in it for both. He mastered it, though, very, very well. So kudos to James Overbeck and the BJR crew. That is a solid end to the day for him. And now the young guns get ready to do battle. Mini Swift ready to roll here. Enzo De Janeiro and Santi Orioli will be ready to lead your field to green here momentarily. And, of course, for those in the paddock listening in, it'll be ready racing the moment the track's clear. The next session will roll. Following Mini Swift, it'll be time to go X30 Junior Racing Then it'll be time for our K100 Masters, and to close out our day and race right around sunset hour, X30 Pro. So all that, again, headed your way here. Still 3 more sessions than, well, in total, 4 sessions to roll. Mini Swift, X30 Junior, K Masters, and X30 Pro on tap here from Mooresville, North Carolina. Karts onto the circuit now for Mini Swift Heat number 3. Enzo De Janeiro and Santiago Orioli again will lead them off. Maxwell Macha and Jaden Francisco back on row 2.
Zane Burgess and Parker Ives on row 3. Cade Wolf and Lawrence Perriman on row 4.
Back on row number 5, it'll be Cade Wolf on the inside, or Holden Myers on the inside. Paxton Romero there with Cade Wolf and Lawrence Perriman ahead of him. And then it'll be Colton Schnegenberg on the Team GWR Nitro kart to the inside of row 6 alongside Nicholas Moes.
Colton Bruck and Jake Manalio are on row number 7. Nico Salazar and Cameron Johnson on row number 8.
Cameron Johnson had a great drive forward in the last heat race. He starts just ahead of the final 2 rows on your screen. Camila Canache and Ruben Greer back on row 9. Simon Jack Klein and Anthony Mazzaculo back on row number 10. And as we take a look back, Oscar Gus Wondrill from 21st and into the top 10, and the last time he was on the racetrack, he starts alongside George Zeminski. The final few rows are formed. It's already looking like we're getting ready to take it back underway at turn number 1. A quick out lap, a quick pace lap here for the Mini Swift drivers. 10 laps on tap. Let's see it for heat number 3. For the youngest, some of the youngest superstars of the U.S. Pro Kart Series. One driver out of line trying to get in. One of the Orsilone drivers out of the lanes. Green flag in the air, we're racing down to turn number 1.
Well, he was thinking, why is everybody else in a different lane to me? Be interesting to see how that one goes, one of the Orsilone drivers, but everyone else safely through turns 1, 2, and turn number 3. Now, Santi Orioli dominated the second heat in wet weather conditions. He has got the advantage again. Enzo De Janeiro, he took a... and there's a problem for the number 198 kart. That's Charlie Maron, the Team U race driver on the Paralin chassis out of Bethsaida, Maryland. And we've got Zane Burgess now at the inside into P4. Lawrence Perriman, who was fast, but, you know, prone to gravitating towards the barriers, shall we say. Has Lawrence learned just to sort of peg things back ever so slightly? Give it 9/10. Oh, he's wide again. No, he is going for it once again, and I'm sure his dad is going to be having a conniption fit in the awning or watching the side there as they go through. Parker Ives dropping back a little bit, but Orioli picking up where he left off in heat number 2 and disappearing up the road.
Single file for the rest of the pack, though, as they get back into line down at turn number 4. Even with the wet weather tires, they're all trying to avoid both the entry and exit massive puddles to avoid going wide or off the racetrack. I think one driver might have gone around in 5 and 6. I don't believe we lost anyone up front. Everything here looks okay, and in fact, it looks more than okay for Zane Burgess. He'll try to take the fight there. Oh, Holden Myers off in 6.
And that's going to be a whole lap while he gets those tires, which are now caked in sort of this clay-type mud that you have surrounding the circuit. There's Pretty in Pink, Jaden Francisco, chasing down Zane Burgess and Maxwell Matcher, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. But they're allowing Orioli to get away. De Janeiro at the back of this 4-cart train, trying to just stay out of the way. And then it's, look at that, it's Cade Wolf up into P6. The Timmy Tech. The Timmy Tech, you know what, rotor plumbing cars.
Yes, indeed.
Something like that.
The Roto-Rooter Timmy Tech machine of Cade Wolf on the bumper of, off the racetrack for Nicholas Moas. Big off there in 6, and more as well, and he caked mud all over the front of Cade Wolf's machine. Lots of carts with a little bit of extra weight probably coming after this one.
Yeah, you've just got to hose down kart and driver because the absolute bow wave of mud, it didn't just cover that first kart there, it covered the next 3 karts back. There's the 137, that's Colton Stiegenberg. His kart is coated, Parker Ives' kart is coated, and Cade Wolf's kart is also absolutely coated with mud. Here's the battle for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. De Janeiro to the inside of Francisco for P4, makes the move, but it's coming through this turn here. Get your braking point wrong, over onto the curbs, and of course the curbs are extra slippery, and that can just drag you a little bit further right onto the mud.
Oh, and now too many of them stacked up in that group, caused them all a little bit to get out of shape. That's going to have them go side by side for a moment and give up even more time to the race leader, Santi Orioli, who put on a clinic the last time these kids were on the racetrack in the wet. He's doing the same right now, this time by 4 down, 6 to go. What's the margin going to improve to? It was 1.5 seconds out in front last time. It is up to 2.1 seconds now. Back to Maxwell Matcha as the lights have come on here at Trackhouse Motorplex, and we are officially night racing now with the Mini Swifts for their 3rd heat race, the final one of the day. Side by side, Burgess back down the inside of Matcha. Here comes Francisco to the inside in 4. I don't think he'll have the traction. He'll get a little sideways on the bottom. Try to use that inside cleared path from earlier, but it won't quite work. He'll tuck back in. No change there, and Enzo De Janeiro is still hanging on strong as the field rockets through that infield section, down the hill into turn number 8. Side by side again for 3rd. This time it should work, but he'll wash out even more. Enzo with an over-under on them both.
Now, believe it or not, these conditions give the drivers a lot more confidence, and they're better to drive in than when the track is sort of drying out. This is not monsoon-type weather. This is just standard, not ordinary. This is the wet track. It's not flooded. It's not drying. The drivers get a lot able to be a lot more aggressive in these types of conditions because the grooves in the wet tires actually bite into the tarmac, which is why you're seeing this group: Burgess, De Janeiro, Francisco, and Matcha. So yeah, chopping and changing and battling and going back and forth almost like it was slick weather conditions, just because the track conditions, they're stable. They're not changing lap after lap. It's wet, it ain't getting any drier, and it ain't getting any wetter. Oh, as I say that, De Janeiro almost rocks up this Parker Ives.
Well, the confidence might be a blessing and a curse. You get more confident on the brakes, and then you realize that, again, still it is a slippery surface that you're driving on, even with those wet tires biting better than the monsoon conditions. Yes, you got a little bit of a better feel, but you're still on the ragged edge. Right there, you can see it. Cade Wolf dirt tracking it along with Colton Brook in this back and forth fight here for 8th. Oh man, full on sideways in the last turn. Hang on to her, Cade. That was a good save there. Colton Schniegenberg looks on back behind there in the 10th spot.
Yep, Nicholas Moes runs in 11th. Then it's Greer, Johnson, Romero, Gus Wonderley, Salazar, Canache, and Klein. Looking further down the order, we've still got 29 karts running. Only the number 198 kart at Charlie Maron out of the running as things are. So we've got lost a couple during the course of the day. I'm not sure if we had all 31 karts take to the start. But yeah, 28, 29 still running. Holden Myers has had that issue and is down in 27th position. He's probably just about got his tyres cleaned up by now as we run lap 7 out of 10.
Big over-under there from Zane Burgess, back and forth with Enzo De Janeiro in the fight for second. They'd make up a little bit, then fight again, lose some more. Now with just 3 laps remaining, 3 seconds out from Orioli, you're seeing even a bit of defending now between these three. Jaden Francisco at the helm of it. Little ways back to find Maxwell Macha. They're in the 5th spot trying to close back in on his Velocity Sodi. And then all by himself, hunting them down as Parker Ives, as there goes Burgess, a little too low that time, defending in 4. He'll pay for it with 2 positions by the end of the corner.
I wonder what was that flying off the cart. Well, that wasn't just water, was that, or maybe a sticker or a name sticker or something like that, just flying off Burgess' cart as he splashed through that puddle there. It just cost him a little bit of time, cost him 2 places. Oh, now there is a corner worker running.
I think they're trying to wave in lap traffic.
Ah, right.
Orioli's getting up to the back of the field. They're trying to make sure, for his sake and for the rest, that we don't get to the back of him, and it might be Bergel.
Yeah, I think Bergel maybe has gone off or is just about to come out a lap down. But certainly you get a much greater field spread in a race like that. I've got to say, considering how much these guys have been going at it, Orioli, he's not as far away as he was in the previous race. Yeah, he's up the road, but he doesn't have the pace advantage that he did have. Francisco 2nd, De Janeiro 3rd. No, make that Burgess 3rd. Zane Burgess, he just refuses to quit on that number 100 kart.
Yeah, Zane Burgess still got a whole lot of fight left in him here, and now with that 2 to go signal, you kind of get a little extra energy boost, a little more motivation to try and keep Jaden Francisco in your sights and drive back up to him. Enzo De Janeiro trailing. Great run for Maxwell Macha to close up, although he had a bobble there at the end of the corner, went wide. He'll lose time now. De Janeiro all over Zane as Francisco continues to stay about 4 to 5 car lengths up the road from them. Meanwhile, your leader headed for the white flag, Santi Orioli, nearly 4 seconds up the road. One more lap around to close this day off with a solid performance here for the OKP MPG Motorsports combo entry with 1 lap remaining. And I think as well, Francisco should be safe there in second because they're duking it out there for P3. Burgess versus De Janeiro. This is going to get good here down the back straightaway.
Yeah, Zane just got his line wrong ever so slightly into turn number 1. And here comes Max attack, Maxwell Macha. And, well, he committed to that corner. Luckily, Enzo De Janeiro was there to stop him hitting the barriers.
Yeah, I mean, that was full-on commit. Probably didn't go in there expecting that much contact. Maybe anticipated a little bit, but either way, he'll get the spot provisionally. Parker Ives closing in, but out front, Santi Orioli has been making it look easy. This kid, unreal when the heavens open, and for the second time today, it'll be a dominant run from the front. Santiago Orioli, Heat 3 winner in Mini Swift, presented by Velocity Racing.
And of the 240 plus drivers that are here this weekend, nobody will be doing a rain dance tonight more than Santi Orioli. He'll be hoping for a complete repeat of the conditions that we've seen today, tomorrow, because when the rain begins, Santi, he gets his shopping and checks out.
Yeah, he has just been unstoppable. I don't know if anyone can get there. Like you said, Henry, though, I mean, at times it looked like second, third, and fourth. If they would have stayed single file, they might have been able to hold even. I don't think he had a huge edge over him, but it was enough to be able to score another heat race win. Nice work there for Santi. And for Velocity Racing Mini Swift, we'll take you through the order with them completed now.
Has it started raining again, Xander?
We are getting indeed some reports of some more raindrops. Very light right now, but we may not be fully out of it all. And yeah, I think the wet tires are going to stay on the karts here with more action still on tap. Mini Swift now in the books. Orioli, Francisco, Burgess, Macha de Janeiro, Cade Wolf. His slide after an off earlier ends him 14th. Schneegenberg, we followed him. Another forward march for Cameron Johnson, getting up and into the 10th spot. That's a nice improvement for him. And on back, well, you're going to see a few drivers that had less so good days here to end it off. Lawrence Perriman had such a great run to start his second heat. Not so much the case here in heat number 3. Simon Klein fades back a little bit. Holden Myers completely covered in mud. He ends up 23rd. And all will finish minus Burgle, Charlie Marun, and I think we had 31 on the grid. Andrew Avalos on the top cart, a non-starter in that one.
Yeah, haven't seen Andrew today. Now, ladies and gentlemen, most of you will use different weather applications to check the forecast, what have you, whether it's on your phone or whether it's on some sort of meteorological website. We here at Kart Chaser use Stumpcast, and Stumpcast is saying the weather is moving northeast, so hopefully we'll get a gap after this next spurt of rain, and the rain's going to be on and off for the rest of the day. I believe in Stumpcast.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to get a dry portion of the day, but I think that we are going to get at least the racing in without any more lightning or major storm delays. Hopefully everyone in the paddock was okay from it. It was a very heavy storm to the point that we brought our cameras in, try to get our crew to shelter during the delay. So we appreciate all of you, the hundreds and thousands that have been tuning in throughout this entire broadcast. For sticking with us all the way now to the early evening hours here on the East Coast of the U.S. and from wherever you may be watching around the world. It's been a lengthy day for us here at the track, too. I can only imagine the dance back and forth of what it's been like for these mechanics and the drivers helping them out as well. But it's coming to a close now with 3 more sessions on deck. As you can see, the X30 Juniors are suited and ready for their final heat race on the day. The K100 Masters gearing up to go as well. It will be semi-dry, but far from it, I think, to go back to slick tires for this day ends, especially with the continuous padding of light rain here that we've got looking to head our way now.
Let's spare a thought for the one group of people in the karting community and indeed this paddock who will not have enjoyed today. That's the mums. Because who has got to dry out and de-mud all the race suits and the race boots, the crash helmets and everything tonight as driver throws him or herself into bed or in front of a PlayStation or an iPad or something like that.
Well, and forget even that, Henry. Imagine the hotel cleaning staff tomorrow. They're going to walk into a lot of very smelly hotel rooms to clear out Sunday morning.
Yeah, but hotel staff are paid to do their job. Mums, they're paying to be here. Let's not forget. Let's remember, the mums are not going to have a fun Saturday evening trying to make sure that all the race suits and equipment look presentable for tomorrow. But yeah, you wouldn't want to be a hotel maid in the wider Mooresville area tomorrow morning, opening the door after 240 plus drivers, mechanics, parents, and all that schlep back to their hotels tonight.
Yeah, it's gonna be smelly.
Oh yes.
And either way, they've still got a little more to do before we get there to that point in the day. We've got 3 races. We're gonna try to get them in. Warm-ups tomorrow, and then a short run in the main events that will continue to take us through to the end of the weekend with ready racing from 9:30 a.m. local time on, assuming no more major delays like the lightning storms that we have endured this afternoon.
Stumpcast says we're okay.
Well, I don't know about that. Again, weathermen are paid to be wrong. So, either way, we'll find out. But nonetheless, yeah, today was definitely the brunt of it, I think, and a whole lot of major storms coming through the southeastern U.S. We took a lot of them, and we're ready for another wet heat race because of it. Lucas Palacio and Ashton Woon. Lucas has been spending a lot of time overseas along with a handful of others. There's definitely a good amount of rain over there too. But both drivers cut their teeth racing at this racetrack. They should know their way around it. Behind them, 2 drivers that are getting used to it. Cole Medeiros, Tristan Murphy, and then Teo Salamao, the Brazilian transplant, I believe based out of Southern Florida for Orsilon Racing. So incredibly fast here through the junior ranks this weekend again.
And won the pre-heat 2 in the wet at a canter. Took his crash helmet off, did the interview like he had just done, you know, a quick...
He was ready for headshots and full-on media day right there. He was looking great, ready for more.
Further down the order, 31 drivers. Let's hope that William Vita can turn over the misfortune that he has been suffering today as they come into the tram lines. Oh, they're backing up. That's going to be, oh dear.
We got a couple trained together, 3 of them stuck.
Now that's
5 of them, two different sets of carts jammed together.
Right, there's the 709 of Leo da Silva is bearing the brunt of the ire of Jose Sherma. Oh, poor old Leo da Silva.
You know, even in all that, you can see the pushback somehow didn't deploy.
Yeah.
It was so deep underneath, wedged to the cart in front, that, well, it did mess up his nose cone. That still seems to be intact. He might get away scot-free, albeit with a caved-in front bumper.
Ethan Skyman-Jencic was the other driver, was one of the other 2 drivers involved. Ethan Sky was at the back. So he'll be worried about his nose cone. I couldn't quite see the driver that Ethan Sky had sort of run into. It was an RPG kart, I believe, was the other one. But and I think that's a case of everyone slowing down, and in the slippery conditions, drivers not slowing down in the middle of the pack and the back of the pack as quickly and as efficiently as the drivers at the front.
Up the hill for the end of warm-up lap number 2. Let's see if the kids behave themselves a little better this time. They're just about formed. And maybe a little extra damage or a little worse for wear, but let's try and keep it clean here this time down the line.
Leo da Silva's kart is not aerodynamically efficient, but it's still working and it's still running. That's the main thing.
Let's see it for Heat 3. We've got it. Green flag in the air and a big swarm and a dust cloud and a mist cloud coming off the back. 1 driver, 2 drivers taking the cut through and getting a mud bath for it on the outside of turn number 2.
Yep, the rest of the field come out of 3 down the hill towards turn number 4. Palacio has the advantage as we head through turn 4, the bowl, and up out of the hill through turn number 5. There's Max Weiland on the Magic Kart, trying to wrestle his way to the inside of, I think that was a Ryan Perry Motorsport machine in front of him. Loads of the 707 kart. Cole Medeiros. Oh, and there's our first victim. And that, I thought the rear axle was bent there, but it wasn't. It was just.
It's just how rough it is offline.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this. Fight for the lead. Great move there. I believe that's Cole Medeiros to the inside on Lucas Palacio. And the Canadian takes over. Lucas wants it right back down to 1. Cole went down with him, threw him a little fade, and will pay off to nothing. Palacio back through here at the end of lap number 2.
Yep, but there goes Medeiros back to the inside, sideways, coming out of 3. And luckily, there's that massive amount of runoff there that Palacio is able to just say, okay, wait until you sort yourself out there, Cole. Up to 3rd position comes Alex Vanchev in the DHL RPG machine. Vanchev looking strong once again. Woon is 4th, then it is Salameo, and behind Salameo I think is Weiland, and this, most of the carts, the brown cart is in front of the other brown cart with the 3rd brown cart behind them, because it's getting very difficult to see which team is which because the amount of mud that is being kicked up all over the place.
Big hop over the inside curbing there by Medeiros, but look at Alexander Vanchev already starting to try and track him down on the RPG Cosmic. Even getting by Palacio, he barely lost any time and he got a great exit up the hill out of turn number 1. This could be a really good lap and a shot at the lead before it's over. Maybe before they get down into 4. He'll go right to the rear bumper, rip to the high side, try to line him up as Medeiros then brings it back low at the exit of the bowl and the run into turn number 5. Now, up and over the curbing on the left side's normal. The right side you only hit in the rain, and that inside curb especially in the rain, and as well as 7. And that's a testament to how dirty the track is along with how damp it is. There's definitely some drier portions of the line, but for sure, a slip and slide show right now. Teo Salamao versus Weiland, and Medeiros goes off. Cole Medeiros trying to hang it around the outside on Vanchev. He was right there, didn't want to give it up. He'll pay the price with 2 more spots now as Ashton Woon as well as Lucas Palacio are both able to get past.
But significantly, Vanchev had already made the move, and I think that when Medeiros looks at that, he thinks, maybe I should have conceded a little bit early because we're not even at half distance. Now Medeiros not only finds himself out of the lead, he finds himself out of the top 3. And Vanchev, significantly, has got clear track all around him.
Up and over the inside curbing. Through turn 6, through turn 7. Cole Medeiros back on the bumper here of Ashton Woon. Now looking to the inside in turn 8. It was really not initially planned for Vanchev to pull the trigger there, but Cole had just kind of right at the corner missed a little bit of that initial turn into turn number 9. He went wide, and then Vanchev kind of finished him off. But either way, Ashton Woon is all over Lucas Palacio. If he can find a good exit, a good launch out of the last turn, maybe he can make something happen coming up in 1. He's going to try it. He'll look for the second spot there. And Palacio can't do anything but bob and weave behind him. Move Ashton Woon up to P2.
And with that news that Medeiros had made that one mistake, it wasn't his kart setup going away from him. It was just a mistake in a one corner. So Medeiros' kart is still probably quicker than Palacio and Woon in front of him. He just can't overdrive it. He uses all the curves and a lot more there. Oh, and so close to the edge of the curve there.
Oh, Weiland.
And Weiland up the inside. Palacio gets sent the weeds. Medeiros picks up that position. Well, next stop, Ashton Woon for Cole Medeiros. But Max Weiland, yeah, he is not afraid to send one back from a different zip code.
See if Palacio can repay the favor a little bit. He's going to drag race because we got one off in the middle.
That's Andres Salazar. That rocket ship has been grounded.
And I think we got issues as well for Teo Salamao. The Orsilon driver has not yet hit the scoring loop, and he has dropped down to somewhere in the mid-teens. Looked like Salamao that time 14th with a big off on that lap. So the points leader with a problem here in the final heat race on the day, and more importantly, that'll put him in a rougher spot to fight from tomorrow. Oh! Weiland loses the left rear tire. Max Weiland, that left rear tire, and I think the hub went completely with it, and I don't know if the axle sheared or what. Max Weiland spinning like a top out of turn 7.
And again, he was being very, very aggressive. We were talking about him making moves, using a lot of the curbs. Did he just use that curb at the wrong angle?
That's Salamao again.
Salamao again in trouble. And of course, now let's have a little look. Is that the way that he's turning or not turning? It
looks like he's definitely got a bent front end.
Yeah. And of course.
And I think he's coming in. Teo Salamao going to retire from this one and just call it live to fight another day. Meanwhile, what's that done to the top 10? It's shaking it up quite a bit. How about Nate Dogg? Nathan Dupuis up from 15th. Edward Kennedy from 7th, then backwards, then back now into the top 5. And at the front of the field is still Alexander Vanchev. And the fight is on again for second. Medeiros with an opportunity to get by on Ashton Woon. He's going to make it happen.
Yeah, Woon was sloppy through turn 5 there. Very slow coming out of turn number 5. Almost going onto the mud, and that is what opened the door for Medeiros. And you say you live to fight another day, but let's not forget, Xander, at the end of the main event tomorrow, we are halfway through the championship season. we are at the halfway point of a 4-round season. So, yeah, you can only afford to have maybe one or two, to use golfing parlance, a mulligan. You know, consistency pays off. You can't have too many DNFs in this series. Nate Dupuis and Edmund Kennedy are side by side, battling over 5th position. We'll just see the two Canadians there, and it is Dupuis at the head of that little scrap. Nash Motorsports ahead of Energy Course, and behind them is Luca Popescu, Tristan Murphy, Jose Halford back in the top 10, Nico Katowski in 10th position.
Nathan Dupuis still hanging on around the outside there. The energy cart behind him of Edward Kennedy trying to bring the fight back and forth through turn 9. It'll be 2 laps to go this time by. And they've got to be careful because Luca Popescu is on the move. The RPG Cosmics have figured something out here in these conditions.
Yep.
Vanchev's got the field covered out front. Popescu up from 17th on the grid to 7th. He's got a shot at the top 5. Tristan Murphy trails him after going off early in the 7-11 and is back there in the 8th spot. That 4-pack there, 5th through 8th, with a gap to Nico Katowski and then John Antonino Jr.
Antonino started 10th, dropping back at the start, now back into 10th position, ahead of Halfon, and then it is Jude Thiramusalawami, I think, and then Yaramillo, Abanethi, Manjencic, Pettit, and Sarah Bradley down in 17th position.
These two back here are still scrapping it out pretty good. Dupuis versus Kennedy. Single file up and onto the runoff, then back down, back out to it again, and up the hill to 11 for what will be the final time through it with another lap on tap as Dupuis makes a little bobble. And here comes Kennedy. Big run, looking low for P5. And I think that should be decent enough, but a great launch for Nathan. He'll get back ahead of him. Meanwhile, here's 2nd, 3rd, 4th. Madeiros trying to send it on Woon. He's not quite close enough.
But it's not over yet. Woon has made a few mistakes through this next corner in this race. He's made another one. Here's the battle wide. Yeah, he's gone wide again. See, you can see him bobbling over there. This could give Madeiros a chance. He's not quite close enough. Palacio just holding a watching brief, but I think Cole Madeiros has said, you know what? I have dipped my hand into the luck bank once too many times. I don't want to push my luck in this one. Vanchev wins by a country mile.
9 seconds out and counting for Alexander Vanchev. Ashton Woon will hang on for 2nd. Cole Madeiros 3rd. Palacio 4th. Dupuis 5th. 6th for Popescu. What a great drive up the grid. Incredible stuff from the 719. Kennedy fades to 7th. Murphy. Antonino gets by Katowski there at the end. He'll end 9th. Nico 10th. 11th to Jose Alejandro Halfin from 16th on the grid. 22nd to 13th for Martin Jaramillo. 23rd to 14th for Benham Abernathy. 2 drivers making up nearly double-digit spots. Manjencic the same as well. He climbs to 15th from 18th on the grid, a couple up for him.
Quick word about Sarah Bradley finishing 17th. Now during the break I saw Sarah and saw Ashton Moon, and Sarah goes, Henry, say some brain rot. I said, no. I said, number one, I've got more brain rot than an episode of The Walking Dead in my vocabulary. And number 2, saying brain rot in front of Xander Clements, well, it's like living in rage bait.
You know, it's impressive, Henry, that you can turn on your phone to find the latest updated brain rot. The kids change those phrases out pretty quick.
There we go. But no, so I said, no, Sarah, there'll be no brain rot. No, this is a rot-free zone. Thank you very much. As we look to the last 2 heat races of the day.
KA Masters, X30 Pro. We'll take one more moment here to step to the side. We return our final 2 heats from Saturday at the Carolina Grand Prix.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200?
I'm tired of all this branding business, okay? Branding this, branding that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats, they got MXCs. And if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental US over $200, that's free shipping.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there?
Dude, I'm doing a commercial.
Dude, we have no time. It's about to start.
Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others. What do I get at Shop AKR?
MXC rims.
The wet conditions continue to plague us here from the Carolina Grand Prix, but it didn't plague our top finishers. Haley, we go down to you.
So Alex, it's been double duty for you this weekend. I know in X30 you've had top 5 pace, but you haven't quite picked up a win. What do you think about going into tomorrow to make sure that you go home with some hardware?
I just got to be perfect on everything. I've been fast all weekend. This is my home track. I'll do the best as I can, and hopefully I get in the top spot.
Thank you, Alex.
Apologies there, Ashton Woon. Great run for Ashton in the 795, the rookie P2. He's going to make his name more and more well-known as this season drags on. Already a Mini Swift National Champ and jumping right in at the front of your junior field. The Speed Concepts Racing crew has him dialed, and wet or dry, the 795 has been right behind and right at the heels of some of the veterans of the junior ranks. He'll be ready for more action tomorrow morning, as well as the rest of the classes. For those of you that are joining us here in the evening, the U.S. Pro Kart Series, of course, live on Kart Chaser tomorrow with warm-ups and main events. It'll wrap early in the day, early enough. You'll be able to check out on the other coast, the Tri-C Karters, third round of the Club Championship at K1 Circuit will be live for heat racing and main events. Kicking things off, I think, right around 10 a.m. or maybe 11 a.m. Eastern, around 8 a.m. Pacific, with their live feed as well, with Tim Chappie on the microphone out there. That'll be a ton of fun to watch, along with, of course, the remaining U.S. Pro Kart Series main events. In the meantime, we're ready for 2 more here with KA Masters currently on the grid, getting ready to roll.
What you're saying is that in today, combine today's event, tomorrow's main event, and double Kart Chaser, the premium members of the Kart Chase universe will be getting their $9.99 a month worth just in the space of 2 days. You know, especially tomorrow being May the 4th. May the 4th be with you and all that.
And the 4th be with you, Henry.
Yes, thank you very much. And May the 4th. Oh, and we've got drivers. That's a go-kart tyre, not attached to a go-kart, and that's a go-kart with only 3 wheels on it. I'm not the smartest knife in the drawer, but I think the 2 may be connected, even though they're no longer connected. We'll try and suss out who that is. Oh, it's the 412 kart, Kevin Simonellich. Out of the race before she has even begun. The driver of Indiana, who will be saying unpleasant things about his mechanic under his breath.
Maybe just a bit. He might be his own. You never know with the Masters drivers as well.
Cursing his own lack of... and this! Oh, hello! Now, it hasn't been a great day for the Carapalatis, and unfortunately, they've not gone out again. I wonder what's happened to Scott and Kim Carapalati for them to decide enough is enough at the end of race number 1. The driver that almost went off.
That was Estes in the 435. The Eyes Up Racing black and white Tony Kart. A little wide. He's slated to roll from 9th. So we're down from 17. We will start 14 after Simonelli goes out in turn 3 on the outlap. And no sign of the Carapalati brothers. Hopefully they'll be back for a drier run tomorrow. But Dusty Davis and Ryan Perry Motorsport are getting ready to lead us to green alongside Martin Stone and the Rollison Performance Group Cosmic. Renato Yater David, a heartbreaker in Heat 2, had a lead nearly up to 2 seconds before a tire went flat. Let's see if he can pull it off again one more time. with a run at it in these tricky conditions. Heat number 3, Nash Motorsports KA100 Masters. And we're away. Green flag down to turn number 1.
And Renato Jada David wasting no time. And we've got a spinner.
Shambo.
That is Shambo. But Renato Jada David died to the inside. And Dusty Davis is back into 3rd place. Ariel Castro is 2nd. I saw Ariel there and I sort of waved my elbow at him and he sort of gave a half thumbs up and shrugged his shoulders as if to say, well, I mean, it wouldn't matter if his arm was hanging off. Ariel Castro would just drive one-handed and give it 100%. But, Renato Jada David absolutely wanting to make amends from that heartache in heat number 2. And that's the first time all day that we've seen someone from grid 3 dive to the inside and take the lead going into turn number 1.
Yeah, that was first time for everything, I guess, and we're getting a lot of them knocked out of the day on Saturday.
You know, now Dusty Davis seems to be the manager of the circuit.
Yes, so Dusty Davis, while he was continuing his budding NASCAR career and through a number of other motorsport disciplines, started working as a track marshal, then eventually worked his way up to become track president, and then since then he's now got a job away from racing, helping manage a major home building business. Right. But he still is a regular around this place, helps out Ryan Perry obviously a good bit, and gets behind the wheel every once in a while and reminds everyone. He can hold the steering wheel pretty good.
Yeah, Dusty Davis, and there sideways. That's the downright.
That's a downright of Lobu, I believe, going wide.
But the ex-track manager Dusty Davis getting snookered going into turn 1 for the race lead wasn't on the bingo card for today, I have to say. But Renato Jada David making it happen. And Davis now slipping back a little bit more behind Martin Stone. It was another driver that was not happy. Well, the go-kart wasn't happy. We've got a new leader. It's Ariel Castro, who has got his elbows out. He is up on the wheel and driving that Esprit chassis for all it is. He is whipping it like a government mule. Looking over his shoulder, he's aggressive. There he is, look at that. Giving it Euro through turn number 4.
Yeah, that is a ton of wheel there on the outside of turn 4, a ton of body English for sure. But Ariel Castro, one thing's for sure, he's a racer at heart. Talking about someone working their way up from next to nothing, from a mechanic, turned tuner, turned engine builder, turned team owner, turned back just engine builder only, then back team owner and engine builder every other year. You talk to his wife, she's like, yeah, Ariel comes home, he says, the engines are enough, no team. And then, well, they do a team, and then they go back, and then he's parked again in the engine shop for extra hours. One thing he's never, to my knowledge, ever said he's down to quit is driving. And, well, he's pretty darn good at it, especially when he's got to get a little bit of air over the curbs and drive in the wet. He looks incredible. 1.5 seconds up and a fantastic start to boot. And behind there, you can see the rest of the field's really spaced out on back there. A second and a half from him to Yater David, a second to Martin Stone, half second to Dusty Davis. Great start as well for Scott Falcone. The Falcons up to P6 now on the Orsalone Kart Republic. And behind him here, the best fight on the racetrack for this moment is 7th. Paul Elefante in that blue, black, and yellow Rocket Racing Company machine. And Joey Lobu on the downright racing Tony Kart, 7th and 8th as they rocket through the infield.
Well, I mean, they probably celebrated his result in heat number 2 with a steak. They may have had another steak during the enforced rain delay we've had. And, I mean, he's full of protein and is looking for another really strong result. Again, it's not often that you get to see the downright team here on Kart Chaser. So you say only the second time at a national level event that you've been covering them, but they're certainly gaining followers. And again, they're parked up in the top right-hand corner of the paddock. Yeah, like I said, they got the barbecue out. They got 3 carts. They're sitting around. They're having a great time. And every once in a while they'll get out and some of the drivers will go drive their go-karts.
Yeah, no, that's a good group of guys to hang out with for sure. A huge thanks to them for joining this KA Masters field to get us to nearly into the 20s. I mean, this class a couple weeks ago at the Stars Series. Had a solid turnout as well, nearly 30 deep.
Oh, wow.
And the KA Masters division and the Masters classes in general on the national tour, between how many options and series there are, you know, these guys got to go to work on Monday. It helps to be able to have the race weekend done Sunday afternoon to get back home, to get on a plane, to drive back for sure. But I think over the massive amount of options they've all had to race and the limited time they can take off of work, it's kind of forced that group to find a way to get a whole lot bigger in total mass and number of drivers, because they can only do this so often. And so it's special, I'm sure, for them. Maybe not exactly how they would have liked to pick the weather for one of a couple weekends where they get to go play race car driver, but they're making the most of it right now. And you can see Joey Lobu, he is going high, low, and everywhere possible to try and find a way past Paul Elefante. Unfortunately, Brant Estes has caught up to the pair of them now. In the back and forth we go, and now Estes is going to show a nose into 5 side by side. That's going to get tight there, fellas. Looks like they'll get away with it.
Now, 17 drivers in this field, Xander. I'm willing to place a bet that at least one of them would have looked at Sunday's timetable and thought, 1 o'clock finish, excellent. Now, what you said about getting back in the office at 9 o'clock on Monday morning is admirable. I'm betting at least one of them would have gone, I could fit in a round of golf on Sunday afternoon in the nearby North Carolina area as well.
It's a beautiful area with a lot of really nice golf courses, that's for certain. I don't know if it's that pretty right now, and I don't know if they'll have the energy after a day like today, but there's anything for sure.
Tomorrow.
A good night's rest might get them back.
Yeah, one race. 1 o'clock finish, happy days. I could finish the podium and be teeing off by 3. I could do an 18 holes by sunset. I wonder. It wouldn't put it past any of these drivers. And of course, if you're watching back home, these are the real characters of the paddock. They've all got lots of stories to tell. They've been in the sport, you know, lots of times. They're very interesting people away from the track. Why they keep coming back to do this? They've all got, great personalities. And they do know how to have a good time and turn it on the racetrack. That is for certain. There's Martin Stone trying to chase down Renata Jada David. This isn't going to go down as one of the all-time classics, Xander, I've got to say. But after a day of chaos, you need 1 or 2 sort of calming races before we get set for the final race of the day in X30 Pro.
Yeah, I don't doubt it, Henry. I mean, I think with all the officials and what they've had to go through today, I mean, as tough as it is for our crew, and they are some troopers here, all 3 of the camera operators on the track, Haley and Caleb down on pit lane, and the entire booth crew, we at least don't have a lot of angry parents yelling at us for one penalty or lack thereof, and that is something to definitely tip our caps to for the hardworking team, especially those at the Trackhouse Motorplex staff. They've got to make sure to pick up all your trash, and they'll be here closing the gates up tonight late and then being ready to open them back up first thing in the morning. But with 2 to go, this one spread out. It started to close back up a little bit these last few laps. Dusty Davis trying to hang on to the coattails of Martin Stone. Renato Yater's actually eaten up a little bit back to Ariel Castro, but Rain Clinic in progress here, folks. You are watching one of the masters at it. Ariel Castro, 2 seconds up on a wealth of experience here in this KA Masters field, and that's how you take a whole lot of curbs, shorten the racetrack without making it look too brutal.
But look how high he's running the nose of his kart. You know, that's a deliberate setup thing. You can't change the ride height on these machines. But yeah, he is running that kart. You can see the amount of clean air underneath it because he knows, yes, I am going to be hammering any curb I can like that, and I don't want it fouling the bodywork, and he's pushing on, sitting bolt upright, and it's working for him. At a terrible result in race 1, he's obviously decided, look, the elbow injury, that's not going to stop me, and do you know what, I've actually potentially got the pace here to not just get on the podium, to win.
Well, I think once the green flag waves, the adrenaline kicks in. He'll feel this one tonight, taking care of his twin boys, who very soon, I'm sure, will be invading the Micro Swift division. But for now, Dad is out there proving he still knows what he's talking about when he tells them back home in Orlando where to brake, where to turn, and how to get around at a good lap time. Because with a quarter of a lap remaining, the margin still holding at 2 seconds back to a driver in Renato Yater-David, who has competed all the way up in the GP2 division, the category that merged with F2 to become what is now known as F2. And yet, it's a guy who started in Miami as a tuner, turned engine builder, and a longtime driver. Ariel Castro gets the better of him, along with local hero Dusty Davis, and a long-time front-running Masters driver and multi-time race winner in Martin Stone, who ends up in third. Miguel Mayer as well, a highly decorated Masters pilot, will complete the top 5. Falcone, Elefante, Grant Estes will cross the line back there in the 8th spot. Lobu, and then Flip Rodriguez closes up to his Downright Racing teammate. And we're downright and ready for one more. X30 Pro, presented by Rollison Performance Group. Gus Lawrence, Ryan Norberg, they have been the class of the field today so far. And the Brit was unstoppable in the first half of that second heat race. However, the drastically changing monsoon conditions, Ryan Norberg played them perfectly, by the book. And he was ready to keep his cards close to the chest until it was time to play him with a couple laps to go when he pulled the pin, got by his teammate, and got himself another heat race win. It's a hefty championship lead for the 302, but he's got a lot of hungry competitors, including some one-off entries like Dalton Haynes on the Haynes Motorsports Sodi Kart, who had to withstood a penalty in Heat 1 and a so-so run in the wet in Heat 2 to still keep himself in the conversation for tomorrow. Never count out this kid. Hayden Jones, once again, it is the only planned start for the 316 in 2025, and he always finds a way to get there, to get in the frame, to be in the conversation. And we talked about Austin Garrison. Well, he's in a good mood now, but don't let that fool you. He is one of the hungriest drivers on the grid, the reigning series champion. A last-second decision to be able to get behind the wheel this weekend. Unfortunately, wasn't able to join us in Daytona. Good news about the U.S. Pro Kart Series, you do have one drop. So to repeat that title, well, if he can dominate today to close out this third heat and win tomorrow, he's going to have a heck of a shot at it. And how about a consistent day so far for Ryan Raffa? That Full Tilt Racing, Mike Doty Racing Kart has not left the top 10 since Friday afternoon. And for another driver who is, over the last couple of years, just continuing a partial schedule, he's going head-to-head with some of America and the world's best. And for Brooke Shambo, well, this is a shot at redemption after that second heat race. She looks fast, qualified 8th, rolls there on the Brandon Jarstrack Racing LN kart. She'd love to get up to her teammate, Paulie Massimino, and try to repeat the 1-2 that the team was able to pull off in KA Senior. And, of course, Davin Roberts won in about every package imaginable in 2024. Rock, Rotax, Miami, X30, KA, you name it. He raced it, he won in it, and he's ready to try and take the fight to drivers that have been racing in senior about as long as he's been on this earth. Enzo Vidmontien making a fellow rookie lock out of that row.
Yeah, he's the only 6'12" in the grid, and loving this, the rundown as you're looking there. There's the 300. There is Frankie Mossman, steely-eyed, focused. Normally, he's full of smiles, full of laughs. It's not gone his way today, and he is looking for redemption here.
Henry Taylor, of course, in that second heat race, a little bit more under the radar than the opening heat for the Timmy Tech Comp Kart. And he is another Trackhouse Motorplex local trying to defend the house here in Mooresville, North Carolina, rolling alongside fast Frankie Mossman. Levi Sangera, Colin Lloyd. We saw him charge forward in Heat 2. And when it's wet outside, you've got to look at the South Florida group. Vice Racing's Jacob Kolar completing your top 15. And Caden McQueen ready for a run forward. It's time to get him back to familiar territory at the pointy end of the grid. The energy driver rolling from 17th. Finnegan Bailiff on the row back behind him as well. And the rest of your X30 pros are fired up and ready to head onto the racetrack one more time this afternoon under the lights for heat number 3, all the way back to the 25th and 26th place starters. Remy Andriatos and Brian Garcia will complete the grid. Once again, that was a look at them on the grid. Here's a look at the names listed out for the starting lineup. Kellen Spears alongside Finnegan Bailiff. Maverick McKenna on the Jay Howard Driver Development Kart Republic. The JHD squad covering 2 territories today. I know that the squad there in Barber Motorsports Park have been keeping their eyes on the karting operation. You mentioned Jay will be back here tomorrow while the stars of the IndyCar Series take to the racetrack. It means that it's a wrap on the USF Pro Championship support races that ran today. He'd love to be able to walk into some great starting positions. His drivers in this one, Frankie Mossman, Maverick McKenna, they've got some work to do to get up to the front of the grid. It's a full warm-up lap for Pro X30 from a soggy Trackhouse Motorplex, but you can see they're ready to heat it back up one more time. What a great angle and a great job all day long done by Caleb Vieska and Haley Donaldson on pit lane, getting us all the information, all the intel, and a whole lot of really sweet close-ups before this last race gets going.
And of course, being the first time I have been here, I didn't realize until earlier that this track is modeled on the legendary Parma circuit in Italy, which closed in 2009, just 2 years before this circuit opened. The track layout is virtually identical to the track that hosted the annual Trofeo Industriale, and the podium here has actually got the original curbing in the light blue color from Parma. You learn something new every day, and it's great that the circuit owners here obviously took inspiration from one of Italy's finest. Sadly now, half of it is overgrown and the other half is a warehouse. Such is life, right? We've lost some progress.
Yeah, we have lost, sadly, some legendary circuits. We're blessed here in the U.S., very lucky and privileged to have so many new venues popping up. Of course, K1 Circuit, one of those that opened their doors at the end of last year. And there's a lot more where that came from the likes of it. One of them joining the U.S. National Tour later this year in Ohio. But we'll get there eventually. For now, we're in racing's heartland in North Carolina, and we're green for the third and final heat race in X30 Pro. You saw the bright yellow helmet of Caden McQueen try to go to the inside off the start. It did not pay off. He did not lose anything. I don't think he gained anything. But Gus Lawrence gets away with the lead to Norberg, Massimino, Haynes, and Garrison with Ryan Raffa. Another great start there from the 7th spot. He's 6th here as they exit turn 4.
Now, remind me, was testing on Thursday or any racing on any practice on Friday done in wet weather?
No, this is the first time all weekend.
So this is Gus Lawrence's first lap on wet tyres at this circuit, and it just so happens to be after starting from pole position in X30 Pro. That is, you saw him absolutely, he was like chainsawing, hacking at the wheel, going into turn 1, going, please stick, please stick, please stick. Oh, thank goodness, you stuck. Now, he's got 9 laps to hold off the best that the Americans can throw at him. Led, of course, by the venerable, the inevitable Ryan Norberg.
Yeah, Norberg already locking in behind him. They've both broken away a bit from the fray. Massimino still 3rd, Haynes 4th, and Ryan Raffa there before that lap was done got the move completed on Austin Garrison. In fact, Raffa looks really strong. He's already closing up to the back bumper of Dalton Haynes to potentially challenge for 4th in these opening couple laps. Haynes a little bit sideways there through 6, and the Haynes Motorsports Sodi still leads that next group. Off the racetrack for one of them.
Whoa,
that was
Perez.
Danny Perez on the DPC Tony Kart. And he's going to get a slider by Finn Bailiff. Another move there with Maverick McKenna. I don't know if that'll get done, but Bailiff moves on by. Meanwhile, Norberg closes to just a car length away from Gus.
Yes, during the rain delay, or when, before we were going to go back racing, I saw Gus and Ryan walk out together to have a look at the circuit. Now, I am sure that Ryan would have told Gus 75% of his knowledge there. He doesn't want to pass Gus right now, does he? He wants to sit there because he doesn't want to give Gus Lawrence 6 or 7 laps worth of following him and learning his lines.
But it's still betting on yourself to do that. If Gus figures it out before you've gotten around him, you can't hold him back. He's got clear racetrack out front as well.
Ryan Norberger was saying there's no way that Gus Lawrence in the space of 6 laps will figure out everything that I know in my career. He'll be backing himself to still have.
I don't know. You want to talk about Gus Lawrence's first laps in the wet on this racetrack. Caden McQueen right there. He just made a move for 9th. 17th to 9th for McQueen. And his first laps on wet tires on this circuit, to my knowledge, as well. He's actually closing in on the back of that main pack. So there go your top 2. Massimino still 3rd. Rafa looked like he might have had something for Dalton early. I don't think he does. He's kind of settled into that 5th spot just ahead of Garrison, Jones, and a gap back to fast Frankie Mossman, who's once again cracked the top 10 early with a great start.
Yeah, and you know, the Energy team have been messing around with different frames, different you know, models of Energy course. And since I spoke to Dean Keeble this morning, and said since Caden has been on that frame, he hasn't been complaining about the kart. You know, he's been happy with the kart. Yeah, they've got other things to work on, but generally he's happy, and so that's a key. That's why they're here. That's why Caden is here, to learn. At the back of the pack, there's somebody running wide, and I thought that was Jacob Kolar with a very skewiff-looking Vice Racing NASA panel. But yeah, McQueen is happy with the actual wagon now, and of course that is, you know, benefiting. You've seen great performances from Levi Sanghera, from Edward Kennedy as well, and of course Caden finds himself, you know,
Colin Lloyd up and into the top 10 now.
Yep.
Austin Garrison starting to put the heat back on Ryan Raffa. The 3 of them were side by side a bit through turn 9 last time around. 4 down, 6 to go, and they've not changed position yet, but they have strung back out a little bit. You can see different lines there through turn 6. Garrison up and over that inside curb. Jones not. Indeed, we lost maybe one towards the back of the field right now. That was Henry Taylor out of the midfield on the Timmy Tech Comp Kart, and indeed, you were right, Jacob Kolar off on the Vice Racing Kart Republic. Hayden Jones trying some things, trying the alternate inside line in 9. Didn't really pay dividends there. No change, no gain for him. He's still trapped back behind the likes of Garrison and Rafa. Paulie Massimino up the road by about 1.25 seconds. But Gus Lawrence and Ryan Norberg, they're in another zip code right now. And Gus has started to pull away. Caden McQueen now falling behind Colin Lloyd. And they're keeping their eyes on the group ahead with Frankie Mossman next up. But Lloyd's speed is, I think, the next best right now to the top 2.
And Finnegan Bailiff is the next kart behind in the red and white TKG Birrell Art machine with the little luminous green flicks on it. He started 20th. He's up to P11. Davin Roberts is 12th. And Roberts is holding off Daniel Perez. And then it's McKenna, Vidmontien, Fernandez, Sanghera, McPherson, and the rest. Still 25 karts for the 26 that started are running. But yeah, whilst Gus Lawrence, 59.30, 9/10 up on Norberg, who can only respond with a 59.4.
Yeah, Ryan Norberg got to him early, kept him close, kept him honest, and waited maybe a bit too long to allow Gus to learn where the grip was. And at a certain point, the limit is found. And when you don't have nearly the dynamic track of the Monsoon from earlier, you can get to it and start to make small improvements over the course of the lap. And that's what Austin Garrison's done as well. Check it out on the bumper of Ryan Raffa. He's not going to go here in turn 8, and I think that's wise, because Dalton Haynes up the road will be tough to catch even after this move, because you lose so much more time in the wet compared to the dry.
Yeah, I mean, you described today, you described it, you know, monsoon conditions, thunderstorms, rain delays, all sorts, you know, heavens opened. In the UK, we call this Tuesday.
Yeah.
It's like home from home for like the guy of Gus Lawrence and Caden McQueen. So impressed by Ryan Raffa. Just not allowing, okay, Garrison has finally got him. He's not looking over his shoulder. He's not defending. He's driving his race. He's got the speed. He's in exalted company. Let's be fair.
And speaking of the speed here, Colin Lloyd got around Frankie Mossman that time by. He's up to 8th now, and the charge continues for the Velocity Racing boys. It's about 1.5 seconds to 2 to get to Hayden Jones, but consistently the 3rd best driver on the racetrack up until that last lap when Paulie Massimino found something.
We've lost Davin Roberts from 12th position, sadly. But again, I've got to say, of the top 10, top 11 drivers, Rafa would be the only one that I would have to do a bit of research on to reel off some of their achievements.
He had a very decorated junior and mini career up the East Coast here in the U.S. and then took some time away where he was a little bit less active. He moved all the way up and into senior, hovered the top 10, top 15 at, I believe, the last Supernats that he ran with a Checkered Motorsports crew that, of course, evolved into Magic Kart USA and that brand back when they were with the PCR chassis. And then, again, for a bit, less major racing up until the last couple of seasons. And they have been, he and his father Keith, very active back home, helping grow the karting scene in the Northeast. His father even launched the Northeast Karting Challenge to get some more regional and club racing going. Ryan's been an active help in that as much as he can as well. But he has definitely adapted very well. One of the biggest things he said, taken away, was how different it all has been from when he walked from the sport a few years ago. And it wasn't by choice for sure. He would have loved to keep racing. He's happy to be back at it now. He's going to have a chance at the top 5. 4th and 5th are still not far away. If Garrison tries something on this last lap, he might be able to get there. Everything up ahead is pretty much locked and loaded. So the fight for 4th is on. Haynes trying to hang on to it. Garrison trying to take it away. Gus Lawrence out by 2 seconds to Norberg, and then Paulie Massimino in 3rd.
Yeah, my proclamation that Norberg was simply going to sit and wait and pick Gus Lawrence off at will has proven to be monumentally wide of the mark and incorrect. Lawrence has stormed away. Incredible. And
Haynes bogs it. Haynes goes too wide and bogs it down. Now they're going to drag race over to 9. The back and forth. Rafa trying to hang on. An aggressive Hayden Jones and an over-under from Garrison. But he'll hit the concrete. Haynes gets it back. Out front, Gus Lawrence. Heat 3 winner. Norberg 2nd. Massimino 3rd. And Dalton Haynes will fend off that hard-charging Austin Garrison for the 4th spot. Garrison 5th. Rafa, Jones, Lloyd, Mossman fends off Caden McQueen for the 10th position. Finnegan Bailiff closing in there late as well, charging up from 20th on the grid. So a nice march for Finnegan to close out the day in TKG Burrell Art USA, and a great recovery for Danny Perez. Still ends with a net gain of 4, 16th to 12th for Danny. Enzo Vidmontien, Santi Fernandez aboard the Energy Course America's chassis for the first time. Quentin McPherson from the back of the grid, 24th to 15th on the RPG Cosmic for Quentin, and the Millwright Racing combo there. Then Levi Sangera will end up in 16th over Henry Lepard. Maverick McKenna, Christian Blevins Jr., Kellen Spears, your top 20, and then the handful of DNFs. Brooks Shambo on the last lap going out. Davin Roberts, Henry Taylor, and crew. Let's go down to pit lane for the scale line activities as the on-track action comes to a close.
Thank you, guys. Welcome down here to pit lane. We were talking about, all the things you had to get used to here in the States, but it looks like the UK came to you here in that last heat race. Talk to me about it.
Yeah, a little bit of practice in the rain doesn't go amiss, so using my experience, just gradually figuring out the lines, obviously watching the racing before and trying to eliminate as many mistakes as possible. Not bad.
Yeah, and going into tomorrow, obviously 2 wins for you already on the day. Tomorrow, dry weather, you and Ryan have been going kind of back and forth. Have you guys talked at all under the tent, kind of shared some information?
He's picked me twice in the dry and obviously just in the rain, I'd beat him then. So yeah, we work together like we're teammates next to each other in the tent. So hopefully it can be a race between us tomorrow. Although no doubt there'll be other people involved. And yeah, try and see if I can come out on top.
Best of luck, Gus.
Thank you.
We'll work our way back here further down into the scales. Talking to some other of our drivers down here. We'll actually catch up here with Caden McQueen. I think the best that we've seen him so far. Caden, real quick, earlier today we had lightning, and in that race I think we saw the best of McQueen. I don't know if you saw what I did there or not, but anyways, we move forward in this interview. Talk to me about that race. I think we've seen you come to life finally.
Yeah, I mean, we was fast in, well, we had a good finish in Heat 1, not so good in the second heat, and that heat there was quite good. Obviously, it was wet as well, so being British should be okay in the wet. I mean, we weren't quite fast enough. We'll change a few bits, I think, if it's wet tomorrow, but yeah, we've had a solid result, and hopefully we can have a solid starting position for tomorrow.
And obviously, it's been a busy day for you guys, right? I mean, a motor seize for you earlier today, engine swap as well. How has, the work been this weekend up to this point?
Yeah, we've been very busy. We've been fighting to try find a little bit of speed. I think the car actually feels really good. We just had issues elsewhere, but yeah, I'm comfortable in the car. I just feel like we need to find a little bit more elsewhere, and a little bit of me maybe as well. So hopefully find that and be better tomorrow.
Best of luck, Caden.
Yeah, thanks.
Move forward here with a couple of other of our drivers. We're going to work our way up here, Haley. If you want to come down with me, we'll talk to Colin a little bit. Colin, you had some pretty good laps in that race, we must say. How were the conditions out there on the racetrack?
It was pretty wet. Could barely see anything. Had the visor open for most of the race just because it would fog up like crazy. But the kart felt really good. Feel like I was fast. Just couldn't get there in time.
Sounds good. Well, wish you the best of luck going into tomorrow, and we'll send it back up to you guys.
Thank you, Caleb. That wraps up our day's action here from Trackhouse Henry. Another good one in the books.
Yeah, indeed. When the track is dry, the racing is scintillating. When the track is wet, it is extremely treacherous. It's caught out the very, very best. I've thoroughly enjoyed my first day as part of the USPKS paddock. I think the paddock's really good. Obviously, the kart chaser coverage has been spot on as always. The weather has created a bit of a mix and match, but with the long races tomorrow, I think I want it to be dry.
Yeah, I think either way we're going to be in for some good racing. Hopefully, for the sake of everybody getting onto planes or driving home, they can do it with dry clothing. Nonetheless, this day comes to a close. We appreciate all of you watching along with us from home. We'll be back at it first thing in the morning tomorrow with warm-ups. Main events kick off at 9:30 immediately after that final round of practice. For Henry Bodette, Haley Donaldson, Caleb Vieska on air down on pit lane, our entire KC crew and the US Pro Kart Series and Trackhouse Motorplex teams, thanks for sticking with us through this lengthy Saturday. Grids are set. We're ready to get after it again tomorrow for the Carolina Grand Prix.